Chapter 1199. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This one, which sex elder or genius disciple do you belong to? Tell us. Perhaps we can take care of each other. Feng Yun Reading Network. They immediately asked about Su Yan's background. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "What about you guys? Which sect are you from?" Looking at Su Yan's calm appearance, the two of them didn't have any confidence in their hearts. They felt that Su Yan wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. However, since it had already come to this, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. "I am Elder Lu Wu from Xianin sect, and he is He Wenza from the Celestial sect. How should I address you?" At this moment, Su Yan said, "I am Chang Wuxin, a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization." When the two of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but relax. The Heaven and Earth Organization? The Heaven and Earth Organization that specializes in healing. I really did not expect to meet people from the Heaven and Earth Organization here. His smile was bright, but his thoughts behind it were unknown. "I just arrived here today. I heard that everyone is rushing towards the god's treasury. Why haven't I seen anyone?" Su Yan asked. The man laughed and said, "Brother Chang, we are the same as you. We just arrived not long ago and missed the best opportunity to enter the Middle Earth. Legend has it that there is a powerful god's inheritance power. If I can obtain this power, I will definitely be able to reach the heavens in a single step and become a high and mighty immortal. But if it is so easy to become a god, why would this place be a dangerous place?" At this moment, He Wenza interrupted him. "Old Lu, you are being long-winded again. I think this brother also wants to enter and take a look. Even if he can't obtain the inheritance, as long as he can obtain 1 or 2 inherited divine equipment, it is already an extremely amazing thing." Su Yan smiled and did not deny it. At this moment, he suddenly said, "By the way, the two of you, do you know if there are any other strange things in this place?" Lu Wu said, "You've already experienced the feeling of crossing the line between life and death. You've even experienced that. So why would you be afraid of that?" He continued, "Actually, there is nothing dangerous in this place. As long as you have reached the Master Realm, your mind will not be affected by this place, so there is no danger. Let's go. Anyway, it's fate. Let's go. The 3 of us." And he finished speaking, he walked. Su Yan did not try to explain. He had already seen that these 2 guys wanted to find a scapegoat in Earth, and Su Yan, the 2 were the 2 they were where translation was. Translation. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Those Dao Masters who came here were not in danger. They were only unwilling to leave because of the attraction of the divine treasure. It has translation as translation as their translation as translation as. It had ho translation, that was ho translation. More importantly, he did want to familiarize himself with the environment here. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to go. He did not know the whereabouts of Yin Wanqing until now, which made him extremely worried. The strange old man finally stopped. The space gate was directly closed at this time. He stood at the side, panting heavily. Clearly, what happened just now was extremely stressful for him. Then his eyes fell on Yin Wanqing. When Yin Wanqing's eyes met his, Yin Wanqing was dumbfounded. "Father." Yin Wanqing had already felt Yun He's aura when she was clear about that power. But at that time, she still hoped that it was her illusion and not real. But at this time, she could no longer deceive herself. The person in front of her was really her father, Yun He. But what did Yun He look like at this time? His hair was disheveled, and he looked very sloppy. He looked like a beggar on the street, but he did not have an extremely strong power. Yun He heard Yin Wanqing's call. His body suddenly stiffened, and his face immediately showed confusion. He seemed to be trying hard to remember where he had met this person. Those scenes appeared in his mind one after another. "Little one." These 3 words seemed to take all his strength to say. Yin Wanqing was immediately pleasantly surprised. She stood up directly. "Father, it's me, father." Even Yin Wanqing could not help but feel this kind of reunion after such a long separation. But at this time, Yun He's expression suddenly changed, and he directly pushed Yun Wanqing away. Nonsense, my little Wan'er is already dead. She doesn't want me anymore. At this time, he was making a fuss like a child. This scene made Wanqing's heart ache. She had never thought that such a strong person would end up like this today. However, she could also see that her father's aura had become extremely strong. It was completely different from before. Father, I didn't abandon you. How could I abandon you? Yin Wanqing went up and put his arms around Yunhe's waist. Perhaps feeling the warmth, Yunhe finally calmed down at this time. For a moment, the father and daughter were silent. Wanqing, are you my Wanqing? Yunhe's emotions were very unstable, and he would call a few times from time to time. Yin Wanqing saw that Yunhe's mental state was abnormal, so he did not dare to say too much at this time. He just looked at Yunhe. After a long time, Yunhe's mental state finally stabilized. Wanqing, I really didn't expect that you have already reached the Dao Master Realm. It seems that Su Yin treated you well, Yunhe said. Back then, he was defeated by Su Yin and had to give up everything at that time and leave. However, he was extremely unwilling to accept it in his heart. At that time, he felt that he had nothing left to live for. After all, his persistence was directly destroyed overnight, which meant that all his hopes were directly reduced to empty talk. However, later on, he regained his courage and entered the Land of Darkness. There were many forbidden areas in the 5 Commanderies continent long ago, and the forbidden area he entered just happened to evolve into the Central Province later on. He did not know whether Yunhe was lucky or not, but he received the inheritance of a powerful saint in ancient times. After receiving the inheritance, he began to be brought into a deep sleep. Until now, he finally woke up. However, waking up was only the beginning. His spirit was already in disorder because when he received the inheritance, his spirit was sometimes himself, and sometimes it was the remnant thoughts of that ancient Almighty. Later on, when he was wandering in the outside world, he happened to meet Hanyu Daozuan. This was the scene at this time. Yunhe was very curious about the outside world, so when she was awake, she planted a space mark in Hanyu Daozuan's wound. This was also the reason why she could enter the Heaven Sage sect at once. Father, do you mean that there is another existence in your spiritual world? Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Dao master, she still found it hard to understand such a situation. That's right. You're right, my good daughter. At this time, his voice suddenly became extremely strange. Yin Wanqing immediately knew that it was definitely not her father who was controlling her body at this time. Thousand Clouds transformation. Her reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, she had already displayed her power. A cloud of qi directly separated the two of them. However, his expression did not change, and he unexpectedly bumped into the Thousand Clouds transformation and grabbed Yin Wanqing. What? Yin Wanqing was shocked. This guy actually endured the damage of the Thousand Clouds transformation to attack her. Most importantly, this body was Yunhe's body. This remnant thoughts were simply extremely evil. Ha ha, this is so pleasant. Can you bear to see your father hurt? You'd better obediently come into my arms. He suddenly exerted force, and then directly grabbed Yin Wanqing. However, at this time his palm suddenly stopped. Damn it, that's my daughter. At this critical moment, Yunhe directly woke up. At this time, Yunhe's will and the remnant thoughts immediately began to compete. I know that she's your daughter, but this is more interesting. Ha ha, that maniacal laughter was simply terrifying. Yunhe, you won't be able to suppress me. Ha ha, in the end, you'll be devoured by me and become a part of me. He laughed loudly. However, at this time, Yunhe suddenly moved his hand, and then a strange power directly shot into Hanyu Daozuan's body. Protect her. Yunhe knew that at this time, he was no longer able to suppress Yunhe. Thus, at this time, he directly took drastic measures and directly released Hanyu Daozuan's restriction. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan opened her eyes. That wound caused her to be in extreme pain, and at this time, she finally woke up. Her first reaction was to take revenge. Seeing such a reaction, Yunhe laughed. Come and kill me. Although he was extremely ambitious, Yin Wanqing was still his daughter. How could he bear to see her get hurt? Furthermore, the person who hurt her was himself. He would rather die than see such an ending. At this time, he woke up Hanyu Daozuan. Hanyu Daozuan's strength was actually not bad. Back then, he was able to injure him because of the special state of his body, and also because this place was the Middle Earth, which had an extremely special geographical environment. Back then, Hanyu Daozuan had just entered this place, so naturally, he didn't know the mysteries of this place. And now, Hanyu Daozuan had already suffered once. This time, he wouldn't so easily suffer again. Furthermore, Yin Wanqing was by his side. He knew very well that his daughter had inherited his healing abilities. The two of them complemented each other, so their battle strength was definitely not inferior. The reason why his body could change like this was actually because of the mutation of his cloud mist technique, which formed an extremely terrifying self-healing technique. Chapter 1200. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This was one of the main reasons why Hanyu Daozuan had failed back then. He was able to defeat Yin He every single time and even severely injure her. But in just a short while, this guy's state would automatically recover, and if this cycle continued, even she would not be able to withstand it. However, it was different now. With Yin Wanqing around, Hanyu Daozuan had no problems in this aspect. Be careful, Taoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yin Wanqing reminded her. In an instant, a ray of light flashed past. Hanyu Daozuan heard Yin Wanqing's reminder and immediately turned his body. As expected, only his hand was slightly injured. If she had been a little slower, her arm might have been cut off. Taoist friend, come to me, Yin Wanqing called out. Hanyu did not suspect anything and immediately went to Yin Wanqing's side. Yin Wanqing cast the cloud mist technique, and spots of light filled her arm. Then, she was shocked to find that her arm had actually recovered to its original state. Not only that, Su Yan's power spread to her body and filled her up bit by bit. His injuries have actually completely healed. You're the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yin Wanqing? She had heard of Yin Wanqing's name before. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was ranked 6th among the sections. One must know that the top few sects were revived from the ancient times. She was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Organization. She was considered powerful to be able to squeeze out the other ancient sections. It's me, Hanyu Daozuan. Now is not the time to talk. Let's work together, Yin Wanqing said directly. What happened just now had a huge impact on her. After all, the person in front of her had suddenly turned from her father to a devil. If she had not become a Tao master and had a strong state of mind, she would not have been able to withstand such a change. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She only hoped that Hanyu Daozuan could subdue the monster, her original father. Then, she would think of a way to expel the evil soul from his body. Of course, at this moment, she also began to call for Su Yan. Although she did not want to cause trouble for Su Yan, she had no choice but to do so because she knew that Su Yan would not want to see her lose her. The jade pendant transmitted its thoughts to the outside world. However, as she was already a Tao master, she naturally knew how special this place was. She was not sure if Su Yan could sense her aura. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan immediately. He used the Ice Tao and Ice Law was. With a flash of the Ice Law, an ice sword appeared in his hand. As soon as her sword light appeared, a cold light immediately shot out. Such a power was already very strong. If it had not been for the suppression of this special environment, the power of the sword light would have been even stronger. At this moment, Yunhee still laughed strangely. She did not dodge and rushed toward Hanyu Daozuan with her own power. This power was extremely terrifying, but also extremely violent. She did not use any rule power at all. She just used her own body to continuously hit him. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan's body flew backward. Of course, Yunhee did not have it easy either. Her body was directly frozen by the power of ice, and even her entire arm was broken. Haha, not bad, not bad. I like women like you the most. Amidst his wild laughter, his frozen body began to recover little by little. Fellow Taoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yin Wanqing also directly attacked. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan also directly returned to his original state. The cloudy mist technique is really heaven-defying. She could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that it could be ranked 6th in the Heaven and Earth organization. However, she did not have time to sigh. The battle between them began again. However, at this moment, Yin Wanqing also began to attack. This was because she knew that in order to imprison the guy who had taken over her father's body, she had to first restrict his cloudy mist technique. Hanyu Daozuan, I will try my best to control the effect of the cloudy mist technique. Take the opportunity to attack. After Yin Wanqing finished speaking, she directly displayed her rule power. The rule power directly formed a small domain, enveloping Yunhe within it. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan directly attacked. A cold light suddenly appeared, and a powerful force directly turned into a terrifying cold light. Such a force was already extremely powerful at this moment. At this moment, Yunhe laughed again. He did not care at all, and just like before, he directly charged forward. Just like last time, he directly sent Hanyu Daozuan flying. Then, he prepared to use his powerful recovery ability to return himself to his best state. After repeating this several times, he finally realized that something was wrong. This was because when he fought with Hanyu Daozuan, he was actually being pushed back more and more times. Something's wrong. My recovery ability is weakening. At this moment, he turned his gaze and directly landed on Yin Wanqing. You're the one who's causing trouble. At this moment, he finally understood the magical effect of the cloudy mist technique. Not only could it save people, but it could also limit his recovery ability. Since he already knew the reason, he naturally had to deal with the right problem. Hee, how long are you going to hide behind me? His power suddenly erupted, and an evil cloud suddenly appeared under his feet. Such power surged up and directly suppressed Yin Wanqing. He actually saw through Yin Wanqing's real body. Su Yan followed Lu Wu and He Wenzi on the road. Along the way, these two people kept talking to Su Yan. Although these words seemed casual, they were trying to fish for clues and information. For example, how many people from the Heaven and Earth organization came this time, and who were the experts among them that he should pay special attention to? However, Su Yan was also very smart. He almost never directly answered the two people's questions. Even if he occasionally answered, he would just brush the edge. This made the two people very uncomfortable. At this moment, the two people suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why the two of you stopped? Su Yan asked the two of them. At this moment, Lu Wu suddenly said, Xiao Chong, the mist up ahead seems to be a little too dense. How about this? Go take a look and see if there's anything. If there's nothing, come and tell us. Su Yan's eyes twitched. He already knew what they were planning, but he remained calm on the surface. He said, You want me to scout ahead? He Wenzi directly said with annoyance, Of course. We're already 3 origin venerables, while you've only just reached 1 origin. If there's any danger, we'll be able to save you in time. He spoke extremely naturally and smoothly. He did not feel any guilt at all. You've already done this many times, Su Yan directly sneered. At this moment, Lu Wu had already lost his patience. Xiao Chong, you better understand that we're only giving you this opportunity because you're a genius disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. If you were a regular person, we wouldn't care at all. All right, let's cut the crap. Go. Su Yan smiled, but this time, he did not say anything. Instead, he obediently made his way forward. He walked at a leisurely pace. Gradually, his figure disappeared from their sight. There's nothing else here. Come on over. Su Yan's voice rang out at this moment. Lu Wu gently frowned before saying, Nothing else? I clearly sensed danger earlier. That kid isn't lying to us, right? However, He Wenzi soon added, You're overthinking it. What's his cultivation? If there was danger, would he still be able to speak so calmly? The old man thought about it and agreed. Thus, the two of them immediately moved forward. Since they had already explored the path, they naturally had nothing to worry about. Naturally, they sped up. At this moment, they found that Chang Wuxin was standing still at this moment. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chang, are you all right? they were still worried and asked, "What's that? Is it the gate of God?" Su Yan's voice rang out. At this moment, Su Yan was really shocked. In front of him was an incomparably huge gate. Su Yan had never seen such a magnificent gate before. Compared to the gate, they were really small. The gate was actually thousands of feet tall. More importantly, the material of the gate was very special. It seemed to contain an extremely dense and unpredictable power. The gate of God. It's really the gate of God. Those Tao sovereigns have all entered the gate of God. Those people who aren't Tao sovereigns can't enter. How hateful. At this moment, Lu Wu lamented. I see. I was wondering why I couldn't see any Tao sovereigns. So they've all entered the gate of God. Hearing his words, Su Yan sighed. Xiao Chang, what did you just say? Huanzi heard Su Yan's words clearly and asked in return. At this point, Su Yan didn't want to waste any more time with them. The two of you, please enter the gate of God first and help me explore the path. As soon as he said this, the two of them were surprised. They were three essences sovereigns, but they were being taught by a one essences sovereign. However, in the next moment, two powerful forces had already grabbed them. These forces were so strong that even people as strong as them couldn't struggle. So much nonsense. Just go in when I tell you to. After saying that, Su Yan directly threw the two of them. The two of them immediately entered the gate of God. Of course, when the two of them were thrown out, Su Yan's divine sense had already locked onto them. He wanted to see what was behind this gate of God. And was Yin Wanqing also behind this gate of God? The two of them directly passed through the gate of God, giving Su Yan the feeling that they had directly entered another world. However, the barrier of the world wasn't so strong, and there didn't seem to be the will of the world inside. Chapter 1201. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. An extremely terrifying power was slowly flowing through the gate of God. After the two people entered, their realms began to drop. Read the full text. In just a few moments, they were only in the spirit channeling realm. Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene through his divine sense. What was going on? These people's realms had been directly weakened and then dropped. In the end, they were only left with this level of cultivation. This gate of God is indeed strange. He was extremely shocked. If it was in the past, he would never believe that such a thing could happen in this world. But today, he had no choice but to believe it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. This was an undeniable reality. These people's realms had been directly weakened in such a short period of time. Unimaginable. This was simply unimaginable. Just as Su Yan was shocked, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly came out of the gate of God. That aura rushed towards him, as if it wanted to suck him in. Su Yan's body immediately erupted with a burst of power. His body was firmly rooted in this place. The power that attracted him could not move him in the slightest. Su Yan's divine sense had yet to return from the gate of God. Although he had lost his sense of the two people, it did not mean that he could not investigate the situation inside the gate of God. The power of the very high turned into thousands of invisible threads, which kept extending toward the inside. He was investigating the situation inside. Although he saw the situation of the two Xianin sect disciples just now, their realms had been directly weakened and disappeared, he did not dispel this thought. However, this didn't dispel Ho Yi's thoughts of going inside to investigate. Instead, it made him even more determined. He was really curious about the existence inside. There seemed to be another world inside the gate of God. The perception between him and Yun Wanqing had almost directly disappeared. Generally speaking, this was not something that could happen unless the space was cut off. If that was the case, it was very likely that Yun Wanqing was in this mysterious space. Ho Yi observed for a long time with the power of the Tai Supreme. Unfortunately, although he had reached the level of Tao Master and his divine thought was extremely powerful, the barrier was too strong. Even he couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, there were even many spatial turbulences constantly roaming around. The two of them had directly lost their senses when they reached this place. It seems that this is a place where space is severed. Since he already had an understanding in his heart, he no longer hesitated and directly plunged his body into it. Su Yin immediately released his power, and that power immediately swallowed him. The moment he entered this place, he immediately felt a wave of pressure rushing towards him. This pressure was far stronger than he had imagined. As expected, if I didn't personally enter this place, I wouldn't be able to feel the terrifying power of this place. Su Yin muttered to himself in his heart. At this moment, a powerful spatial thunderbolt suddenly rushed towards him. When those two guys just entered this place, there was clearly no change, but when I entered this place, the spatial thunderbolt appeared. Could it be that this is targeted at Tao Masters? Or is it because my power is too strong that it caused the repulsion of heaven and earth? Just as Su Yin was thinking, that thunderbolt had already fallen into his body. Even Su Yin had to admit that this power was really powerful and terrifying. Even if he put up a defense with his power, it was still directly suppressed. However, at this time, he would not let this power hurt him, so he directly activated the power of the Tai Supreme. The power of the Tai Supreme had shown enough power and magic. He believed that even at this time, the power of the Tai Supreme could protect him. Of course, Su Yin also had his own ambition, which was that he wanted to analyze this power. This power was really powerful. If he could analyze it, it would be of great use to him. This was not a joke. If he could obtain this power, it would increase his strength. This was like adding wings to a tiger. He had just defeated the Dragon King, refined the Blood-Winged Dragon, and the 9-headed demon snake and the Darkness Holy Man could only flee in panic from his hands. However, the current situation was not good. The restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth would not exist forever. Although he did not know when this time would come, Su Yin actually felt that that day might not be too far away. His current strength was simply not enough to deal with those real powerhouses. Although he had defeated the Dragon King, Bugadier, last time, but there were too many coincidences. Bugadier was not able to use his full strength at that time. The power of the dragon god that he summoned temporarily suppressed the laws of heaven and earth. But in this matter, he still could not put all his power into it. Perhaps the power at that time was only half of his full strength. However, such power was already so difficult for Su Yin to deal with. If Fu Qing of the Pagoda sect had not killed him halfway with the 9 Heavens Divine Sword, he would have been in danger. Only he knew how dangerous his situation was. In order to improve his strength, and also for Yun Wanqing's safety, he naturally could not care less at this time. He had to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. The lightning rushed into his body and recklessly rushed toward his body. However, the power of the Tai Supreme was directly released. Then the two forces constantly collided and entangled. This made Su Yan's body very uncomfortable. He did not know how long it had been since he had endured such power. The powerful radiance continued to change within his body. Su Yan endured the pain, but carefully studied this power. After entering this land, their realms were suppressed. At this time, this power was about to deprive him of his realm. This was definitely not a joke. The two people from before were the best examples. Of course, at this time, he finally understood that this was not depriving, but sealing. It was a powerful sealing power. During this process, Su Yan's power kept weakening, as if it would disappear at any time. However, at this time, Su Yan's aura directly shook. Although the power of the Tai Supreme could not completely control this power, at this time, it seemed to have found a loophole. Su Yan's realm continued to drop, but the momentum of this drop seemed to have stopped. Everything was constantly changing at this time. The powerful and mysterious radiance had reached an unimaginable level at this time. It seems that I finally reached the end. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally found that his body had stopped. That power seemed to have finally decided to let him go. Su Yan had also passed through the power of space. When he stood firmly again, Su Yan found that his current realm was only at the spirit channeling realm. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to accept such a blow. One had to know that the spirit channeling realm was only the beginning of cultivation. Cultivating to the venerable realm required a lot of energy and time. However, at this time, countless efforts had turned into nothing. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be happy. In front of Su Yin, Hewen Bin and Lu Wu both sat on the ground dejectedly. Even their hair had started to turn white, as if they were still unable to accept this reality. This was because it was simply too cruel. Heavens, why did you treat me like this? Why? He questioned the sky in a loud voice. He was on the verge of crying. Lu Wu was slightly better than him, but not by much. Su Yin walked toward the two of them. At this time, he was still too unfamiliar with this space. His previous imagination of this place was too simple. Su Yin walked behind them and said directly, "All right, two old monsters are crying here. What do you think you look like?" Just as the two of them were feeling dejected, they suddenly heard Su Yan's voice and immediately jumped up. The powerful force that Su Yan had displayed earlier was still imprinted in their minds. The moment they saw Su Yan, their first reaction was to immediately retreat. "It's you." At first, they thought that Su Yan was a weak lamb, so they wanted to bully Su Yan and make Su Yan work for them. However, later on, they realized that Su Yan was a giant tiger. In front of Su Yan, they did not even have the strength to resist or struggle. Therefore, when they saw Su Yan again, their hearts were filled with fear. But soon, they suddenly remembered something. "No, old Lu, this guy also entered here. Since our cultivation is suppressed, will he be the same?" Hewenza suddenly said. At this moment, Lu Wu's thoughts also began to move. However, at this moment, Su Yin spoke, "You don't need to think too much. What you just said is correct. My cultivation is also suppressed." Su Yin looked into the distance and said, "Right now, my cultivation is also in the spirit realm." After he finished speaking, Lu Wu and He Wenza's eyes lit up. "Is what you said true?" Because Su Yin had already pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, he was still a bit hesitant about Su Yan's words. At this moment, Su Yin continued, "Yes, it's not just me. From my observations, the spirit realm should be the highest realm that is tacitly allowed by the heavens. Although it is very strange, this is the law of the heavens. If the law is like this, then there is no way to resist." As soon as Su Yin finished speaking, the two of them were stunned for a moment. Although they were originally Dao sovereigns, they had not reached that realm. Their understanding of the law of the heavens could not compare to Su Yan's. Chapter 1202. However, after hearing Su Yan's words, they immediately felt that they made sense. Latest chapter read at this moment. Lu Wu's expression changed. "I don't care if you're Chong Wuxin from the Sound of Thunder sect, but since we're all in the spirit realm, then it's time to settle the score." Lu Wu's expression changed. Of the two, Lu Wu was ruthless and impulsive, while Hewen Bin was more cunning. Lu Wu's words left Hewen Bin's mouth, but Hewen Bin hesitated. He had just suffered a loss once. After all, it made him hesitate a lot in his heart. However, if he really didn't do anything, his heart wouldn't be able to accept it. Just now, they had been beaten so miserably by Su Yin that their cultivations had dropped to the spirit realm. Although they knew that this was only the case in this place, their hearts were still in pain, and they refused to relax. At this moment, his strength exploded. His unwillingness caused the hesitation and fear in his heart to disappear, and he threw out a punch. No matter what, they had to teach this guy a lesson. This was what they were thinking. Facing the attacks of the two, Su Yin remained unmoved. When this punch came crashing down, his strength suddenly exploded. He was in the spirit realm, but his strength was still very strong. They were both in the spirit realm, so how could he be afraid? Moreover, although his cultivation was only in the spirit realm, his understanding of strength was much stronger than before. His fist arrived first, landing directly on Hewen Bin's lower abdomen. Hewen Bin's entire body curled up, obviously in great pain. The strength of this punch was far beyond his imagination. They were both in the spirit realm, but the strength of the two was completely different. At this moment, Lu Wu saw that Hewen Bin had been defeated with a single punch, and his heart was still filled with fear. The fear of being dominated by Su Yin once again surged into his heart. However, Su Yin wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Since he had already made his move, then he had to bear the consequences. With a flash of his body, he appeared right next to him. Then, he delivered a clean chop with his hand. He was simply unable to react to such a blow. Puff, puff, two sounds were heard. Almost at the same time, they had lost the power to resist and fell directly to the ground. On the other hand, Su Yin was still as calm as ever. It was as if Su Yin hadn't made a move at all. He looked at the two of them, his eyes full of ridicule. Then, he said, "All right, your combat strength is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. If you want to deal with me with such combat strength, then it's really laughable." His voice was so calm, but to the two people, the pressure suddenly increased. They had originally thought that at this point, since they were all at the same cultivation level, even if they couldn't defeat Bareface, they would at least be able to fight him to a draw. Of course, there were still more situations where they could win. This way, they would have the absolute initiative. However, they never would have thought that at this time, Su Yin would defeat them in just one move. They didn't even have time to react. Such speed was really too fast. In the spirit channeling realm, we are all very different from each other. So, put away your wishful thinking. Otherwise, I will not be happy. Do you understand what I mean? As Su Yan's words fell, they finally recognized the reality of the situation. At this time, Huan Bin said, "Sir, who are you?" He still didn't know Su Yan's true identity. This was really sullen. He didn't even know who he had lost to, which was really annoying. At this time, Lu Wu had the same reaction. "Even if you want us to die, at least let us die with some understanding. Tell us who we lost to." However, Su Yin didn't answer. He didn't need to satisfy his enemy's curiosity. Who I am is actually not important. What's really important is that you have to understand your current situation. If you choose to cooperate with me, then everyone will be happy. But at this time, if you choose to go against me, then I will kill you in an instant. I think you will no longer doubt my strength. Su Yan's tyranny was fully displayed at this time. The two people looked at each other. Although they were extremely helpless, they already knew that what Su Yin said was the truth. "Sir, please give us your orders." Since Su Yin had kept their lives until now, then he must have his own motives. However, they didn't know what it was for. One of you is from the Xianin sect, and the other is from the Celestial sect. This is correct, right? Su Yin asked. The two people hurriedly replied, "We wouldn't dare to lie to you, sir." At this time, they were really afraid of Su Yin and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Su Yin nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you are from these two sects, according to the strength of the Xianin sect and the Celestial sect, there should be more than one or two experts who came to this gate of God, right? If there were really only these two people, then these two sects were really too ridiculous. How could they be qualified to be called one of the top 10 sects?" Su Yin knew in his heart that each of these ancient sects had a strong foundation. In the depths of the mystery, there were many old antiques hidden. These people were the true foundation of a sect. As long as there were such terrifying experts, then their inheritance wouldn't be a consummate skill. Although the Heaven and Earth organization was ranked 6th, the ranking was actually just based on the strength of the people who could be active in the real world. If the sovereigns and Tao masters who were hidden in the depths of the Gate of God were included, then they might not be ranked at the top. The world behind the Gate of God was so mysterious. It was likely that the divine treasures hidden within would not be simple at all. The treasures left behind by the gods were probably something that even the legendary sacred sages would be moved by. Maybe they couldn't enter this place, but they definitely wouldn't give up. They definitely wouldn't watch others, especially their opponents, take all these things away. Su Yan's gaze was like a knife, landing directly on the two people. Under Su Yan's gaze, they felt a huge pressure. Finally, Huan Bin spoke, "Sir, please let us go." "Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know." Lu Wu was also full of helplessness. At this time, their lives were in the hands of Su Yin, so they didn't dare to lie. Su Yin looked at them with a playful smile. "This was good. Speak. I'm listening," Su Yin said. Huan Bin sighed and said, "Actually, this mysterious world has existed since the ancient times. At that time, many almighty figures had fought for it, and even caused a large-scale war." Su Yin listened to his explanation and finally understood the origin of this place. Strictly speaking, This place should be called the graveyard of the gods. According to legend, this was the place where the gods were buried after they fell. There were extremely terrifying things here. These things were like souls, but they were completely different from souls. Back then, the strong people called these things god devourers. Of course, they couldn't devour the gods, but they could devour the soul fragments of the gods after they died. In this way, they could strengthen themselves and make themselves stronger. If that was all there was to it, Su Yin would not be so surprised. After all, it was possible for more strange things to happen in the place where the gods died. Later, in ancient times, an extremely powerful existence entered this place. At that time, that existence was extremely crazy. His idea was actually very simple. He wanted to collect all the god devourers and put them under his control. Although the god devourers only devoured the soul fragments of the gods, in fact, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Their strength was definitely not below that of a Dao master, and the most powerful existence among them was comparable to a sovereign. A sovereign was already an extremely terrifying force in the human world. Later, those sovereign-level god devourers became more and more powerful. In the end, they gave birth to their own ambitions. They wanted to leave this place and go to the outermost world. They believed that with their powerful strength, they shouldn't be trapped in this small place. In the end, some god devourers really rushed out of this world. Their appearance immediately brought great chaos to the outside world. At that time, it was the end of the war with the evil demon clan. The world was filled with the shadow of death and extremely terrifying fear. The living people were in great pain, but for these god devourers, it was a true heaven. Whether it was the evil demons or living beings, they all became the targets of their devouring. These were the things they liked the most. Extremely powerful forces kept gathering at this time. The most powerful forces gathered bit by bit at this time, and in the end, they immediately became the most terrifying and powerful existence. In the end, the holy venerables of living beings and the evil demon gods realized how terrifying these things were. They knew that if they were allowed to continue devouring, not to mention the infinite world, even the evil demon kingdom would be devoured and destroyed. And at that time, a truly terrifying existence would appear. Therefore, at that time, the human experts and the evil demon gods did something that was absolutely unimaginable to future generations, and that was to join forces. In the end, after an extremely terrifying battle, those god devourers were destroyed. The place where these god devourers were born was finally found. Chapter 1203. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At that time, both the demon gods and the human sacred venerables realized that this place was the true source of terror. Feng Yin Reading Network. Then they sealed this place, wanting to completely seal it off. However, they did not expect that they would fail in the end. As for why they failed, no one knew. No one knew what happened in that place. However, one thing was for certain. The end of the war between the demons and the humans was closely related to that incident, so much so that it was inseparable. At that moment, the experts from the ancient sects sensed the reappearance of this place. The more unknown something was, the more mysterious it was to them. Mystery itself was a kind of power. Those experts wanted to obtain more power, and this was their choice. Therefore, at this very moment, everything between the heavens and earth began to change at this very moment. In their opinion, this was the best opportunity. The laws of the world were gradually distorting at that moment. Perhaps there was hope to obtain what they could not obtain back then. It would be wonderful if they could obtain such powerful power. No one would not be tempted by such a temptation. It was precisely because of this that they came to this place and wanted to directly take these treasures. However, when they entered this place, they also discovered a restriction. That was, one's realm would be suppressed here. There were even strange creatures that originally existed here. At that time, the first gate of God appeared. That gate of God was even greater than it was now, but it was extremely difficult to enter. Without the realm of a Dao master, it was impossible to enter at all. The two of them were only venerables, but they were not Dao masters yet. Naturally, they could not enter. In fact, there were many venerables like them. However, due to some reasons, they were separated. The two of them happened to meet each other. During these days, the two of them had been wandering around, trying to find a way to leave. However, they were shocked to find that once they entered this world, they could not find a way out at all. The markings that they had made with their own unique powers had all lost their effectiveness. Since they could not return, they could only find another way out. At that time, they heard the news that some of the supremacies who hadn't entered the gate of God at the first moment had discovered its existence. Furthermore, the divine gate that appeared this time did not seem to have any requirements for one's cultivation level. This made their hearts burn with passion. They wanted to find the divine gate that could lead them to the depths of the mysterious world. However, the two of them didn't know if their luck was particularly bad, but they actually didn't find it. Later on, they discovered Su Yan's arrival. Thus, when Su Yan found the divine gate, the two were simply overjoyed. In the depths of their hearts, they even lamented that Su Yan was their lucky star. However, it was a pity that they did not expect Su Yan to be so much stronger than them. Even until now, they had yet to see the extent of Su Yan's strength. Instead, they were directly thrown here. As Su Yan listened to their narration, his heart was filled with astonishment. These guys from the ancient sects are really taking advantage of the situation. They know more secrets, so naturally, they have more initiative. However, this was a problem. There was actually a huge gap in the Wuji world, especially in the 5 prefectures. The people of the current generation had no idea what had happened back then. This caused them to be abnormally confused about many things. However, they were not. Because of the unknown, just like this time, if it wasn't for such a huge change, they wouldn't even know what had happened. In that case, your companions and even your enemies have also entered this world. Su Yan asked. Lu Wu said, I only know that they have entered the divine gate. However, I don't know if their divine gate is the same as ours. At this moment, a ray of light came from the sky. That ray of light was somewhat warm, and when it shone on the three of them, it gave them a warm and comfortable feeling. However, Su Yan frowned at this moment. Whether it was Lu Wu or He Wenze, they both felt that this power was miraculous. It seemed to be able to reduce their pain and even increase their strength. However, Su Yan could tell that the ray of light wasn't anything good. It entered his body and seemed to want to fuse with his body and become a part of it. This ray of light could indeed bring sufficient benefits to his body in the beginning. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the end. Therefore, Su Yan directly used the power of the supremacy to suppress this ray of light with his own strength. He couldn't let this ray of light hurt his body. The power of the supremacy circulated and directly devoured this ray of light. However, Su Yan didn't expect that devouring this ray of light would take him a lot of effort. This ray of light kept flashing. In the end, it actually became a part of his body. Of course, it was different from the other two. After the power of the supremacy was refined, this ray of light became the purest energy. However, that faint mark was refined by Su Yan. In the end, it was completely devoured. All right, get up. What you said makes sense. Although it's also a gate of God, it's hard to say whether it's the same thing. No one could be sure whether this was the same world or not. However, Su Yan had a feeling in his heart that even if it was a different place, there must be a connection between them. As long as he could find the connection, then he would be able to decipher the key. So, where should we go now? This place was so desolate that there was no end in sight. If it was in the past, when they had not lost their strength, they would be able to release their divine sense and see extremely far away places as long as they casually looked around. However, it was different now. In this place, their divine consciousness was greatly suppressed. The places they could explore were limited. They couldn't see more than what their eyes could see. This made them feel at a loss. This feeling was very strange. It was as if a person with good eyesight had suddenly become a blind person at this time. At this moment, Su Yan closed his eyes. His divine consciousness was actually greatly suppressed. Although it was still much further than the two in front of him, the places he could see were still extremely limited. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan wasn't using his divine consciousness to explore at all. Instead, He was using his senses. He was trying to see if he could rely on a unique perception between himself and Yin Wanqing to judge. He was silent for a long time. Then he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go. Let's go forward." Hearing Su Yan's words, the two of them thought to themselves, he still hasn't seen anything. The so-called forward is probably just something he said casually. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about what they thought. Instead, he continued forward. Seeing Su Yan leave, the two of them looked at each other and could only follow. Just as Su Yan's group of three continued to advance, in the depths of the void, there was an extremely deep place. The void seemed to be extremely calm. However, if one was strong enough to see through the void, they would discover that an unimaginable change was happening here. It was a sealed space. Here, strands of extremely powerful energy were suppressing this place. This energy was filled with darkness and fear. This energy was extremely terrifying. If this energy landed on a meteor, the meteor would instantly shatter. The person that was trapped by this power was a woman. She was the Heartless Fairy, the mysterious and terrifying demon from the demon world. Its energy was constantly attacking the Heartless Fairy. It was the most terrifying energy that could make people despair. However, the Heartless Fairy's defensive barrier was still very powerful. It seemed that it would be impossible for the dark energy to break through this barrier in a short period of time. The dark energy was still very powerful. Its attack rhythm didn't change at all. The strands of energy continued to attack. That mysterious and terrifying existence seemed to be very confident in refining the Heartless Fairy. No one knew where this terrifying existence came from. Since he could create a terrifying existence like the Dark Judgment, Great Demon God, there was no need to mention his strength. Last time, he wanted to open the Void Gate, but was stopped by the Heartless Fairy in the end. Moreover, at the final moment, the Divine Devil Island Master's diagram of gods and demons descended and directly suppressed that strand of energy, even taking away one of his doppelgangers. However, later on, it was discovered that he had deliberately set up a formation. He sacrificed his doppelganger as the price to capture the Heartless Fairy. This was an incomparably terrifying game. The terror of those two powers was simply unimaginable. At this time, all the powers in the world began to change. Hee, even if you could stop me for a while, how long can you last? You will be refined by me sooner or later. Moreover, your Heartless Island will also be destroyed. At this time, the terrifying existence's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the Heartless Fairy opened her eyes. The Heartless Island. You know about the Heartless Island. What kind of existence are you? At this time, the Heartless Fairy's heart was finally shaken. Ha ha ha. As expected, even a cultivator of the Heartless Tao like you can't be truly heartless. Your inheritance will all become my effort. The mysterious voice sounded again. Impossible. How can you enter our world? The Heartless Fairy's voice was cold as she directly denied. Then let's wait and see. Chapter 1204. After the voice finished speaking, it slowly faded away, as if it had never appeared. Feng Yun Reading Network. Fairy Heartless' expression was extremely unsightly. No matter what, she felt that it was impossible. However, she clearly knew what kind of existence the person in front of her was. He had no reason to speak empty words. When he spoke of this matter, perhaps the matter itself had already begun. His strength was truly too terrifying. Even though she was a holy venerate, she was still treated as prey by him, and was even trapped here. Even the Divine Devil Island's Island Master seemed to have been deceived by him. Of course, he still had some misgivings towards the Divine Devil Island's Island Master, which was why he had sacrificed his clone. However, if he could do this, then he definitely had other methods. Thinking about it this way, it might be possible for him to make arrangements in the dark to attack Juqing Island. However, very quickly, Fairy Heartless closed her eyes again. If you can do it, then do as you wish. After her initial reaction, she had actually already understood. If Heartless Island was so weak, then it would be directly destroyed in the future war. And if she died, then everything would perish as well. Right now, regardless of whether she cared or not, it was already fine. It had nothing to do with this matter. The only thing he could do was to survive. She, Fairy Heartless, was the true everything. In such a short time, you've already made your heart completely cold? The mysterious existence's voice was so ridiculing. He continued, as expected, you're extremely heartless and cold. At this moment, his voice had already changed to a different tone. At such a time, I can't help but admire you for being able to maintain such a state of mind. However, is this really what you're thinking? That can't be right. Perhaps you're just trying to deceive me, or deceive yourself. I know that it's impossible for you people from the boundless world to be truly heartless. Even the inheritor of the heartless path wouldn't be like this. The mysterious existence's voice was intermittent, but contained an unimaginable mysterious power. However, Fairy Heartless simply ignored him. Forget it. I'll say the same thing. Just wait and see. You'll see if my power is enough to destroy your world. Once your world is destroyed, all of you will die anyway. The everlasting world will become my food. The voice became more and more ethereal. In the endless void, the dark power moved leisurely. That mysterious and powerful force was slowly moving at this moment. Everything was changing at this moment. And in the Wuji world's 9 prefectures continent, compared to the changes in the 5 continents, the 9 continents continent was extremely peaceful. After that calamity, the limitless demon sect had almost disappeared without a trace. Of course, they weren't completely annihilated. A huge branch of the limitless demon sect still existed, but it seemed to have been torn apart. The people of the limitless demon sect didn't have any power to restrain them. They only existed because of the sect master of the limitless demon sect, Yu Ruo. If there wasn't such an expert suppressing them, the various sub-palaces would have already had endless internal strife. Several of the vice sect masters had conflicts with each other. For example, the 3rd and 7th vice sect masters, Yin Xiao, naturally didn't choose to work together after Yu Ruo disappeared. At this time, they had already started to have internal strife. Therefore, the limitless demon sect didn't pose much of a threat to other sections. For a powerful sect like the Taihang Sword faction, they should be thankful if they didn't find trouble with them. Outside the 9 prefectures continent, on Heartless Island, Chu Linger came to the seaside, as usual. She was now used to standing beside the sea every day. She liked the sound of the sea. Little by little, the waves moved slowly, and a cold aura blew over. Back then, the Monster Palace was also next to the sea. At that time, she was still very young and hadn't even started to cultivate. Back then, she really liked standing beside the sea. The feeling of the sea breeze brushing past her ears was indescribably beautiful. Of course, it was completely different from back then. Many times that had disappeared could only be described with one word. She couldn't go back. She liked someone, but she couldn't be with him. She missed her mother, but she couldn't see her anymore. She wanted revenge, but she wasn't strong enough now. Was the path of Heartless really going to cut off everything? In the eyes of the Heartless Fairy, she was the most outstanding disciple. She was very talented, and after cultivating the path of Heartless, her strength had increased. Now, her realm had long surpassed her senior sisters. However, the higher her cultivation, the more she was afraid. Because she was afraid that she would forget everything. Master said that she was extremely outstanding, and her achievements would be very powerful, even surpassing her master. Master was now a saint. If she could surpass her master, there was hope for her to stabilize the realm above the saint realm. However, was all of this really that important to her? Godhood, that was something too far away. Right now, she didn't even know what she wanted. At this time, the sky above Heartless Island suddenly changed. The sky above Heartless Island was originally clear and boundless. There was a formation set up by the Heartless Fairy here. Everything here was bright and beautiful. The sun and the beach looked very magical. However, at this time, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the clear sky. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. The shadow descended in an instant. No one had expected it to descend so quickly. The boundless dark clouds covered the horizon, and everything lost its color in the midst of the dark clouds. The fairies of Heartless Island rushed into the clouds. Who dares to offend Heartless Island? Heartless Island wasn't one of the top 10 sects, but even the strongest sect, the Limitless Demon Sect, didn't dare to offend Heartless Island. This was because the Heartless Fairy was too powerful. She was a Saint Venerable. Perhaps she was the only living Saint Venerable in the entire Jojo continent. Even if she wasn't included, the other fairies here weren't weak either. There were a few Tao Masters and a Sovereign Venerable who was in a deep slumber. With such strength, they could compete for the world. Why would they be afraid of the top 10 sects? It was already fortunate that they didn't attack others. However, someone had appeared today. Chu Linger looked at the dark clouds in the sky and felt a little uneasy. Senior sisters, come back quickly. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the sky. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. Roots suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. They turned into long whips and lashed down. In an instant, more than half of the Heartless Island's disciples who had soared into the sky were killed. The violent aura quieted down at this time. The cyclones between heaven and earth began to release the most terrifying power. How dare you? Another shout resounded through heaven and earth. It was Chung Lin. The endless power quieted down at this time. The light in the sky also reappeared. Senior sister Chung Lin. The appearance of this woman gave the Heartless Island's disciples great confidence. This was because they knew that their senior sister was a Tao Master. At this time, Chu Linger began to move towards the core of the Heartless Island. She was going to activate the formation. Although her senior sister was a Tao Master, the sense of danger in her heart didn't weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. She immediately guessed that the enemy this time was no small matter. Her master had left for a long time, but there was no news of him. Although she knew that her master's cultivation was extremely terrifying, she didn't have any confidence. This time, the sky was especially gloomy. One by one, the auras of these people were rising continuously. Soon, she reached the core of the island. However, at this time, she saw a beautiful figure. Senior Sister Liu, quick, there's a strong enemy. Activate the formation. Chu Linger called out directly. However, she was soon stunned because she found that Senior Sister Liu was looking at her strangely. At this time, Liu smiled at Chu Linger and said, "Activate the formation? There's no need for that." Chu Ling said directly, "Senior Sister Liu, the strength of the enemy this time is definitely beyond our expectations. Quickly set up the formation and wake up Senior Sister Lin Fong." Senior Sister Lin Fong was an Emperor Realm expert. As long as she woke up and cooperated with the formation, they might be able to resolve this crisis. However, if they didn't do so, it might be too late. However, Li was still smiling. Senior Sister Lin Fong? No, it's better if she doesn't wake up. If she does, many things will be inconvenient. Her words were full of sarcasm, which made Chu Linger very uneasy. Chu Linger looked at her and suddenly realized something. However, she really didn't want to believe that it was true. Senior sister, you betrayed the Heartless Island. She would rather that what she said was false, but Liu still nodded at this time. Betrayed? You can put it that way. Tell me, what's so good about guarding this broken place? Heartless? Ha ha, how interesting. That old hag wants to be heartless, but why should we be the same? She almost roared out this sentence. She looked at Chu Linger and continued to question. Don't tell me you don't hate that old hag in your heart? When your little lover came to find you, didn't you want to leave with him? Don't deny it. You must have, but you were afraid. You were afraid that he would be killed by that old hag, so you didn't dare to. Chu Linger looked at Liu and felt that she didn't know her at all. In the past, although senior apprentice sister Liu was taciturn, she had always been a very calm person. She felt that senior apprentice sister Liu's cultivation of the emotionless Tao was extremely high. Perhaps she would be the next person to become an emperor after Lin Fong. Chapter 1205. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however, she had never thought that things would develop to such an extent. He had never known that Liu's heart was in so much pain. Why? Why are there so many whys? Why do I have to be a disciple of the Passionless Island? She wants to cultivate the passionless Tao. So why do I have to do the same? She screamed hoarsely. She seemed to be in great pain, as if she was about to fall into an abyss. But, senior sister, you've already cultivated the Tao to such a level. You're just one step away from becoming a venerable emperor. Chu Linger wanted to say something, but Liu interrupted her. What's the point? Linger, you're about to become a Tao venerable. You're just a hair's breadth away. But tell me, are you willing? No, you're not willing. If you were, you'd be a Tao venerable by now. I know that you're not a Tao venerable yet, because you're still thinking about your little lover. Her voice was broken. You don't have to deny it. You're so similar to me. I did become a Tao venerable, but do you know the price I had to pay? I killed the person I love the most. I killed him with my own hands. She screamed in agony. That kind of pain was unimaginable. Boundless pain. It was unbearable. Chu Linger was indifferent. Just as Liu said, if she was willing to forget, she would be a Tao venerable by now. But she was unwilling. It was because of her unwillingness that she had not become a Tao venerable yet. She never thought that senior sister Liu, who had always been so calm, would suffer such great pain. So, you chose to betray them? Chu Linger asked. She could understand that sadness, but it was not a reason for her to betray the Heartless Island. Many people would die if she did so, and her master's efforts would be destroyed. Everyone would suffer unimaginable pain. Betrayal? No, junior sister. I've already said that this isn't betrayal. It's helping those junior sisters to be free. In this world, there shouldn't be a heartless Tao. All of us were wrong. Living like this is simply like walking corpses. Her voice was a little miserable, but there was an incomparable determination in her miserable voice. Very quickly, her aura became stronger and stronger. The powerful aura of a Tao master was unleashed. The powerful aura was like a storm, forcing Chu Linger to retreat step by step. Junior sister Linger, listen to me and leave this place. This heartless island shouldn't exist in the first place. So leave this place and forget about the heartless Tao. Go and find your little lover. Don't worry, that old witch won't come back. She's destined to die. Since that's the case, why are you afraid of her? Her voice was a little crazy, but her strength was really strong. Chu Linger knew that she was no match for her in this state. Senior sister Liu, I won't leave. If I leave, what will happen to the senior sisters on the island? Master entrusted them to me, so I won't leave. At this time, Chu Linger's strength also began to increase. Just as she had said, she would not leave. No matter what, she would not leave, because she had to protect the Heartless Island. The Heartless Tao is heartless. What does the life and death of those people have to do with you? So don't be naive. Only you are your world, and only you are the one. This is the Tao that the old witch advocates. Liu took a step forward. Moreover, you're no match for me. I've already said that if you don't leave, I'll kill you. I'm not joking with you. At this moment, her power had become incomparably dense, and that terrifying power had reached an extremely powerful level. She had entered the devil. The so-called devil was something that existed in violation of the truth of this world. It was truly terrifying and violent, and it could kill or even destroy everything. At this time, endless strength continued to rise, and that violent aura was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Although Chu Linger's strength was not weak, compared to Liu's strength, it was too weak. If Liu's strength was an endless gale, then Chu Linger was a flower in the gale. It seemed like it could be destroyed at any time. I've already shown you enough mercy, but you didn't cherish it. So, you can't blame me. Her voice became louder and louder, and in the end, she was roaring with all her might. As she roared, her strength directly rushed towards Chu Linger. However, the attribute of her strength had completely changed, and her strength had become dark. Because at this time, her heart was already dark. If her heart was dark, so was her strength. That strength was like a spider web, and it directly sealed Chu Linger's aura. Since she was a heartless person, how could she have a heart of mercy? Just as he had said, that was the last bit of mercy. When this little bit of mercy was used up, all that was left was the heart of killing. A powerful and terrifying force rolled out at this moment. At this moment, all that was left was extinction. Annihilate everything and exhaust everything. This was what she was thinking, and also what she was thinking in her heart. In the sky, all the strength began to be extinguished at this time. At this moment, that power had reached its limit. Originally, Chu Linger was already in a very difficult situation under his strength. When this strength fell, Chu Linger was in even more danger. She felt that all her ways out had been blocked, as if everything had disappeared at this time. Between heaven and earth, the powerful aura rolled in at this time, and the terrifying strength had completely disappeared. In the sky, the light suddenly became dim at this time. Chu Linger's expression became more serious. The light was the strength of the Tao Master Senior Sisters, but at this moment, the strength had become dim, which meant that they were now in a very disadvantageous situation. Between heaven and earth, the invisible pressure became even heavier. You don't want to leave, and you're willing to protect the inheritance of that old witch, so you're my enemy. So, my dear junior sister Chu Linger, go to hell too. She made a move, and a heartless sword chi appeared directly. That sword chi was really heartless, and it wanted to destroy everything. At this time, her cultivation seemed to be about to rise again. The sword chi arrived in an instant, and it wanted to completely annihilate Chu Linger's strength. But at this time, Chu Linger's body directly released a soft light, and it directly dissolved the power. How is it possible? How can your strength stop me? Liu was shocked, but then there was a trace of hatred in her heart. I understand now. You're that old witch's trick. Ha ha. It seems that she really thinks highly of you, but it's useless. Under my strength, you'll face death sooner or later. At this time, her aura rose again, and then she released another heartless sword chi. The powerful and terrifying heartless sword chi continued to attack Chu Linger. Chu Linger gritted her teeth. The soft light just now was indeed her master's protection for her, but as senior sister Liu said, it was useless. After all, her master's strength was limited. When this power completely disappeared, she would still die. Moreover, she couldn't wait any longer. She had to wake senior sister Lin Fong up. Only in this way could she save everything. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind, and then she directly took a step forward. At this time, a terrifying force swept out, and at this time, a terrifying force rolled out. At this time, the endless aura was constantly changing, and white lotuses appeared around her body. Shrouded in the dark power, the white lotuses were so eye-catching. They were also so dazzling. Well, you actually chose to break through at this time, my good junior sister. But haven't you thought that once you break through to Tao Master, you'll have to forget your little lover? Can you really bear to? Liu ridiculed, and at the same time, her power suppressed her. Chu Linger didn't pay attention to her at all, and directly sank all her thoughts. At this time, a figure flashed across her heart. Forget? She really couldn't bear to. However, at this time, she had to break through and reach Tao Master Realm. Only then could she possibly defeat Liu. Brother Su Yin, I have to forget you first before I can be heartless. But you know, you will always stay in Ling Er's heart, and I think you will support my choice. At this time, the thoughts in her heart became clear. Liu was right. The reason why she couldn't become a Tao Master wasn't because she couldn't, but because she didn't want to. However, at this time, Chu Linger had no choice, and she was facing despair. In despair, she could only choose to protect. Only in this way could she become stronger, and only in this way could she protect the people she wanted to protect. In order to prove one's Tao, being heartless means being merciful. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. The righteous path of the human world is the vicissitudes of life. At this time, the light released from her body became even brighter and more resplendent, and directly broke free from the shackles of the darkness. At this time, her body grew taller, and the lotuses turned into sword chi. Senior sister Liu, actually, you're wrong. Being heartless doesn't mean being heartless, but being merciful. The heavens are merciful. As she spoke, her sword fell, and the terrifying sword edge went straight. Under this sword, the power of darkness was directly broken, and all the aura collapsed at this time. Liyu's power was so weak under such a blow. Chapter 1206. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Liyu was a Dao master. There was no doubt about it. Her strength was very strong, and she was definitely one of the strongest among the Dao lords. However, even so, she was unable to withstand Chu Ling's attack and directly collapsed. Read the full text. This was truly unimaginable. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. In her mind, this was simply an impossible thing. Such a strong and violent force was defeated by Chu Linger with one attack. Most importantly, Chu Linger was not a real Dao master yet. She was still in the process of transforming. This is impossible. You can't be so strong. After all, you're not a real Dao master yet. At this moment, she released her strength once again. With such strength, her willpower began to rise. She wanted to defeat Chu Linger. At this moment, the compassion in her heart had completely disappeared. While she was fighting with Chu Linger, the battle outside the Passionless Island had already begun. Demons descended at this moment. They were ferocious and terrifying. Most importantly, they were extremely strong. The women of the Passionless Island were perhaps the most powerful group of women in the entire Jeju continent. But even so, they weren't a match for those powerful and terrifying devils. The existence of these devils was truly terrifying. Their auras were filled with dense killing intent. Dao masters appeared one after another. There were 6 of them. This was the strength of the Passionless Island. It should be known that the Taiying Sword faction only had 2 Dao masters at this moment. However, there were 6 of them on the Passionless Island, not including Liyu. This showed how powerful he was. However, even such a powerful Passionless Island was in danger of being destroyed at this moment. The Demon King appeared one after another. Their powerful auras suppressed the entire Passionless Island. Why? Why are the Demon Tribe here? Although the Dao Masters did not panic, their hearts were heavy. The existence of these demons was definitely not a good thing for them. They were truly terrifying and frightening. When such a powerful force came crashing over, it was almost about to crush them. In the sky, streaks of light kept flashing. Those were the lights of darkness and evil. At this moment, an extremely terrifying force fell from the sky. That was a Fiend Emperor. The combat strength of an evil demon emperor was comparable to an emperor. It's the evil demon emperor. Quick, let Senior Sister Lin Fong wake up and activate the array. This array was set up by Fairy Heartless. Once it was activated, let alone 1, even 10 evil demon emperors wouldn't pose a threat. However, she was shocked to find that she couldn't communicate with her senior sister Lin Fong. There was no response to their calls. It was as if she was already dead. Senior Sister Lin Fong was a venerable sovereign. How could she die so easily? At this time, a Dao master who had gone to die discovered the battle here. It's Junior Sister Liyu. What is she doing? At this moment, she realized that something was wrong. At this moment, another Dao master said, "She is stopping Junior Sister Linger. Her power has been completely dark. She is a traitor." At this point, the murderous intent had already appeared. No matter what, betrayal was unforgivable. Since she had chosen to betray, then she deserved to die. At this moment, she immediately prepared to attack and kill this traitor. At the same time, everyone knew that Junior Sister Linger was highly valued by their master. At this moment, Junior Sister Linger was about to break through to the Dao Master realm. A Dao Master was extremely important. No matter what, they couldn't let anything happen to Linger. However, at this moment, the evil Demon Emperor had already descended. It descended too quickly. It was almost unobstructed. At this moment, Senior Sister Chung Lin said, "Don't bother about Liyu. Let Chu Linger deal with it. We have to deal with this evil Demon Emperor. Otherwise, everyone will die." Even if an evil Demon Emperor descended, it shouldn't be this fast. This was because it should be obstructed by the world's power. However, it appeared so easily. There was only one possibility. Liyu's betrayal was more thorough than they had imagined. That person was no longer a person of Heartless Island. She wasn't even human. This was because she had already defected to the evil demons. However, at this moment, they had to deal with the evil demon emperor first. The evil demon emperor was too powerful. If it was allowed to unleash its demonic might, everyone would die. At this moment, that terrifying power was constantly spiraling. The powerful aura rushed to the peak of the sky. The berserk power was constantly rising, as if it wanted to annihilate everything. 7 stars, Big Dipper formation. The 7 Tao masters didn't waste any words and immediately formed the formation. This formation was directly deduced by Heartless Fairy based on the Big Dipper in the sky. Its power was boundless. It even had the power to fight against an emperor. At this moment, although the evil demon emperor was powerful and had successfully entered this world, it was impossible for it to not be obstructed by the power. Therefore, they still had a chance. At this moment, that powerful power was constantly surging. The berserk aura was also constantly rising. The power was increasing bit by bit. The terrifying aura was already condensed to the extreme. Such power was starting to sink. This was the power of great destruction. The evil demon emperor was trapped. However, they weren't optimistic. The evil demon emperor was trapped by them. But on the other hand, wasn't it the evil demon emperor that trapped them? Although the people of Heartless Island were powerful, don't forget that there were too many evil demons. With so many evil demons, it was enough to drown Heartless Island. Unless the Heartless Island's formation could be activated at this moment, it would be too late. Of course, they had another worry in their hearts. What if another evil demon emperor appeared? Although they weren't sure why the experts of 9 provinces continent hadn't discovered it yet, this was an extremely dangerous situation. Evil demons could freely enter 9 provinces continent and Wuji world. Didn't this mean that Wuji world had become extremely weak? At this moment, Chu Linger's aura became even stronger. She also felt the appearance of the evil demon emperor. At this moment, her power became even stronger. All of her anger and sorrow seemed to have disappeared. This was absolutely unimaginable. It was as if she had cast aside her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Junior sister, you are indeed a heartless person. You can forget someone so quickly. Do you know that you can forget someone just like that? I hate people like you the most. All of their emotions are so insignificant. She endured the pain of losing her emotions. Therefore, she started to hate. She hated people who could easily give up their emotions. Because she hated heartless people, she started to become heartless. It seemed contradictory and laughable. However, this was an undeniable fact. Her power rose bit by bit. This aura was truly terrifying. At this moment, the radiance between heaven and earth fell again. It was as if a meteor had crashed down. That was the light of heavenly tribulation. Chu Linger didn't care about Liu. Instead, she attracted her own tribulation. Where tribulation fell, she didn't defend. Instead, she went towards Liu. Heartless, heartless. Only then can one be heartless. She opened her mouth and spoke mysterious and unfathomable words. Her power erupted at this moment, and the radiance she emitted had reached its peak. Such power was like a sudden clap of thunder. In the sky, all of the aura started to change. The distance between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. Tribulation of heaven and earth, destruction of man and God. This was an extremely special heavenly tribulation. No matter who it was, everyone's heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was as if the heavens were angry. However, when Chu Linger was going through her tribulation, although the majesty of heaven and earth was strong, it didn't come to kill her. Instead, it came to help her. Boundless power gathered directly towards her body. Her aura grew stronger. The power of the heavenly tribulation and her majesty seemed to have merged directly. The terrifying aura expanded directly. Then it became incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the lightning fell. The boundless aura reached the most terrifying level at this moment. All of the lightning was drowned out at this moment. The raging aura surged. and the most terrifying power had already turned into an extreme vortex. Such a change in power had exceeded Li Yu's expectations, because at this moment, he found that he could no longer control the power around him. The darkness around her was fading away bit by bit. It was not her own will. It was not allowed by heaven and earth. Senior sister, actually, you've always been on the wrong path. Chu Linger's voice sounded. Heartless doesn't mean to destroy people's hearts. It's the Tao of equality. It sees everything as equal. This way, there will be no favoritism. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also age. It meant that if the heavens had their own selfish desires, the heavens would collapse. The so-called heavenly Tao was the Tao of all living beings. It existed for all living beings. It was equal to every person and every life form. If it lost this calmness, the heavenly Tao would age bit by bit. This was the so-called if the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also age. The heartless Tao was actually a Tao to understand the heart of the heavens. When the heartless heart was achieved, it did not mean that one would lose their humanity and become a terrifying demon. Instead, it made one like the heavens, where all living beings were equal. Actually, the people on Heartless Island all had extremely high cultivations. However, how many of them truly understood it? Even the Heartless Fairy herself seemed to have unknowingly taken the wrong path. Why did the Heartless Fairy fall in love with Chu Linger so much that she even nurtured her as her successor? One had to know that Lin Fong was already in the Sovereign Realm. She might even be able to break through to the Holy Sovereign Realm. Chapter 12:07. That was because she realized that Chu Linger seemed to be able to find a new path for the Heartless Tao art. And it turned out that her idea was correct. At this time, Chu Linger was forced to embark on a new path under the pressure of the desperate situation. Her aura began to rise bit by bit. That powerful and terrifying power had reached the pinnacle at this moment. When such power was activated, the terrifying power of the heavenly lightning was simply unimaginable. In the sky, there were even halos of light, which seemed to be the patterns of the great Tao. At this time, the 7 Tao sovereigns were pleasantly surprised when they saw the changes. I really didn't expect that Junior Linger would have such a comprehension, to be able to activate the rhythm of the great Tao. Even their master couldn't do it, but Chu Linger had done it. This was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Heartless Island had suffered heavy casualties. However, if Chu Linger could reach the great success Tao sovereign level, then they could turn tide. You want to become a Tao sovereign? At this time, the evil demon emperor suddenly let out an angry voice. Of course, it wasn't the human language, but an extremely strange demonic voice. However, this demonic voice could be heard by the 7 Tao sovereigns after it was strengthened by spiritual power. At this time, it had already made up its mind to destroy Chu Linger. It was the evil demon emperor, and in fact, it already had an extremely high status. Therefore, it knew that every Tao sovereign who had the rhythm of the great Tao would become extremely terrifying once they matured. They would definitely become the biggest obstacle to the evil demon race's conquest of the boundless world. No matter what, it had to kill Chu Linger. At this time, its evil demon wings spread out. As the wings flashed, not only did it trigger a terrifying storm, it even started to activate a spatial blade that would only appear at the end of the month. The power of space was an extremely terrifying power. When this power erupted, how terrifying and powerful would its lethality be? When such an aura was activated at this time, the brilliance was even more unimaginable. At this time, the Big Dipper array was directly impacted. However, how could Chung Lin and the others allow the evil demon emperor to cause trouble at this moment? 7 stars shine, the radiance of heaven and earth. As soon as they finished speaking, their strength immediately increased again. That terrifying radiance became even more solid at this time, almost becoming something real. At this time, the countless forces were constantly changing. At this time, the forces had already become the starlight of the Great Path. You want to leave the Big Dipper formation? Dream on. Their powers were unleashed at this moment. Such power was even more terrifying than before. In an instant, starlight fell from the dark sky. The starlight transformed into 7 long swords and pierced into the Fiend Emperor's body. The evil demon emperor was in extreme pain as he let out a furious roar. Just now, in order to break through the formation, its defensive power had slackened, allowing the 7 Tao venerables to take advantage of it. However, the 7 Tao masters did not win. Although they were powerful, the Fiend Emperor's body was terrifyingly tough. Moreover, the Fiend Emperor was comparable to an emperor, so its vitality was unimaginable. Such a powerful force was destroyed with a single punch. It had already gone crazy and disregarded everything. Chu Linger's aura increased again. At this time, the difference between her and Li Yu had quietly changed. At the beginning, Li Yu's power was like a gale, while she was like a flower. However, at this time, it had completely changed. Compared to the terrifying power with the rhythm of the Great Path, Li Yu's dark power seemed to be annihilated. Li Yu was unwilling. She desperately urged her vital energy. No, I won't lose. I want revenge. This damned thing should be destroyed. This world needs to be purified. Her words were filled with madness. But if one looked carefully, there was also a sense of sincerity in this madness. She seemed to have believed in some existence, completely entrusting her heart to it. This was simply the action of a lunatic. At this time, Chu Linger lightly shouted again, that evil will not be tolerated by heaven and earth. She stretched out her hand, and a bolt of lightning immediately fell from the sky. At this time, she was like a saintess between heaven and earth. Her words could actually mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Such power was constantly changing, and the terrifying heavenly lightning directly rushed toward Li Yu. Chu Linger was very kind, but at this time, there was no mercy. It was because if she was merciful to evil, she would be cruel to justice. Moreover, Li Yu colluded with the devil, which was betraying the heavens. She deserved to die. This was her choice. There was no need for her to sympathize with her. Everyone had to be responsible for their own actions. At this time, her power was constantly surging, and the violent and terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. That terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. Between heaven and earth, everything was constantly changing at this time. The dark aura seemed to be annihilated at any time, and Li Yu's life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, the strange thing was that at this time, there was no pain on her face. Instead, there was a kind of excitement. My great master, I am about to die and return to your embrace. I beg you to use your great power to cleanse this world of all heartless people. She muttered, as if she was praying, but also as if she was cursing. At this time, she had really gone crazy. At this moment, when the darkness became extremely small, an unforeseen event happened again. The power of the heavenly lightning suddenly disappeared. Chu Linger's power was still strong, and even more than 10 times stronger than before. However, at this time, she frowned. At this time, she seemed to be able to sense the will of heaven and earth, so she clearly knew that the lightning tribulation should not have disappeared. However, the lightning had disappeared just like that. The darkness had become extremely small, but after all, it was not completely eliminated. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura directly appeared. Such a violent power directly turned into the most terrifying power at this time, and a black tentacle suddenly rushed into the sky. The tentacle was like a giant snake, and its appearance directly disrupted the power at this time. A strange and ear-piercing sound was heard. Then, also appeared at this time, the rhythm of the great Tao of the Wuji world. Ha ha, this is wonderful, I want it. The tentacle directly began to change, and finally turned into a terrifying black dragon, and then directly pounced on Chu Linger. The power was extremely terrifying, and it was not inferior to that of an Emperor Master. That terrifying black light seemed to have disrupted everything. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy and annihilate everything. At this time, endless lightning constantly bombarded at this time, and the Taoist rhyme that Chu Linger had condensed seemed to be greatly threatened. It was simply unimaginable that a single power could be so terrifying. The boundless radiance in the sky continued to move forward, destroying everything. However, Chu Linger would not sit still and wait for death. Streaks of power entrenched around her body, and the intense radiance was like the scorching sun. At this moment, she was so beautiful and so holy, like a fairy in the human world. The terrifying light had become extremely thorough at this time. Such a terrifying power had reached its most dazzling point at this time. She knew that the power at the end of the month was extremely terrifying, and she also knew that the power could almost kill her directly. However, no matter what, she was not willing to accept such an ending. It was not easy for her to reach such a level of power. So how could she accept such an ending? Therefore, at this time, her power burst out directly, and the violent and terrifying power reached the boundless realm at this time. At this time, the light directly descended. The distance between the two powers was getting closer and closer, and as the two powers approached each other, the terrifying majesty had already spread out at this time. Endless light, at this time, had almost condensed to the limit of heaven and earth, and the terrifying power was even more unimaginable. With such power, it was as if it was going to bury everything. As for Chu Ling, she was within the range of that power. The power in the sky was rolling, and the terrifying aura was already continuously condensing. Everything had reached an unimaginable level at this time. Whoa, it was the whistling of the wind, but it was more like the whimpering of a terrifying giant beast. Such a power was constantly rising. Such an aura had even reached the boundless realm. Soon, Chu Linger was directly covered by this power. Although her rhythm of the great path was powerful, the black creature seemed to be of the same origin as the thing that imprisoned the heartless fairy. What kind of terrifying power was that? Such a violent and terrifying aura. The Heartless Island is destined to be destroyed today. Among the forces in the Jojo continent, the Heartless Island was undoubtedly the most powerful. If the Heartless Island could be destroyed directly, then the human race would lose many experts. It should be known that what was destroyed was not only the current power, but also the hope of the future. Not to mention Chu Linger, who had already comprehended the rhythm of the Great Path. The other 7 Tao masters might be able to grow if they were given time. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying figure on this island, and that was the eldest senior sister, Lin Fong. She was an expert at the Sovereign Realm. This time, it was all thanks to Li Yu's contribution that Lin Fong was sealed in advance and allowed her to fall into a deep slumber. If it wasn't for this, Lin Fong would have brought great trouble to their operation this time. Chapter 1208. Su Yin could feel that in the distance, there was something calling out to him. Although Su Yin didn't know what it was obvious that it was very important to him. From the looks of it, it was very likely that the calling was from Yun Wanqing. Su Yin had already lost too many things, so this time, he couldn't lose Yun Wanqing no matter what, because she couldn't take it anymore. That kind of pain wasn't much better than being cut into 1,000 pieces. At this time, in the sky, rays of light flashed past. It was an unimaginable and terrifying power. However, that power didn't attack Su Yin and the others. But for Su Yin, it was also very dangerous. At this time, he wasn't the omnipotent and powerful Tao sovereign. He was in the spirit realm. Although his Taishang power seemed to have changed the rules, so that when faced with this power, he wouldn't be completely helpless. However, this power wasn't something that could be used as he wished. It had to be kept as a trump card. The 3 of them had already walked a very long path. However, they still couldn't see the end. All around them was a desolate land, and it was terrifyingly quiet. At this time, the sound of their footsteps was even more frightening. At this time, the ground suddenly shook again. "Young master, did you hear that? What's that sound?" At this time, Lu Wu and He Wenbin's panicked voices could be heard. If it was any other time, they wouldn't have paid attention to such a commotion. No matter how bad it was, they were still venerables. As long as they didn't meet an extremely powerful Tao, sovereign expert, or existence, they would have the strength to fight. But now it was different. At this time, they were only in the spirit realm. In their impression, the spirit realm was just an extremely weak existence. But now, they had returned to the spirit realm. As the saying goes, a person's experience determines their attitude. If they had just started cultivating from the realm of mortals and reached the realm of spirit channeling, then they would probably be overjoyed. They might even feel that they already had the whole world in their hands, and that they were invincible and superior. But now it was completely different. At this time, they had truly experienced the world of the strong. They clearly understood that the so-called strength of the spirit realm was nothing but pale and powerless. It was only because they had never seen the wider world that they were deceiving themselves. It was precisely because of this that they became extremely fearful at this time. In fact, they were so anxious that they couldn't live the rest of their lives. Suyin was not moved at all. He continued to walk forward calmly. Although his spiritual sense was also suppressed, compared to these two people, it was still far too far away. He had sensed it a long time ago and had also seen it from afar. "Let's go. These things have nothing to do with us," he said indifferently. When the two men saw Su Yan like this, they seemed to have calmed down a little. However, at this time, they still couldn't believe it, because at this time, the tremors were becoming more and more intense. The two of them looked behind them as they walked. They saw that at the end of their line of sight, there was suddenly a cloud of smoke. That cloud of smoke seemed to be able to bury everything. Countless amounts of energy swirled around. It was extremely frightening. "Young master, is there really nothing wrong?" they asked again weakly, as if Su Yan's answer could give them some assurance. Su Yan finally became impatient and said, "Shut up. As long as you keep walking, there will be nothing wrong." Just as he spoke, the cloud of smoke became even thicker. At this time, the two of them finally saw what it was. A beast horde. It was a beast horde. A dense horde of beasts was running directly towards them. The terrifying giant beasts were running wildly. How can this be? How can there be so many beasts in such a desolate place? This is simply inconceivable. They had been walking for a long time, but they hadn't seen anything. But at this time, a beast horde suddenly appeared. Heavens, these beasts! Scarlet blue demon fox, flying locusts, big-tailed winged bird. Lu Wu was extremely shocked as he listed the names of the demon beasts one after another. These demon beasts, without exception, were all extremely precious demon beasts with powerful bloodlines. If these beasts were in the outside world, they would definitely be terrifying existences. They could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great demonic beast kings. But in this place, they were actually appearing in groups. This was simply unimaginable. Facing such a terrifying beast horde, even if they were at the peak of their strength, they would still consider whether or not they had the courage to face it. But at this time, they didn't even have the slightest bit of courage because their cultivation was too weak. How could a spirit realm cultivator like them fight against so many beasts? If this continued, they would be directly trampled flat. "Young master, let's go. Let's quickly escape. Otherwise, we will all die." At this time, the two of them were really scared, because under the many gazes, so many beasts seemed to be coming in their direction. If they didn't escape at this time, would they be directly killed? Just imagining such an outcome made them feel miserable. At this time, Su Yan's eyes flashed, and then he said, "If you want to escape, then go ahead and escape." When Lu Wu heard this, he almost immediately wanted to escape and run into the distance. But at this time, he once pulled him back and said, "Young master, since the two of us have already agreed to be loyal to you, how can we run away ourselves?" "Young master, don't worry. As long as you don't give the order, the two of us won't easily leave." When Lu Wu heard his words, he almost jumped up, but he once stopped him with a look. At this time, countless shadows passed by them on both sides. It was the beast horde. For some reason, thousands of beasts crazily passed by, but they didn't take the path under their feet. Lu Wu and He-Wunza looked at the beasts rushing by on both sides. They were so frightened that they almost stopped breathing. "Old Lu, am I seeing things? These beasts are actually ignoring us." He-Wunza finally spoke. At this time, Lu Wu directly slapped him in the face. Old Lu, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? After being slapped, He-Wanza finally woke up from his shock and fear and directly questioned. Lu Wu said, "You can feel pain and question me. That means it's not a dream. It's really not a dream." He also didn't dare to believe it. There were so many beasts. Even if they didn't attack, just charging at them would be enough to crush them to death. But they just brushed past them on both sides. And if He-Wanza hadn't pulled him back and he had escaped to the sides, how far could he have escaped? One had to know that he wasn't a powerful venerable, but a spirit realm cultivator. More importantly, the pressure at this time was far greater than that of the outside world. In other words, a spirit realm cultivator here wouldn't be much better than a normal person in the outside world. This, young master, please help us clear up our doubts. They immediately realized that when Su Yin started, he didn't panic at all. It was obvious that he already knew this would happen. But why was Su Yin the same as them? It was clearly his first time here. How'd he know all this? Su Yin was silent. He continued to walk forward at a steady pace. The two of them saw Su Yin like this and didn't say anything. They didn't know what to do. But this time, they had a new kind of respect for Su Yin. To be able to have methods that they didn't have, he was worthy of respect. Plus, Su Yin's abilities weren't much stronger than theirs. At this moment, Su Yin was deep in thought. The reason why he was so sure was because he felt that there seemed to be a mysterious and unfathomable power in the path that stretched forward under their feet. The power was not obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that his chi was so special, he wouldn't have been able to discover this. But no matter what, this place's mysteries were real. The beasts seemed to be in awe of this power and wouldn't even get close. It was because of this that they decided to stay away. But it was because of this that he didn't understand why this power was there. The reason why he said to go forward earlier was because he had already sensed this power. He sensed the existence of this power and also discovered that the end of this power was in the distance, so he continued to move forward. At this time, the beasts had completely disappeared from their side. All that was left was a cloud of dust. They seemed to be going on a pilgrimage. At this time, Su Yin finally spoke. Although it was only his guess, it was very possible. Yes, they were going on a pilgrimage. They didn't know what existed in that place, so it was worth their attention. Let's go. Let's go. After Su Yin said that, he sped up. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. What did he say? Lu Wu asked. He-Wanza shook his head and said, "He said he was going on a pilgrimage." A pilgrimage? He said pilgrimage? Could there be a holy venerate there? This was the question in their hearts. Of course, they also had another thought in their hearts. That was whether or not there were treasures at the end of the horizon. Didn't they enter the divine gate to look for treasures? If there really was an archive of treasures there, that would be the best. Let's go. After He-Wanza said that, he sped up. Lu Wu naturally followed. Chapter 1209. The power of darkness was too strong. The aura was much more terrifying than that of the evil demon emperor. At this point, his auras seemed to be increasing. Limitless world. The laughter instantly spread out, and wherever the sharp sound waves passed, almost everything was destroyed. Such a terrifying power was unparalleled. If this power were to spread out, it would be a disaster for the people on Passionless Island. In order to resist this power, they were already bitterly holding on. If the sound waves appeared now, they would all die. The Seven Stars sword formation would also be broken instantly. This was a terrifying and unbelievable power. At this point, the power between heaven and earth had already started to drop. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. The brilliance in the sky had dropped to the most terrifying level at this time. At this moment, a whirlwind appeared. If such a whirlwind had to be described with a few words, it would be vast and mighty. Stop. With a single word, all the sound waves were stopped. It was clearly an extremely terrifying whistling sound, but it was directly stopped. He didn't die after taking such a blow from me? The giant dragon formed from the dark tentacle asked directly, "How is this possible? My strength is already extremely powerful. My body is a simulation of the most perfect and powerful form in this world. My strength has also reached the level of what they call the sovereign realm. How could he possibly resist my attack?" At this moment, he spoke softly, Obviously, he still couldn't believe that his power had been blocked. Actually, what he said was right. Dragons were indeed the most powerful form of power between heaven and earth. The three great dragon gods had extremely high statuses. Among the many existences who had become gods, their power was also extremely strong. If an ordinary Dao master had been hit by that blow, he would have died instantly. No, even an emperor wouldn't be able to withstand his power easily. However, Chu Linger was safe and sound at this moment. This was because it wasn't Chu Linger who had withstood his power, but the rhythm of heavenly way. The so-called rhythm of heavenly way was the rhythm of heavenly way. To be able to do this, one must be protected by heavenly way. With such a powerful existence, how could she die so easily? At this moment, the extremely powerful power was changing little by little. A terrifying and powerful aura was also displayed at this moment. Sacred power of the heavenly path, may you bring the warmest protection to the world. May you let all the people of the world enjoy your selflessness. Chu Linger's voice rang out. Her voice was extremely sweet and moving. It was as pleasant as a stream and as warm as the spring breeze. Her singing was the most sacred and beautiful power in this world. As she chanted, the great power of the heavenly Tao descended. This was Heavenly Way's blessing to the world. And everything. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying power. Only such power could be called mighty. And in front of such a situation, how could that power hurt him? Protection of Heavenly Way. It's actually the protection of Heavenly Way. This black existence was one of the clones of that mysterious and terrifying creature from the demonic realm. That terrifying and mysterious creature was an invader of Heavenly Way. To put it bluntly, he was the enemy of Heavenly Way. Since he was the enemy of Heavenly Way, he naturally understood Heavenly Way. The protection of Heavenly Way was the protection that Heavenly Way gave to a person. However, that was almost impossible. Heavenly Way would protect all living things, but it would not provide protection for one person. However, at this moment, Heavenly Way had actually sent its power to protect Chu Linger. Damn it! Just how much does this woman receive from the heavens to be able to obtain the protection of the heavenly Tao? This won't do. The more this is the case, the more I must kill you. Only when you're completely dead will I be able to receive my power. At this moment, it was even more determined to kill Chu Linger. She was a person blessed by Heavenly Way, so the more precious she was. If it could devour her directly, it would be extremely beneficial to it. Its power could become even more powerful. This was not something that needed to be said. At this moment, the light in the sky began to sink. The light of Heavenly Way fell. Since it was blessed by Heavenly Way, there was obviously no obstacle for it to become a Tao Master. At this moment, the black dragon spread its wings and charged toward Chu Linger. Woman, you're mine. At this moment, its eyes were full of greed. It wanted to completely occupy Chu Linger and devour her directly. However, right at that moment, that extremely terrifying power appeared once again. Heartless, executing Heaven's sword. That light appeared directly. Then, it turned into a terrifying sword. This sword was the executing Heaven's sword. Such power was simply terrifying and unparalleled. The terror of that power was even more unimaginable. Such power began to soar and even directly attack. It was exactly how terrifying it was and how violent it was. Heaven and earth were ruthless. It would never show any mercy to those who deserved to be punished by Heavenly Way. The beam of light hit his body directly. That's the power of Heavenly Way. Damn it! The dark existence let out a painful roar. He never thought that Chu Linger would be able to release such power at this time and directly use the power of heaven and earth. This was simply unimaginable. Although Tao Masters already had their own Taoist rhymes and laws, even those who were blessed by Heavenly Way could not directly use the executing Heaven sword. This proved one thing, that such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Such power was simply like heavenly thunder. Everything was constantly tumbling at this moment. The intense power was even more terrifying at this moment. The executing heaven sword and thousands of lightning bolts surged. In an instant, the terrifying lightning bolts directly fell. How powerful was the power of thousands of lightning bolts roaring? At this moment, everything was submerged. No power could be compared to such great and terrifying power. Even the powerful Big Dipper formation and the power of the Demon Emperor could not compete with this power. Under such power, everyone had become a foil. Only these two were the real protagonists. At this moment, the mighty power of heaven and earth supported them. That unimaginable pressure had reached an extremely high level. How could this be? How could this be? I'm not willing to accept this. At this moment, the black giant dragon directly let out a painful and angry howl. He was really not willing to accept this. It was not easy for him to have such an advantage, but at this moment, he was actually suppressed. His power was clearly strong enough, but he was unable to compete with Su Yan. How sullen was that? At this moment, his aura began to rise bit by bit. At this moment, the light in the sky began to fall. The power of the rotating light had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, the power in the sky had reached the most terrifying level. In the face of such power, all the darkness seemed so insignificant. All of his perseverance was so weak and insignificant in the face of this power. The boundless light was crazily condensing. This was simply a great disaster. Of course, this disaster originally belonged to Chu Linger. If not for the blessing of Heaven's Way, she would have died. In fact, this existence did not even need to appear. Liu could have killed her directly. But now it was different. Liu was killed by Chu Linger, and the terrifying clone that appeared later was also suppressed by the power of Heaven's Way. No, impossible. I won't die. At this moment, his power of darkness became even denser. It was as if he was trying to break free from everything. Even the power of Heaven's Way could not suppress him. At this moment, this guy had already started to draw more power from his body. The power of darkness began to flourish. Originally, there was still a faint gray light in the sky. But at this moment, it was completely dark. There was no light at all. The darkness is endless. The evil is endless. Woman, since you're a person blessed by heaven, you can become my food. So what if you're blessed by heaven? Even your Heaven's Way will become my food in the future. To be able to say such words, he was simply deranged. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power came crashing down. The densely packed radiance had already suppressed everything at this moment. Such power was directly transformed at this moment. The terrifying aura finally completely annihilated everything. At this moment, the power could only be described as shocking. No one would have thought that the aura of heaven and earth could be so powerful. This kind of power came in a mighty manner. It was so terrifying that it couldn't be any more terrifying. It had already suppressed the power of Heaven's Way. But at this moment, the boundless darkness was blasted away. Then, a huge image appeared. On that image, black, and white alternated. Within it, there was an extremely mysterious and terrifying power. It was almost the ultimate power of heaven and earth. That image had appeared in the void before. That was the celestial demon diagram. The appearance of the celestial demon diagram meant that the island master of Celestial Demon Island had finally intervened. As soon as the celestial demon diagram appeared, the most terrifying power came crashing down. The power of heaven and earth completely disappeared. The power of darkness was indeed powerful. But when it encountered the power of the celestial demon diagram, it was directly devoured. There was no chance for it to resist. Chapter 1210. Female Literature. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Darkness Incarnation was only at the Emperor realm. The Darkness Incarnation in the Void was a powerful being that could fight against the sacred Venerate, and could even defeat him. Even so, he was still taken away by the celestial demon diagram. How could he resist? Soon, the Darkness Incarnation disappeared. The celestial demon diagram seemed to be satisfied and left. As for the evil demon emperor, the celestial demon diagram did not even care about him. The celestial demon diagram only cared about the darkness incarnation. That was probably the most terrifying being in the evil demon world. His real body could not enter this world, but his darkness incarnation was already causing trouble everywhere. If there came a day when this world could no longer stop him, it would be a huge disaster for the Wuji world. The island master of the celestial demon island was an extremely powerful being and even stood at the peak of this world. He had been protecting this world, and for the upcoming war, he had to be prepared. Therefore, it was extremely important to capture the darkness incarnation of the mysterious being and then start studying and analyzing him. The darkness incarnation was too powerful. In the previous war, the evil demon clan and those powerful demon gods had brought a huge disaster to this world. However, it was unknown how this monster was born, but it seemed to have already begun enslaving the fiend celestials. All the powerful demon gods had to listen to his commands, and he could even create a monster like the great demon god of dark judgment. Therefore, this monster would be an unprecedented enemy in the Wuji world. The darkness incarnation was taken away by the celestial demon diagram. At this moment, Chu Linger had temporarily lost her enemy, and a ray of light shot out from her eyes. That was the eye of heavenly Tao, and it seemed to be able to see through everything. Even the eye of truth could not be as powerful and profound as this. She had already seen that in the depths of the formation. His senior sister Lin Fong was actually already in great danger, because beside her, there was actually an extremely handsome man. This person was not an evil demon, but a human, an extremely real human, and not a transformation of his appearance. Her eye of heavenly Tao could see that. However, this human was different from ordinary humans. His body was filled with all kinds of terrifying auras. It seemed to be endless darkness, but also seemed to be endless shadows. His existence seemed to be a huge threat to the heavenly Tao. At this moment, this man was devouring Lin Fong. Lin Fong was a powerful emperor master, but because of Li Yu's meddling, she was unable to wake up, and this man in front of her actually wanted to devour her. How dare you? At this time, Chu Linger was furious. She directly attacked, and a heavenly retribution force blasted out. However, at this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. Clearly, through the layers of great formations, he saw Chu Linger. Furthermore, he even smiled. Endless power began to rise at this moment. A terrifying shadow power actually negated the power of heavenly retribution. That was not his doing, but the terrifying defensive power. This defensive power was originally set up by Lin Fong, so that she could cultivate in seclusion and peace, but at this time, it actually became something to protect the other party. What's more, the man inside seemed to have modified the defensive power, making the original method to get rid of him useless. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. Unless it was a direct impact from an Emperor Realm Master, it was impossible to break through this defensive barrier. Do you want to save her? Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Your heavenly retribution force can indeed restrain the devil and defeat him, but I'm not a devil. I'm a living creature of this world. Ha ha! Heaven and earth are heartless. They won't destroy me just because I'm a bad person. His voice rang out. His calm voice was filled with incomparable confidence and complacency. This damn thing. Chu Linger knew that she could not delay any longer, because if she continued, Lin Fong's world would really be in danger. More importantly, if something happened to Lin Fong's world, it would affect the whole situation. Everyone on Heartless Island would probably die. After all, this guy in front of her was too powerful. His power was almost limitless. That terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. She was no match for him. Just as he said, the power of heavenly retribution did not help him. Moreover, the power of heavenly retribution would not stay on her at all times. As the terrifying devil was taken away by the celestial demon diagram that suddenly appeared, the power given to him by the heavenly way was constantly weakening. That was not a good thing. Haha, Heartless Island, it's really an interesting place. However, now that Heartless Fairy is not here, what ability do you have? So, you should obediently accept your fate and be devoured by me." The man spoke, his voice was so proud. He continued, "Everyone will die. Today it's you, and in the future it will be others. Haha, if you want to save your senior sister, why don't you save yourself first?" After he finished speaking, a hole suddenly appeared beside Chulinger. In each hole, a demon king appeared. The evil demon king was comparable to a Tao master. At this time, 5 evil demon king appeared directly. Haha, 5 evil demon king. It should be enough for you to play with. I hope you can have fun. Of course, I also hope you can survive. He smiled evilly. He began to devour Lin Feng's power while watching the show. He was like a god who controlled everything. No matter what it would be controlled by him. However, at this time, a sword shadow suddenly fell from the sky. The sword shadow fell, and it was as if a huge mountain came crashing down directly. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded. Then, an extremely terrifying wave of air rushed out directly. The huge wave of air was simply unimaginable. These demon kings had not really appeared, but they were immediately hit by the huge wave of air. 2 evil demon kings died directly just like that. In the terrifying, huge explosion, a ray of light became more and more dazzling. The dazzling light was extremely dense. The aura released by the light was extremely sharp. It was because it was the most terrifying sword aura. As the sword aura disappeared, the terrifying defensive power began to collapse directly. Duamulonghu? He is indeed a terrifying person. At this time, a man appeared in the sky. He was wearing a green robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Beside him was a long sword. The long sword was extremely dazzling and seemed to be extremely heavy. It condensed the power of 1,000 mountains. Duamulonghu. It turned out that the man who was causing trouble here was Duamulonghu. His gaze landed on the man. Only then did he sense a threat from him. More importantly, this guy knew about him. He narrowed his eyes. In this world, there were not many people who knew about him. Su Yin was not here. Su Yin is right. You are truly a venomous snake in the shadows, recklessly wreaking havoc. Such a person like you is truly disgusting, he said again. When the name Su Yin was mentioned, whether it was Chulinger or Duamulonghu, their expressions changed. At this time, Duamulonghu said, "Su Yin? So you're Su Yin's friend? Ha! That fellow Su Yin is really like a lingering spirit. Even if he doesn't exist here, he still wants to bring me trouble." The corners of Duamulonghu's mouth curled up. That fellow was truly his greatest enemy. Then, "Tell me, who are you?" he asked. At this time, the man in the sky said, "Me? My name is Zhang Zhe. You should know that a poisonous snake like you has a lot of things under your control." Duamulonghu's pupils shrank again. The sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe? Ha! It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You actually broke through to the Emperor realm so quietly. How shocking. Duamulonghu said directly. The Emperor realm. At this time, Zhang Zhe was actually in the Emperor realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock everyone. The Taihang sword faction was one of the 10 great sects, but in the past, the Taihang sword faction was weak and almost fell out of the 10 great sects. It was Zhang Zhe who turned the tide and became a Tao master, increasing the strength of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, he was almost the youngest Tao master, and his battle strength was extremely terrifying. Even those with high cultivation in the 10 great sects did not dare to fight with Zhang Zhe, so the Taihang sword faction was able to develop steadily. But now, Zhang Zhe had reached the Emperor realm. How long had it been? Haha, you are too polite. I should be the one saying that. Well, now you can give up. Since I am here, I won't let you continue. As Zhang Zhe spoke, an extremely terrifying sword chi spread out. His sword chi was extremely sharp, as if each sword chi could cut through space. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of sword chi at this time, densely packed, almost able to completely cut through everything. Even the powerful Duamulonghu was extremely afraid at this time. However, he could not give up just like that. Devouring Emperor Realm was not an opportunity that could come by at any time. This time, he had spent a lot of effort on this plan. Therefore, at this time, with a move of his mind, a huge shadow appeared directly, the divine god's shadow. As the shadow appeared, its terrifying aura rose directly to the sky. The densely packed sword chi was directly shattered by the divine god shadow. Chapter 12:11. Female Literature, Chapter 12:09. Zhang Zhe, Duan Mugo, and Save Your Senior Sister. Leave the matters here to me. Su Yin had told him that Duanmu Longhu was an extremely terrifying existence. Su Yan's strength had increased to a terrifying level. This made Zhang Zhe take his words even more seriously. However, he had secretly mobilized his power to search for Duanmu Longhu for a very long time, yet he was unable to find Duanmu Longhu. However, today when he saw Duanmu Longhu, he immediately realized that Duanmu Longhu was Duanmu Longhu. Without any hesitation, he immediately confirmed it. Duanmu Longhu's strength was extremely strong. The shadow that he had summoned gave Zhang Zhe a huge amount of pressure. His sword aura was already extremely powerful. However, the power he summoned earlier was actually able to shatter it. All of the sword aura dissipated into nothingness. That was extremely terrifying. The Taixing God sword trembled slightly, and an even more powerful might was emitted. At this moment, Chu Linger was directly heading toward the Grand Formation. Fortunately, when Zhang Zhe arrived earlier, he had killed 2 of the Demon King with a single strike. As for the other Demon King, it was also because of this that they were unable to struggle free. Thus, Chu Linger did not have any other concerns at this moment. She was able to unleash her power to her heart's content. At this moment, the aura in the sky was constantly evolving. It had simply reached an unimaginable level. However, it was not like before where there was no gap at all. She was able to directly sneak in through the clash of power between the two of them. Furthermore, the power of the heavenly Tao had not completely left yet. As a heaven-blessed individual, she still possessed enormous power. At the very least, she could still use the power of the eye of the heavenly Tao directly. Humph, scram. How could Duanmu Longhu allow her to enter like this? To him, if he could devour this venerable monarch, his strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps he would be able to directly increase the distance between him and Su Yan. Su Yan had treated him as an old enemy. However, wasn't he the same? After the previous battle, he realized that he had not taken Su Yan seriously enough. Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. Although he did not use all of his trump cards in the previous battle, he knew that Su Yan was the same. This made him feel uncomfortable. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He felt that he should be in control of everything. It wasn't strange for those who had existed longer than him to be stronger than him. Moreover, he didn't care because he believed that after his resurrection, his strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. In fact, he could even become the most powerful person in the world, trampling all the previous powerhouses under his feet. However, at this moment, Duanmu Longhu suddenly appeared. His strength was actually not inferior to his own. Furthermore, Su Yin, he was to Duanmu Longhu. It seemed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to grow, and the speed of his growth would be even faster than his own. This was truly unimaginable. Needless to say, his terrifying strength was even more frightening. Therefore, Su Yin was his old enemy. In order to surpass this old enemy and kill Su Yin, Duanmu Longhu naturally had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After not seeing Su Yin for so many years, Duanmu Longhu did not know how strong Su Yin had become. However, he was certain that Su Yan's strength would not be weak. Because of this, Lin Fong, who was at the Emperor Realm, was extremely important to Duanmu Longhu. However, things were not going smoothly for Duanmu Longhu. Originally, according to his plan, he could have completed all of this effortlessly. Duanmu Longhu had bewitched Liu a long time ago and had been waiting for an opportunity all these years. Others might not know about Heartless Island, but Duanmu Longhu was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, he knew about the existence of Heartless Island. When Liu told him that Heartless Fairy had disappeared, Duanmu Longhu immediately knew that his opportunity had come. Of course, in order to have this opportunity, he did not hesitate to join forces with the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan. In fact, the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan was so powerful that Duanmu Longhu was somewhat afraid of it. However, it was only fear. As for the so-called psychological burden, it was not at all. Duanmu Longhu knew very well that cruelty was the nature of this world. The evil demon lord wanted to invade the boundless world, but it was impossible for him to directly fight his way in at this stage. He could only use his methods to break down the power bit by bit. This required someone to help him from the inside. What Duanmu Longhu needed now was power to help him. Therefore, whether it was the shadow creatures or the evil demon lord, Duanmu Longhu did not reject them. Duanmu Longhu's idea was very simple. That was, when his strength reached the peak, these things were nothing to him. He could directly destroy them. Duanmu Longhu was that confident and that terrifying. When he saw Chu Linger come in directly, he naturally took action to stop her. However, at this time, Zhang Zhe also took action. You should be the one who should scram. He snorted coldly, and then a powerful force immediately suppressed her. A terrifying storm directly passed through at this time. Such a powerful force suddenly suppressed him, and his power was immediately dissolved by the sword Qi. Tying 1,000 mountains, myriad sword Dao. Zhang Zhe's power moved, and the violent sword Qi turned into countless mountains and rivers. Then it directly trapped the huge shadow of the deity within. At this time, his power began to be directly released. The most terrifying aura at this moment had become the most powerful storm power. Duanmu Longhu's footsteps moved forward step by step. At this time, his power was even more terrifying and unparalleled. A gaze fell straight down. Such a violent and terrifying aura turned into a barbaric attack. He wanted to stop Chu Linger from awakening Lin Fang. Lin Fang's strength was extremely powerful. To put it bluntly, even if he were to face Lin Fang at this time, he did not have much confidence that he could completely defeat her. Moreover, there was Zhang Zhe at this time. If Lin Fang woke up at this time, then his plan would fail. Unfortunately, at this time, how could Zhang Zhe let him have his way so easily? The power of the Taiyang Divine Sword was fully activated. That violent and terrifying power was really powerful at this time. The sword blade was heavy, and its terrifying majesty was like a mountain. All the mighty power between heaven and earth was vividly displayed at this time. All the aura between heaven and earth was constantly condensing at this time. The battle between the two venerable sovereigns was naturally extremely terrifying. Although Zhang Zhe could not directly defeat him, it was still very easy for him to restrain him. In this way, the power was constantly changing and directly gave Chu Linger a chance. At this time, Chu Linger finally came to a place not far from Lin Fang. At this time, Lin Fang was lying in a pure white lotus. Her power was protecting her. Naturally, an Emperor Realm Master's protective power would not be weak. Such a powerful aura made even Chu Linger feel frightened at this time. Senior sister, I'm Linger. Please wake up now. We all need your help. She unleashed her own power, then turned this power into a line and directly charged towards it. At this time, she had to find a way to break the barrier and wake Lin Fang up. Of course, Lin Fang's power was too strong, so she could not do it overnight. She could only use her own power to slowly communicate and achieve the goal of dripping water to penetrate stone. At this time, his aura had become extremely powerful. At this time, the power between heaven and earth had undergone a huge change. The battle between Zhang Zhe and Duanmu Longhu was too intense, and the power of the sword Qi and the god Shadow's power were constantly clashing. The terrifying power was unimaginable at this time. Everything between heaven and earth began to change, and became the most direct and powerful terrifying power. Such an aura, if not for the fact that Heartless Island was extremely powerful, perhaps would have begun to collapse at this time. However, at this time, the power of the two people was still constantly clashing, and the extremely powerful power was constantly changing. All the light power between heaven and earth had sunk to the most terrifying level. Zhangze gradually felt the pressure. Su Yin has always said that Duanmu Longhu is an extremely terrifying person, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was extremely shocked. With such strength, if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm, he would not be a match for his opponent at all. Moreover, at this time, he vaguely felt that his opponent was probably only a down master at this time, and had not become an Emperor realm at all. He had always been a genius, and when he was young, he had defeated many experts in the continent. Moreover, to him, fighting against opponents of a higher realm was like eating and drinking. However, at this time, he was directly suppressed by his opponent. This was really unimaginable, as his opponent's realm was lower than his. However, even in this situation, he did not panic. This was because he knew that no matter when, if his heart was in a mess, it would mean that he had failed. He was Zhangze, and in the face of such a strong opponent, not only did he not shrink back, but he also became more and more courageous. His aura increased again, and it was as deep as the sea and as heavy as the abyss. Zhangze, I know that you are a legendary figure with great strength, and that you have led the Taihang sword faction to its current height. However, since you stopped me today, then the hatred between us has already been formed. In the future, I will definitely destroy the Taihang sword faction. Duanmu Longhu's ferocious power was limitless. As the saying goes, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. However, Zhangze said, as the saying goes, life and death are predestined. If the Taihang sword faction is so inexperienced, then destruction is also its fate. You don't need to talk nonsense. Just defeat me if you can. Chapter 1212. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What kind of person was Zhangze? How could he be scared off by a single sentence from the other party? No pop-up window. If that was the case, he would no longer be the faction leader. Moreover, he had seen all kinds of storms. If the Taihang sword faction was strong enough, they would not be afraid of any enemy. However, if the Taihang sword faction remained weak, it would be destroyed sooner or later. If that was the case, there was no point in him continuing to protect them. He might as well let them disappear in the long river of history. That would be a much more straightforward way. At this point, their strength had reached an extremely terrifying level, and their minds were even more powerful. They could basically ignore everything and put everything in their hearts. This was their true will. At this moment, his sword did not stop at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. The power of the light was unimaginable. It was like the sun rising in the sky. The Taihang sword was a divine sword. Under Zhangze's efforts, the divine spirit in the divine sword had begun to awaken. Once it was fully awakened, its power would increase by another level. Perhaps one day, it could even become a super divine sword like the Godslayer's sword. At this moment, the power of the Taihang sword and Zhangze's cooperation was unimaginable. No matter how strong the divine spirit was, it could not gain any advantage over Zhangze. As he spoke, Zhangze charged forward again. He slashed his sword down viciously and collided with Duanmu Longhu's power. Duanmu Longhu, I know that you still have a lot of trump cards. Take them out. Otherwise, your plan will definitely fail today. Since he had already appeared here, he would not allow Duanmu Longhu to succeed. Moreover, at this time, Chu Ling, Er's call seemed to finally have an effect. Lin Fang's consciousness began to awaken. She was a venerable lord with terrifying power. The moment she fully awakened would be the moment he failed. Even if he was the Duanmu Longhu, he would have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, he would have to face the impact of the two of them. Duanmu Longhu also felt this. He clearly knew that if he didn't break through Zhangze's defense and interrupt Chu Linger's call, then he would really lose today. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I was doing something else and didn't bring that thing over, even this Zhangze would have died here today. He was furious. However, at this time, he had no choice but to start thinking. What should he do now? Should he disregard everything, charge forward bravely, and then reveal his trump card? Or should he just retreat at this time? After all, he did not have much time left. If he continued to persist, it would only make things worse. Taking Tianxing. At this time, Zhang Zhe's attack came again. The power of his sword was extremely strong. The terrifying pressure fell fiercely, and the light continued to attack, almost turning into a sword formation. The sword chi was already powerful, and now that it turned into a sword formation, it was even more terrifying. With such power, even Duamu Longhu had no choice but to retreat. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was extremely angry with Zhang Zhe. This despicable guy. Forget it, I'll retreat today. Otherwise, when Lin Feng wakes up, my chances of winning are not high. Even if he defeated Zhang Zhe, it was not possible for him to continue devouring power at this time. Today's matter ends here. However, today is only the beginning. Duamu Longhu, will remember this. So before I return, all of you should live well. Don't die so easily. His voice was so arrogant that it was as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. At this time, the chaos on Heartless Island was not over yet. The densely packed demons were still flying in the sky. His figure began to disappear gradually. However, just as he was leaving, his palms suddenly tore and a huge door was opened. The moment this door appeared, an extremely terrifying and heavy aura appeared. Feeling such an aura, such a terrifying and terrifying pressure, was simply unimaginable. This was not the power of this world. Such a dark and oppressive aura was definitely not from this world. In the sky, rays of light fell directly at this time. The change in power was even more terrifying at this time. At this time, the gaze also began to rise and change. Such rays of light kept flashing at this time. It was the most terrifying light in the world. Demons. There were countless demons. No wonder there was such a huge and heavy pressure at this time. It turned out that such a terrifying demon had appeared at this time. That terrifying and terrifying power was boundless as it continued to rush through the sky. If all of these terrifying things appeared, how terrifying would it be? Haha, Zhang Zhe, are you coming to kill me? Duamu Longhu chuckled. Then he left calmly. This was because he knew that Zhang Zhe would not come to kill him at this time, unless he wanted Heartless Island to be destroyed. At this time, he could only stop the opening of the demon door. If he could not do it, everything here would be completely drowned. Damned thing. At this time, Zhang Zhe could only shout angrily. Chulinger also noticed the changes in this place. However, Zhang Zhe immediately shouted, "Don't bother about this place. Wake Lin Feng up." After saying that, his Taixing holy sword started to change. The sword, which was originally a few feet long, expanded by hundreds and thousands of times. Such a terrifying and violent power was displayed at this time. The most terrifying blade trembled slightly at this time. At this time, the terrifying ray of light had already descended. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. An endless amount of aura circulated continuously at this moment. "Break for me, you filthy things!" Zhang Zhe shouted angrily. This ray of sword light evolved into countless changes. After being slashed by this sword, the spatial door immediately started to distort and shake, as if it was going to disappear completely. However, at this time, the Demon Emperor, who was trapped by the Big Dipper sword formation, suddenly let out a sharp roar. The moment he roared, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the door that was about to close. That ray of light turned into pitch-black lightning and swept through everything. When the black lightning struck the 7-star sword formation, the 7 Dao Masters and Fairies of the Passionless Island all spat out blood. They all suffered heavy injuries at the same time. At this time, they naturally did not have the ability to stop this Demon Emperor. Awu! The Demon Emperor howled. He reached out his hand, and the Dao Master closest to him was pierced by his power. Even though the Dao Master's body was strong, he was still heavily injured at this time. At this time, the Demon Emperor was heading towards the door. Seeing that Zhang Zhe was about to close the door, he didn't allow it and wanted to open the door. The demon emperor's bones were filled with the aura of destruction. Even if it meant his own death, he would destroy everything in his path. This was the demon emperor, a demon emperor born for destruction. Perhaps at the start, the demon emperor wasn't so extreme. However, at this time, the demon emperor was like this, because at this time, the most terrifying demon emperor appeared. His thoughts were so extreme. In his understanding, everything in this world should be destroyed, because only destruction was the source of his power. That mysterious and terrifying existence wanted to devour the power after the destruction of this world, and then strengthen himself. Everything about him was built on destruction. It was as if he was born to destroy everything. At this time, in the sky, the terrifying clouds kept accumulating. The dense aura was unimaginable. At this time, the power in the sky started to descend. That demon gate started to flash with dark lightning. Impudent. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. That voice was extremely powerful and majestic. Her strength wasn't inferior to Zhangzhe's. When this power appeared, all the power on Heartless Island was mobilized. It was as if the entire world was waking up. On Heartless Island, rays of radiance appeared. These radiances were like the stars in the sky. They were extremely dazzling. The existence of these radiances almost lit up the entire world. Under that terrifying power, those powerful demons didn't even have the strength to struggle. They started to perish or even die. Demons who dare to invade Heartless Island. Death is your final destination. That voice was so cold and emotionless. The power that surged out of it was extremely powerful. It's Senior Sister. She finally woke up. Many people on the Heartless Island were pleasantly surprised when they heard the voice. Their senior sister Lin Fong had finally come back to life. Eldest senior sister Lin Fong was the strongest person after Fairy Heartless. She was a venerable sovereign, a veteran venerable sovereign. Her appearance could immediately turn the situation around. Evil and corrupt things be destroyed. Heartless destruction. Her voice rang out again. Then, everything fell to the ground. This was her power. Hearing this voice, Zhangzhe seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since you've woken up, there shouldn't be many problems here. I should leave. Chapter 12:13. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As it turned out, Zhangzhe was not here because he could predict Duanmu Longhu's appearance, but because of Lin Fong. Read the full text. No one knew that the Heartless Island's eldest senior sister, the strongest venerable Emperor Lin Fong, had a relationship. Moreover, it was a relationship between a younger and older sister. Back then, Lin Fong was carrying out a mission outside and coincidentally met him, Zhangzhe. At that time, Zhangzhe had just finished his battle. His opponent was an extremely terrifying killer from the Limitless Demon Sect. Even with Zhangzhe's strength, he was still severely injured. However, the most suitable person for him happened to meet Lin Fong. For some reason, Lin Fong, who was supposed to be emotionless, saved Zhangzhe. The two of them spent a long time together and even fell in love because of it. However, the two of them did not end up together in the end. Zhangzhe did not have any thoughts of love at that time. At that time, he only wanted to become stronger and become the sect leader of the Taihang Sword faction. He wanted to lead the Taihang Sword faction to prosperity. Lin Fong was from the Heartless Island, so she naturally did not want to fall in love. However, perhaps it was the will of the heavens. The two of them did not want to fall in love, but in the end, they had a relationship and even developed feelings for each other. However, the two of them still got separated in the end. It was hard to say who was heartless, but what was done was done. However, it was also because of this that the two of them formed karma. Over the years, Zhangzhe grew stronger and stronger, and he learned more and more things. He finally understood that the person who had feelings for him was actually from the Heartless Island. At first, it was not a big deal. He thought that at his current level, he had already forgotten and abandoned all feelings. The Great Tao was heartless. If he wanted to become the most powerful and terrifying person, he had to forget everything and devote himself to the way of the sword. However, today he suddenly felt uneasy. He did not know where this uneasiness came from, but he knew that if he did not do something, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Finally, with the help of the Taihang Divine Sword and the treasures of the Taihang Sword faction, he made a divination and found that Lin Feng's life was in danger. Normally, he wouldn't be so worried, but at this moment, his heart could no longer remain calm. He knew that he could not let go of Lin Feng in the end. Hence, he had unleashed his greatest power and rushed towards her. No matter what, he would not let anyone hurt Lin Feng. This was the thought in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have really died today. This was the will of heaven. But now that Lin Feng had woken up, it was time for him to leave. He did not belong here. Since that was the case, it was better for him to leave as soon as possible to avoid any awkwardness. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's voice was heard. "You're leaving just like that?" The voice was cold, like the cold wind blowing from Bingshan. However, within this coldness, there seemed to be a trace of warmth. Zhang Zhe laughed bitterly. He felt that his heart was beating a little fast. Now that he thought about it, it was strange that a figure like him would have such emotions. He really didn't know what to say. "Yes, the matter has been settled. I should leave too," Zhang Zhe said. At this moment, Lin Feng continued to speak. "What's wrong, little guy? You don't even have the courage to look at me?" Such provocation was simply a joke. In the current Jiuzhou continent, who had the right to call him a little guy? However, Zhang Zhe did not have any resistance when Lin Feng called him that. On the contrary, there were endless memories in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a matter of courage." He turned his head and suddenly sighed in his heart. Then, he said unexpectedly, "You're still so young, but I'm already old." Lin Feng's appearance had not changed at all. However, Zhang Zhe no longer looked like a young man. Instead, he looked like a thin, middle-aged man. Wouldn't it be better if the old and the young were matched? At this moment, Lin Feng actually smiled. Her smile was so beautiful, like the snow lotus in Bingshan. This smile made Zhang Zhe's heart throb. However, at this moment, the Taiyang Divine Sword hummed softly. The ripples in his heart were directly broken at this moment. His gaze turned cold, and then sword chi condensed. Taiyang Divine Sword landslide. It turned out that the Fiend Emperor was causing trouble. At this moment, he was still not dead. The appearance of a starlight gave him a huge pressure, but he was still not dead. At this moment, he still had the strength to fight. Therefore, at this moment, he directly erupted his strength. At this moment, he wanted to launch the most direct attack and completely destroy everything. However, for Zhang Zhe, this was simply a huge taboo. Right now, he was talking to Lin Feng. Although he felt that he had let go of his heart, when he truly faced her, he realized that he still missed that period of time so much. Perhaps the two's conversation was extremely short, and even the smile that appeared between them was just a moment. However, because of this, it was precious. However, this guy actually dared to do this at this moment. This was simply courting death. No matter what, he could not forgive this guy. At this moment, his strength appeared, transforming into rays of sword light. The violent sword light fiercely suppressed. Such strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. The terrifying sword chi directly rushed down, and then slashed at the Fiend Emperor's body. The Taiyang Divine Sword was extremely sharp. In addition, at this moment, Zhang Zhe was angered. Such a sword directly cut the Fiend Emperor's extremely powerful body in half. Disgusting thing, you still dare to act recklessly. The angry ones were not only Zhang Zhe, but Lin Feng as well. She gently grasped with her beautiful hand, and an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Around the Fiend Emperor's body, thorns immediately appeared. Then, the thorns exploded, and the Fiend Emperor died just like that. There was no luck to speak of. A Fiend Emperor was originally extremely powerful. However, at this moment, it was directly strangled to death, without even a chance to struggle. It could be seen how terrifying the combined strength of these two was. I really did not expect that the little guy from back then had actually become so powerful. Very good, Overlord. The current you is not inferior to me anymore, Lin Fong said playfully. At this moment, she did not seem to be an ice-cold goddess at all. However, at this moment, Su Yin and Zhang Zhe also directly took a step forward. This step directly broke through layers of space and directly appeared in front of her. His gaze landed directly on Lin Fong's face. Hee little. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly hugged Lin Fong. Lin Fong was an overlord. Even if Zhang Zhe was also a Dao sovereign, if Lin Fong was unwilling, Zhang Zhe would not be so close to her. The two of them looked at each other, and just their gazes alone seemed to be able to fill the entire world. However, at this moment, Lin Fong's smile gradually disappeared, and then the icy aura appeared again. The little bit of emotion just now disappeared and was replaced by a kind of icy coldness. Zhang Zhe naturally felt the change in her, but at this moment he did not care. Instead, he directly took an inch and wanted a mile, and then planted a kiss on her face. How dare you? Lin Fong's voice was already incomparably cold. This was because her heartless Dao was beginning to take effect. However, Zhang Zhe said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, then do it. After all, I have already kissed you. What do you do to me?" He was simply acting shamelessly. Lin Fong directly slapped out with her palm. The cold and terrifying palm imprint was like an iceberg. However, this palm imprint did not land on Zhang Zhe's body. At this moment, Zhang Zhe had already left. His figure disappeared completely and completely disappeared. She smiled gently and then said, "Humph, coward." However, there was no trace of blame in her words. Not only that, but she also seemed to be a little surprised. Then, she looked around Heartless Island. She showed such a childish attitude to Zhang Zhe, but not to these demons. Destruction. The truly powerful existence among the demons had completely disappeared, and the remaining ones could not withstand her power. At this time, all of them directly disappeared. At this time, she directly looked up at the sky, as if she wanted to see through the void and find her master. "Master, do you see? Ling, or has already comprehended the will of the heavens." In a mysterious void, the Heartless Fairy's heartless domain was continuously being eroded. However, at this time, she did not feel any pain, nor did she feel any panic. Her aura had already stabilized, as if everything was nothing in her eyes. How is it? You old demon, the Heartless Island is not something you can easily control. When the Heartless Island was facing such a crisis, she could actually feel it. Although she was completely trapped in this place, she was a saint sovereign and could still sense the movements of her own nest. The terrifying demon did not make a sound, as if it had completely disappeared. Pilgrimage. Yes, at this time, Su Yin was more and more convinced of his own judgment. He could already feel that in the distance, there was a mysterious power awakening. This power was extremely powerful and filled with a holy aura. Even he had been attracted by this power and had developed a desire for it. It was even more so for those demonic beasts. Since legend had it that this place was once the tomb of an expert and was even called the God's Graveyard, then there must be something mysterious here. Chapter 12:14. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dao masters of the ancient sects had all entered this place at this time. There must be something extraordinary here. Otherwise, why would they be so crazy? Therefore, Su Yin firmly believed. Read the full text. At this time, Lu Wu and He Wenze, who were behind him, also felt the attraction. Greed and yearning flashed in their eyes from time to time. "Old Lu, what is this thing? Why do I have such a strong desire in my heart?" At this time, he could no longer restrain his inner desires. His desire for that mysterious and unfathomable thing had reached its peak. He only thought that if he could obtain that thing, his strength would definitely reach an extremely terrifying level. He Wenze was the same. "Young master, do you feel it?" He Wenze was smarter and calmer than Lu Wu. He knew that Su Yin was the most powerful person in this place. Even if that thing was right in front of them, it would be extremely difficult for them to obtain it. Unless Su Yin did not want it, they would not be able to obtain it at all. Su Yin said, I don't know, but this thing seems to be useful to me. However, he then added, but don't worry, as long as you follow me loyally, I can give you everything except that thing. After he finished speaking, Lu Wu and He Wenze immediately looked at each other. At this time, He Wenze asked again, Young master, what is that thing? Su Yin seemed to be in a good mood at this time. He said, It's better that you don't know what I need, but I can tell you that the heavenly spirit grass is there. Heavenly spirit grass. Hearing these 3 words, the 2 people's eyes became extremely hot at the same time. According to legend, the heavenly spirit grass was a spiritual grass that was nurtured by heaven and earth. If it could be refined, it could improve one's soul and reach a new level. These 2 old men were still in the venerable realm. Although they were not weak, they were not worth mentioning compared to Tao Masters. Due to their low aptitude, it was impossible for them to reach the Tao Master realm. This was what they knew. However, as long as one was human, there would always be greed or desire. Although reality made them feel helpless, there was always a little bit of hope in their hearts. They hoped that they could break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. And this heavenly spirit grass was exactly what they needed. If they could obtain the heavenly spirit grass, then their strength would increase. Not only that, but their souls would also sublimate. The sublimation of the soul was even more difficult than the so-called rebirth. At that time, they might really be able to become Tao Masters. This gave them absolute hope. Sir, you're saying that you can bestow us with the sky spirit grass? Even at this point, they still couldn't believe it. At this time, Su Yin said, Well, the sky spirit grass is not of much use to me. If I can get this, then I will give it to you. In addition, if my guess is right, then the key to our escape is there. Hearing this, the 2 of them were overjoyed. Now, only 2 words were left in their minds, and that was the sky spirit grass. If they could obtain the sky spirit grass, then their strength would definitely increase tremendously. However, at this point in time, they did not hear Su Yin clearly. What Su Yin said was if they could obtain it. This showed that it wasn't easy to obtain the sky spirit grass. However, since the 2 of them didn't notice, Su wouldn't remind them. How could it be so easy to obtain this thing? Not to mention other things, the terrifying monster horde might be their enemy. Of course, at this time, Su Yin was also thinking, there seemed to be something hidden under this road, so the monster horde wouldn't charge here. Although he was simply walking, his exalted power was constantly seeping into the ground. Although this world was extremely strange, it was much stranger than the 5 prefectures outside. Fortunately, the exalted power wasn't affected by this place. The powerful aura couldn't completely stop the exalted power. The exalted power was still able to seep into it, so it started to speculate. At this time, Su Yin discovered that there seemed to be an endless river below. Of course, the river wasn't just a river. Instead, it was an extremely terrifying and strange thing. It was an extremely powerful energy, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. The existence of this kind of thing was actually very unstable. If something went wrong, it would immediately explode. However, this thing seemed to be sealed now, so it wouldn't explode for a while. Furthermore, Su Yin discovered that this seemed to be only a small part of it. I want to see if the exalted power can directly devour this power. If it can, then my strength will increase greatly. At this time, his heart was full of desire. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Over 10 years had passed, and his cultivation base had increased a lot. However, he knew that while he was getting stronger, many people were also getting stronger. His own luck was very strong, and he had a huge advantage because he possessed the exalted power. However, deep down, he also knew that he wasn't the only one with good luck in this world. If he guessed correctly, Duamu Longhu had also made great progress at this time. Since they were old enemies, then it was impossible for him to be left behind so easily. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy, so he couldn't relax in the slightest. Therefore, at this time, he attached great importance to this. To him, this trip to the Gate of God might be an opportunity for him to improve his strength tremendously. The discovery of this energy was definitely a pleasant surprise for him. At this time, he had already implanted the exalted power, hoping that he could gain something from it. Time passed little by little, and they were getting closer and closer to their target. After a while, they were shocked to find that the countless beasts were actually standing there quietly. Some of the demonic beasts were born to be extremely violent and bloodthirsty. However, at this time, they were surprisingly quiet, which was simply outrageous. They were like children quietly sitting there, waiting for their teacher to arrive. What are they waiting for? At this moment, Luwu finally could not help but ask. However, Suyin did not answer, and even Hee-Wonza did not say anything. Their gazes were fixed on the sky. Luwu could not help but raise his head as well. At this moment, he finally realized that there was an aurora flickering above his head. The aurora was so dazzling that it was simply dazzling. That little bit of power was even more powerful to the extreme. Every ray of light was filled with terrifying and powerful power. Even if their strengths were not sealed, and they were venerable ones, they would not be a match for this power. If this power landed on them, they would probably die right away. It was also at this moment that the power began to sway gently. Strands of power continued to linger, and in the end, it finally formed a huge pattern. It was a god statue. The god statue was incomparably huge. Its body was similar to a human's, but it was also completely different. This was because its head was not a human's head, nor was it a dragon's head. Instead, it was a terrifying head that had never been seen before. It had 4 pairs of arms, and each arm was so powerful that it contained unimaginable divine power. The appearance of the god statue made the monsters even more eager, and they did not dare to have any auras. "Young master, what should we do?" Luwu asked at this moment. Nevertheless, as soon as he spoke, a power directly entered his sea of consciousness. Under the suppression of this power, he almost instinctively knelt down. At this time, he felt so humble, and the god statue in front of him was so high and mighty, as if it was born to be worshipped by all living beings. Even the monsters knelt down to thank the statue. Those that could not kneel down prostrated themselves on the ground. Among all of the living beings, there was still one person who was still standing. This person was Suyin. Suyan's aura was abundant. As the strong wind blew, it made him look even more resolute. The corners of his mouth curled up, as if he was mocking with contempt. At this moment, the god statue began to make a sound. The sound was definitely not any language, and it was not even the roar of a wild beast. However, this sound was so clear that it was as if every living being could understand its words. This is the sound of the Great Path. At this time, Hee-Bin began to tremble. It was not out of pain, but out of awe. Originally, when he knelt, he was very hesitant and even unwilling to accept it. But at this moment, that kind of mood had completely disappeared. Like the monsters, he directly prostrated himself on the ground. The sound of the Great Path. Legend had it that the Great Path was the ultimate truth of the world. If one could understand the Great Path, they would be able to receive help from the Great Path, allowing their cultivation to quickly improve. Those extremely powerful and high and mighty existences were all able to make breakthroughs in their cultivation after comprehending the Great Path. They could even reach a heaven-defying level and directly become gods. It was as if the 3 dragon gods had passed down the Great Path of the heavenly dragon that belonged to them. However, the sound of the Great Path was so miraculous that even venerables and powerful existences who had stepped into the Tao Lord realm would not be able to hear it in their lifetime, let alone ordinary people. Only those who had reached the level of sacred venerables and were at the peak of sacred venerables, who were about to embark on a new path, could comprehend the Great Path. Only such people had the ability to express the Great Path. Chapter 12:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If one could listen to the Great Tao, it would be of great help. Why were the people from the ancient sects so powerful? That was because there had been such people in their sects who could recite the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. After listening to the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, the cultivation of their disciples rose to an unimaginable level. That was the reason why the strength of the sect could increase rapidly. Of course, the great Tao heavenly melody couldn't be passed down forever. After all, it was the law of heaven and earth. Normally, even if a sacred venerable or an existence above the sacred venerable were to recite the great Tao heavenly melody, those who had heard it couldn't hear too much. At this point, the great Tao heavenly melody of the various sects had already disappeared. Their cultivation could only rely on the records of Taoist scriptures and books. However, these were only the insights of the writers. How could they be compared to the great Tao heavenly melody? But now, this strange statue that suddenly appeared started to recite the great Tao heavenly melody. This was simply a miracle. The sound continued, and each note was so precious that it made people want to worship it in their hearts. However, there was one person who didn't do so. That person was Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin didn't care about this at all. The great Tao heavenly melody didn't even enter his ears. How dare you? At this moment, a furious roar exploded in his consciousness. Disrespect to the gods is unforgivable. You deserve to be punished. Kneel down now. The terrifying aura kept rolling at this moment, and a terrifying force came crashing down on him. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly appeared around Su Yin, and he persevered in the wind. At this moment, he seemed to have become the heaven and earth of the world. Everything in this world was his enemy. The sandstorm was his enemy. The demonic beasts were his enemy. Even He Bin and Lu Wu were the same. In his consciousness, the terrifying statue appeared directly. The 8 arms of the statue were shining with light. Lightning, fire, ice, storm, earth, divine tree, light, and darkness. 8 arms. 8 forces came crashing down on Su Yin, as if wanting to kill Su Yin. Invading the consciousness? How interesting. At this moment, in Su Yin's sea of consciousness, the bright moon suddenly emitted a cold radiance. The cold radiance directly turned into a sword light. The sword light was like a huge crescent moon that swept across. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. That was not all. Such terrifying power rose up again at this moment. The extremely terrifying light condensed again, and then the green lotus appeared. Lotus flowers appeared one after another, wrapping around the idol. The power of God. There really is the power of God here. Su Yin was in disbelief at this time. At this time, he had already seen the essence of this statue. The statue was naturally not real, but it was the power of the gods. Legend had it that this place was once the graveyard of the gods. The gods had fallen here. Now, it seemed that the legend was somewhat credible. The reason why he was able to emit the great Tao heavenly melody was because the power itself was divine power. However, that was not true divine power, but the power condensed from the resentment of a god. He had already discovered that these existences were contributing their own powers when they were listening to the great Tao heavenly melody. That was their souls and also their lives. They had gained, but they also had to pay. It was just that it was hard to say whether it was worth it to pay or to gain. In this world, it was impossible to gain everything for free. To put it bluntly, they were using their own powers to provide for the gods. These people were grateful to the gods, and even felt that they were very lucky to be able to hear the great Tao heavenly melody. However, in Su Yan's opinion, that was not the case at all. Those experts of the sects preached because they hoped that their sects would become stronger. That was why they did so. However, in reality, preaching the Tao was something that went against the harmony of the heavens. Cultivating the Tao was against the heavens, and preaching the Tao was even more against the heavens. It was also because of this that those existences who had heard of the great Tao would not casually impart the Tao. It was because they knew that if they did so, it was very likely that they would bring death upon themselves. Therefore, if it was not for the inheritance of the sect or a true great sage, how could they impart the great Tao heavenly melody? No matter where he was, no matter how great he was, it was impossible for him to do so. Su Yin had seen through this point, and naturally, he would not submit. Why would he worship? It was because he was moved by the thought in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to grow stronger, and that terrifying aura was even more so at this time. He felt Su Yan's disobedience and rebellion, so he was angry and wanted to kill Su Yan directly. At this time, his brilliance began to rise, and that terrifying power increased bit by bit. That violent aura had reached an unimaginable level. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. This guy seemed to have chosen the wrong battlefield. Of course, it was indeed the simplest thing to disintegrate a person with just one's consciousness. He could recite the great Tao heavenly melody, and even if it was a fake one, it could still show his strength. Such soul power was definitely terrifying. However, Su Yan's soul power was even stronger. When that terrifying power came straight down, Su Yan's power also suddenly erupted. That violent power rose directly at this time, and all the aura was completely suppressed at this time. In the sea of consciousness, the green lotus bright moon was much stronger than before. Such power was simply terrifying, and that power had reached the most terrifying aura. Everything about him was like this at this moment. Everything was like this. The world was changing, and the sun and moon were also rotating. However, in this sea of consciousness, Su Yan's bright moon green lotus was eternal. These two forces were constantly colliding, and the terrifying power was constantly colliding, creating the most terrifying brilliance. At the top of the sky, endless power was constantly appearing. That was the creation. All the aura was constantly condensing and changing at this time. At this time, his power had reached the most terrifying level. In an instant, the sea of consciousness was churning, and terrifying waves appeared. That was a terrifying power. At this time, the eight-armed demon god obviously did not expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fierce, and his counterattack was even more terrifying. Blasphemer, you will be punished. At this time, his thoughts directly attacked Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered God. He did not care at all. In the sea of consciousness, a sword shadow appeared. That was the supreme sword soul. At this moment, the sword soul surged, and the terrifying power reached an unimaginable level. Blasphemy? What's so great about gods? It's not the first time I blaspheme gods. Su Yan's words were so bold, and the fact was so. This was not the first time he blasphemed gods. He had survived the suppression of the two great gods, the dragon of destruction and the eternal dragon. Although it was not his own power, it was related to his own survival. So far, what he had experienced had long exceeded everyone's imagination. Therefore, at this time, how could he be afraid of gods? What's more, he clearly knew that these were not gods, but just a bunch of hypocritical existences. When his anger rose, when his strength was strong enough, these existences were all useless and could be directly killed by him. How dare a mere fake god be so presumptuous? His sword chi condensed again, and the most terrifying power had reached a violent and terrifying level. At this moment, he moved forward again, and the power had even reached an unimaginable level. The sea of consciousness was his world, and in his world, he would not be afraid of anyone. At this time, his power was stimulated again, and the violent and terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The violent pressure of the sea of consciousness, together with the supreme sword soul, directly suppressed him. Didn't you want to invade my sea of consciousness and make me your slave? At this time, the extremely powerful power directly burst out from Su Yan's body. At this time, he had already launched a counterattack. In fact, at the very beginning, he did not expect that guy to be so direct and directly throw his power in. However, since this guy did so, it was an unexpected surprise for him. In this way, he could directly devour the divine consciousness. That's right, Su Yan's thought at this time was to devour the divine consciousness directly. His power roared out bit by bit, and the terrifying aura was constantly surging. It was simply unimaginable. Such a sacred and violent aura was really endless. The power between heaven and earth had reached the most terrifying level. The terror of the power was simply unimaginable. The sea of consciousness swept out and immediately suppressed the eight-armed demon god. At this time, the eight-armed demon god immediately let out an extremely terrifying roar. His power was actually extremely terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan's strength in the outside world was affected by this space and was directly restrained. However, this was the sea of consciousness, and his original body was still preaching. Therefore, it was destined that not all of them had entered this place at this time. His power was constantly changing, and the terrifying light had become extremely pure. Mortal, if you do this again, I will communicate with my original body and kill you directly. His voice was so majestic that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, he seemed to be really angry and wanted to kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care at this time. Haha, how ridiculous. Since he had already made his move, he naturally knew what to do. Chapter 12:16. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This strand of divine sense was extremely rare for him. Divine sense was the foundation. If Su Yan's divine sense was captured, then everything about him might be known to others. Therefore, there were so many high and mighty existences who liked to break into people's knowledge sea and then devour it. In this way, not only could they strengthen themselves, but they could also obtain the information they wanted from the other party's knowledge sea. At this time, as long as Su Yan devoured the eight-armed demon god's divine sense, he would be able to obtain a lot of information that he wanted to know. What was even rarer was that he would be able to understand what this place was like. After all, in this place, he was really too passive. He wanted to find Yin Wan Qing, but he did not even know where she was. At this time, Su Yan's power began to nibble away at the eight-armed demon god's divine sense little by little. His Taishang power was truly a miraculous power, capable of suppressing all of these things. Su Yan's was constantly moving, and his aura began to rise at this time. Outside of his body, he was originally only at the spirit channeling realm, but at this time, his cultivation suddenly increased, and at this moment, it had reached a whole new level. Hehe, as expected, the stronger my power is, the more it will improve me. What a wonderful feeling. The power of the Most Supreme was originally able to help Su Yan break free from the shackles of this world for a short time, allowing him to reach the power he wanted to achieve. However, the process was not so simple. But now, after beginning to nibble away at the eight-armed demon god's divine sense, he vaguely grasped a direction and saw hope. He clearly knew that if he could reach this step, then he could truly complete the transformation. Now, Su Yan was already a Tao Lord. He had gathered all his laws and made himself unprecedentedly strong. This kind of strength was almost heaven-defying. When he had just cultivated, he was able to face the Dragon King Bugadier directly. Although he might not be able to defeat him, at least he was not afraid of him. At this time, if his cultivation improved further, then he might be able to directly defeat the Dragon King Bugadier. Thinking about it, Su Yan would have had difficulty even breathing in front of the Dragon King. If it was not for the existence of the Godslayer's sword, he would have died at that time. But at this moment, his strength was so terrifying. With the support of an extremely powerful force, his aura was even more boundless, as if he was an omnipotent god. Of course, Su Yan would not be enchanted by this power. After all, he knew that he still had many things that he was lacking, but no matter what, this was a good sign. Nevertheless, this was a good sign. As long as he kept was translation, he would be able translation as was translation, his was what was his translation of. Was translation translation? Was is was translation was translation translation? Was translation translation translation? Was translation 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 translation? Was translation? Translation translation translation? Was translation, but when he entered, he realized that Su Yan was actually a ferocious tiger. If he could, he would have let his main body react and kill Su Yan. Unfortunately, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, his will could not be transmitted. Unless his will was completely killed by Su Yan, he would only be able to find out when he lost contact with his own divine will. Otherwise, he would have no way of knowing. Unfortunately, Su Yin would not give him such a chance. The wonders of the most supreme power were displayed at this time. The power contained in the divine will had been completely extracted, including some laws and knowledge related to this place. At this time, the light in the sky was like a scorching sun. It was simply unbelievably bright. Such power was wavering little by little, and the boundless power was like a ray of light. His aura was rising little by little. Suddenly, Su Yan's aura disappeared, and he returned to the spirit channeling realm. At this time, Su Yan's gaze reappeared. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the real 8-armed demon god. Haha, so that's how it is. This is just a divine resentment. A divine resentment was the resentment of a divine spirit. After all, divine spirits were the greatest power in this world. Even if they died, they would not disappear. Their resentment was also an extremely terrifying existence. And in front of Su Yin was a divine resentment. The reason why he was teaching the heavenly voice and gathering so much power was because he wanted to condense his real body and be resurrected. Divine spirits were existences that surpassed holy venerables. They were also very special existences. They branded their mark in the world. As long as the world was not destroyed, the divine imprint would not disappear. Even if they died, the divine imprint would still leave them with a chance to live. They would either enter the cycle of reincarnation or appear as a divine resentment to find their true self. Once they could reappear, they would immediately become the most terrifying existence and return to this world. However, the divine spirits of this place had actually died a very long time ago. It could be as long as the era when the 5 counties were born. Although the information Su Yin had was incomplete, Su Yin could deduce that the existence of these fellows might be related to the extremely terrifying 5 kings. Regarding the 5 kings, it was really a mystery. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even this god was filled with hatred and fear towards the 5 sovereign kings that he had a vague impression of. To be able to make a divine spirit act this way, Su Yin had seen the strength of a living divine spirit. Wasn't the dragon god the same? The dragon god was able to kill him with just a bit of divine consciousness from the sacrifice. How terrifying would his strength be when he was alive? How terrifying would his prestige be? Although Su Yin did not know the strength of this divine spirit, since they were able to obtain a divine position, it meant that even if their strength could not be compared to the dragon god, it would not be too far off. However, compared to the 5 kings, there was clearly a sense of powerlessness in his anger. To him, this was an unimaginable pain. According to this deduction, the strength of the 5 kings was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, at least until now, the 5 kings did not have the most fundamental conflict with him. Therefore, Su Yin did not bother about it at this moment. At this moment, his strength started to gather bit by bit. It's really the evil god. At this moment, he released a wave of energy. That energy directly enveloped He Wenze and Lu Wu. At this moment, the 2 of them were still immersed in the shock of the great Tao heavenly melody. To them, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as they could obtain this energy, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Therefore, they were naturally extremely grateful for this opportunity. They were even willing to exchange everything they had. However, at this moment, Su Yan's energy enveloped them and isolated the great Tao heavenly melody. What's going on? Why did the great Tao heavenly melody break? Lu Wu was immediately enraged. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and saw Su Yin. He Wenze was the same. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about Su Yan's strength. Their first thought was that Su Yin had interrupted their opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, they directly soared into the sky and charged towards Su Yin fiercely. They wanted to kill Su Yin directly. However, Su Yin said directly, "Why? Are you still unwilling to wake up from your dream? It seems that I still need to help you guys." As he spoke, he gathered his power again. That was his divine thought. His divine thought was like a gale that directly swept through their minds. With just this, the two of them were already awake from their anger. Then, they realized their current situation. Just now, they clearly wanted to kill Su Yin. At the thought of this, their hearts were simply filled with fear and dread. How could this be? Why do we attack this malefic? At this moment, the fear of being dominated by Su Yin appeared again. At this time, they almost directly knelt down. However, at this time, Su Yin said, "Well, put away your emotions. You were just controlled by the evil god's emotions. Don't blame yourself. In fact, this is nothing," Su Yin said extremely calmly. Moreover, his smile was also very gentle. "Young master, what did you say? Controlled by the evil god?" The evil god. Hearing these two words, the two people's voices trembled. Even if it was the evil god, it was still a god. The fear of a god directly appeared in their hearts. Su Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry, that's not a real god. It's just the resentment of a god. Well, there's no need to say anymore. I'm going to kill the 8-armed demon god. As for you guys, I want you to do something for me." Although Su Yin said it calmly, in their hearts, they still felt extreme fear. This young master of theirs, what exactly was he going to do? He was going to kill the evil god. But young master, our strength may be... At this time, they were only in the spirit realm. How could they be the evil god's opponent? Moreover, even if they were in perfect condition, they still wouldn't dare to attack the evil god. However, at this time, Su Yin said, "Well, do you remember what I said before? The spirit realm is the law of this world. In other words, your cultivation is in the spirit realm. Then this evil god is also in the spirit realm." The two people were actually very suspicious of Su Yin's words. After all, the aura emitted by the 8-armed demon god was too terrifying. That powerful aura constantly attacked their souls. How could they believe in Su Yin? "Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want the sky spirit grass?" Su Yin asked again. This time, however, it was a bribe. Chapter 12:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When they heard the words sky spirit grass and leave this place, their eyes lit up. Phonyin Reading Network. Leave this place. How could they not want to leave this place? However, they had already lost their courage and were intimidated by the majesty of the evil god. "Master, tell us. What do you want us to do?" Huanza finally made up his mind and asked directly. Lu Wu was shocked. He felt that Huanza was crazy. If he wanted to help Su Yin, wouldn't that mean that they were going against the gods? No matter what, he wouldn't dare to do so. However, Huanza said, "I believe in Master's words. Old Lu, if you believe in me, then come with me. Think about it. If we can't leave this place for the rest of our lives, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody is real, what's the use of it?" Huanza was calm at this moment. His simple words made Lu Wu speechless. Yes, if they couldn't leave this place, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody was real, what could they do? Gradually, perhaps they would become existences like those demonic beasts, treating the evil god as a god and making pilgrimages to him every time. That was to be muddle-headed and lose themselves completely. What was the point of living like that? They were experts. They didn't want to stay here and be ignorant idiots. They wanted to leave this place and become existences that could dominate the world. If they couldn't be happy, then even if they left this place, they wouldn't be happy. At this moment, a force descended from the sky. It was the light released by the evil god. Obviously, the 8-armed demon god had discovered that something was wrong here. Not good, it's the evil god's force. Lu Wu was taken aback. But at this moment, Su Yin had already bolted up into the sky, following which a burst of energy burst forth, repelling this horrifying attack. Su Yin said, "Well, what's there to be afraid of? I've already said that I will deal with this guy." At this time, seeing Su Yin actually repelling this power, the two people's confidence in Su Yin rose again. Huanza said directly, "Tell us, young master, what do you want us to do?" Su Yin said, "It's very simple. Do what you want to do. Do you see the heavenly spirit grass? What you need to do is to pick the heavenly spirit grass. You can pick as many as you want. The two of them looked in the direction that Su Yin was pointing and saw that the heavenly spirit grass was exuding a luster. At this point, both of them were ready to make a move. That was the sky's spirit grass that they had been longing for. All right, Hewenza didn't waste any more words and headed straight ahead. In fact, between the two of them, Lu Wu was more impulsive. However, at this time, Lu Wu became timid. On the contrary, Hewenza, who usually had a lot of worries, was so decisive. At this time, his power had reached its peak. Lu Wu saw Hewenza acting like this and finally followed. In fact, many people were like this. In normal times, they were bold, but in the face of a real crisis, they were timid and didn't dare to move forward. Lu Wu was like this. Hewenza was the opposite, because he was very clear that at this time, he didn't have much of a way out. They could only trust Su Yin. If they didn't trust Su Yin, maybe they wouldn't be able to live. Even if they could live, they would be like walking corpses. He was very clear about his own strength. This was self-awareness. Since he was self-aware, he would put aside all his worries. Su Yin looked at Hewenza's decisiveness and was surprised at first. However, he quickly smiled and said, "This old man is smart." Only smart people knew what to do at the right time. Since the two of them had already acted, he couldn't wait any longer. He headed straight for the demon god. At this moment, his speed had reached a terrifying level. He was almost like a ray of light. Hee, didn't want to kill me? Then here I come. At this time, he released his killing intent. When he released his killing intent, the monster horde was startled. The angry monster horde let out a roar. Although these monsters were just as Su Yin had predicted, equivalent to the spirit realm, such a large number of monsters was still very scary. However, Su Yin wasn't afraid at all. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Taiji sword. In this place, Su Yin actually did not hesitate at all and directly took out one of his trump cards, the Taiji magic sword. The moment the divine sword was raised, it was born to kill. The sword chi swept across, and a terrifying light fell. The monster horde at the front was directly killed. The sword chi swept out and directly killed a large number of monsters. Not even the corpses of the monsters killed by the divine sword were left behind. Su Yan's eyes flashed. As expected, he muttered to himself. At this time, he was muttering to himself. In fact, from the very beginning, he had already discovered that something was wrong. Although those demonic beasts were incomparably real, there was always a kind of indescribable feeling. They were clearly in front of him. So many demonic beasts passed by him, but Su Yin had a kind of feeling of nothingness. At this time, the power of the divine sword erupted. After the Taiji sword was destroyed, it returned to its origin. He immediately realized that the monsters were just the most basic source of power. If one had to describe them, they were actually similar to the heavenly resentment. When they listened to the great Tao of heaven's voice, they were offering their own source of power. The eight-armed demon god obviously knew this, which was why he acted like this at that time. The rolling aura was constantly changing at this time. Streaks of power manifested into an even more elusive power. When the monsters were killed, the power seemed to be falling into the earth. "Humph, don't even think about it," he said, and then activated his power again. That was the power of the Supreme. At this time, Su Yin had become a huge black D. The power that kept falling was directly devoured by him. "Humph, I want to snatch the source of power from you. I want to see what you can do to me." At this time, the eight-armed demon god finally couldn't wait any longer. "Destroy my spirit consciousness and snatch my food. Die." At this time, he directly pressed down with his palm. An extremely terrifying power fell directly. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. His power was rolling and unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be changing directly at this time. The most terrifying power began to condense to the extreme. In the face of the terrifying palm, Su Yin didn't dodge and directly went against the heavens. "Want to fight? Then come." His power directly swept out, and the most terrifying light flashed out at this moment. What kind of terrifying power was that? It seemed to suppress everything. That aura flickered boundlessly. Everything so terrifying moved at this time. Between heaven and earth, Everything was completely obliterated. One hit. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. Countless auras exploded, and the most terrifying power surged. In this one hit, countless monsters died directly. Su Yan's power of the Supreme was released again, directly plundering those powers. You can directly plunder vitality. The 8-armed demon god's eyes directly burst with the most terrifying light, and he seemed to be very surprised. He coveted these monsters that were transformed from vitality. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that he couldn't directly plunder, so he could only think of such a clumsy way. However, the guy in front of him was able to do it directly. You're an outsider. His consciousness was released again, as if he was surprised by Su Yan's identity and origin. At this time, Su Yan said, "Hi, you're right. I am an outsider, but so what? What can you do to me?" Su Yan's words directly fell, and at this time his aura was already rolling, and that most terrifying power at this time had reached the extreme. He leaped out and directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, the sky changed color, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. "Outsider, you will be the key to my change. You will never understand the true meaning of God." At this time, Su Yan said, "You finally can't hold it in anymore and want to show your true power?" At this time, his expression was indeed serious. After all, the power that was shown at this time was indeed extremely terrifying, and it made him feel a great threat. However, that was all there was to it. At this time, Su Yan's mind moved, and then a huge shadow appeared behind him. "God, my ****, you're just the resentment of a body. If even trash like you could be called a god, I would have defied the heavens long ago." The shadow of the true demon. At this time, Su Yan finally no longer hid himself, and at this time, he directly released all of his power, and the real power directly burst out. The shadow of the true demon. The power of the highest was activated, and it directly offset the surrounding restrictive power. At this time, Huan Bin and Lu Wu finally arrived at the place where the sky spirit grass was planted, but at this time, they suddenly felt a huge movement behind them, and they instinctively turned around, only to see such an incredible scene. "Ow, how is this possible? Young master, he..." At this time, Lu Wu was so shocked that he could not speak. At this moment, Huan Bin said, "As expected, this young master's strength is truly unimaginable. In this place, it seems to be a law for one's strength to reach the spirit realm, but he can directly break the law. He is even stronger than the young master of my sect." Huan Bin was a member of the Xianwei sect, and their young master was also an extremely terrifying task. Although the 4 heavenly kings of Tianji Elder did not have their young master, in the eyes of the Xianwei sect, it was completely the Tianji Elder who was old and senile. Their young master was a great figure, and his power was even more terrifying. Chapter 12:18. After all, Yi Kongxing's strength had always been extremely terrifying. However, how could the others be qualified to be compared with the young master? No pop-up window. But at this moment, he realized that he was really blind. "I don't know if this young master is the one I guessed," Huanzi said again. At this moment, Lu Wu asked, "Who are you talking about?" Huanzi said, "Didn't he say that he was Chong Wuxin from the Sound of Thunder sect? It's just that the most famous person in the Sound of Thunder sect is actually Zhang Daqian, who is also a powerful genius. However, he's definitely not Zhang Daqian. Now imagine that the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization are in cahoots. Can't you guess who this person might be?" At this moment, Lu Wu finally reacted. "Are you saying that he's Su Yan, one of the future 4 heavenly kings of the human clan? Su Yan? Well, it's no longer important. I don't know if it's our fortune or misfortune to meet him. But now, it seems that the most important thing for us is the Sky Spirit Herb." He directly looked at the Sky Spirit Herb. "Do you think he'll give us the Sky Spirit Herb?" At this moment, Lu Wu's heart wavered again. Huan Bin said, "There's no need to doubt. He just said that the Sky Spirit Herb is no longer important to him. I believe him." While speaking, he had already walked forward. But after a few steps, a gust of wind suddenly blew past. On the ground, A dark gray aura of Y-Forest suddenly appeared. The moment the aura appeared this time, an extremely terrifying force directly rushed towards them. Oh no, this mission is really not simple. At this moment, he was extremely surprised because such a strange thing appeared at this time. What's that? Lu was also surprised. Just as he was surprised, the gray fog had already manifested into an 8-armed demon god. Of course, this 8-armed demon god was much smaller than the one fighting with Su Yan. It was only about the size of a child. 8-armed demon god. It's that evil god. Old Lu, you and I will join hands to kill him, but be careful. The battle between Su Yan and the evil god began once again. At this time, they had completely let go of their strength. Such a battle was simply unimaginable. The terrifying power almost directly rushed to the sky at this time. That terrifying radiance was even more unimaginable. This was a battle where all of his strength was unleashed. As I expected, the power of the divine resentment isn't too strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for it. The reason why Su Yan decided to make a move was not because he was reckless, but because he had already estimated the extent of this fellow's strength, which was why he made a move. The reason why he was able to deduce it was because of that strand of divine will. At this moment, his sword chi became even more powerful. The true demon shadow blocked it head-on, while he continued to attack from different angles. As such, even the powerful 8-armed demon god could not gain the upper hand. At this moment, the corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. There was a look of realization in his eyes. Haha, I understand now. Evil god, you will definitely die today. At this time, his power erupted again. That terrifying power pressed down fiercely. That violent aura turned into a huge mountain and then directly pressed down. That boundless power was so strange and terrifying at this time. The aura between heaven and earth had become even stronger. He seemed to have grasped some key points. It was because of this that he was so confident in himself at this time. This time, I will definitely win. Extremely strong colors burst out in his eyes, because at this time, he had absolute confidence in himself. At this moment, his true demon shadow rushed toward his opponent without hesitation. Since he had a rough idea, he would definitely not lose. After the last time, the true demon shadow had evolved. During the battle with the eternal dragon, Su Yan directly integrated the finger bone of the great demon god lord into the true demon shadow, allowing the great demon god lord's consciousness to descend. Although the great demon god lord's consciousness had disappeared after the battle. However, the true demon shadow seemed to have changed. Usually, no changes could be seen, but in fact, Su Yan knew that the true demon shadow had undergone the most fundamental change. At this time, in the battle with the evil god, the true demon shadow immediately displayed extremely terrifying strength. He even seemed to have an unimaginable desire for the 8-armed demon god. At this moment, that force slammed down fiercely. The raging power was constantly changing at this moment. Such a powerful force actually suppressed the 8-armed demon god in an instant. This was the world of the 8-armed demon god, but at this time, the 8-armed demon god did not have any advantage. Instead, he was directly suppressed. At this time, the 8-armed demon god seemed to have sensed an extremely familiar aura. Damn it, you really deserve to die. That kind of anger was extremely terrifying and intense. It was a kind of power that wanted to destroy everything. It was a crisis that wanted to completely destroy everything in this world. The terrifying aura was constantly attacking at this time. Such a power was indescribably terrifying and terrifying. At this time, the power was constantly changing, and the aura had reached an indescribable level. Between heaven and earth, everything had lost its color. The only thing that remained was the most terrifying radiance of heaven and earth. Su Yan's power was constantly moving at this time. The sword edge of his taiji, sword, was constantly flashing. The sword edge was extremely powerful to begin with, and the sword light that was bursting out at this time was even more so. At this moment, Su Yan's power was already unimaginable. However, at this time, he suddenly realized that the pressure on him was increasing. The power of the highest is indeed not omnipotent. Although I can temporarily suppress this power, it seems that this is all I can do. I can't let my power continue to grow. At this time, Su Yin knew that there was not much time left for him to fight with his full strength. This was because at this time, there was already an extremely frightening pressure. After all, the rules of this world were as such. It was already very impressive that the power of the highest could be used as a shortcut. However, it was impossible for him to continue like this. Therefore, at this time, his power flickered, and the terrifying radiance changed at this time. Su Yan's power had become even more intense at this time, and the light was even more so at this time. His aura had begun to shrink. At this time, the eight-armed demon god seemed to have noticed the change in Su Yan. At this time, he began to laugh wildly. "Ha, outsider, although you can deceive this place, you can only succeed for a while. Now, it seems that you're going to reveal your true form. In this case, you're bound to lose." At this time, he was naturally full of confidence in himself. Su Yan's power was indeed terrifying. Whether it was him or the demonic shadow that appeared, both gave him great pressure. However, if the rules of heaven and earth could suppress Su Yan again, then Su Yan's power would not be able to compete with his. At this time, the victor would still be him. At that time, he would be able to directly take over Su Yan's body. He had already said before that Su Yan's body was very attractive to him. If he could succeed, then although he could not be resurrected immediately, he would have greater hope. For a person like him, the most frightening thing was that there was no hope. He had endless time. As the resentment of the gods, he would not die easily. However, if there was no hope and he was like this for the rest of his life, this was something that he could not bear. But now, he saw hope, and hope was right in front of him. The true demonic shadow once again blasted out with his blade. The terrifying blade directly exploded in the air. Su Yan used a sword, but the true demonic shadow's weapon was a long blade. The power of the blade's explosion was simply unimaginable. However, although the blade's power was strong, it could not kill the opponent in an instant. At this time, this existence was extremely terrifying. He seemed to have unimaginable vitality. Regardless of how terrifying Su Yan's sword chi was, it could not do anything to him. This was actually an extremely helpless matter. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have been depressed and dispirited at this time. However, Su Yan was not. He was clearly in an extremely dangerous situation, but he was not in a hurry at all. He slashed down with his sword as if none of this had anything to do with him. At this time, the eight-armed devil god was the more depressed one. Clearly, he was the one who had hopes of obtaining victory. But Su Yan's way of handling things made him scratch his head in confusion. Finally, his consciousness fell again. "Human, you're about to lose, but you're not flustered at all. How interesting." Yes, in his opinion, Su Yan was about to lose. Therefore, Su Yan should be extremely flustered at this time. But Su Yan was not flustered at all. This kind of attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Yan said, "Haha, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you flustered? If you think you're not my match, then just admit defeat. However, that's useless. I'm not afraid to tell you that I never thought of letting you live." This was indeed Su Yan's thought. The heavenly vengeance had to die. Only by dying would Su Yan have a chance to devour it directly and become even stronger. At this time, Su Yan clearly understood that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to disregard everything and use extraordinary methods. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to survive the great calamity. Chapter 12:19. This was not because of any other reason, but because he knew very well that there were too many strong people in this world. Although his strength was not bad, compared to those truly terrifying existences, he was still too far away. Read the full text. He wanted to live, and live well, so he had to do this. At this time, Su Yan had already lost too much and experienced too much. He really did not want to continue tasting defeat. He also did not want to see another farewell. Originally, he was already very aware of the danger, but at this time, Yun Wanqing disappeared again. If something happened to Yin Wanqing again, he did not know if he could take it. Maybe he would go crazy. Chu Linger, Lin Huatu, Lu Lan, each and every one of the women he liked, and his original family. Even if he never thought of himself as a member of the Su family, this body still had the blood of that family flowing in it. All of this was something he could not deny. Therefore, no matter what, he could not lose again. In order to not lose, he could only fight even harder. That was why he was like this at this time. His powerful strength rushed down again, and the true demon shadow roared, fiercely pressing the 8-armed demon god to the ground. The 8-armed demon god was also stunned. Why was this true demon shadow getting stronger the more it fought? Damn it, wasn't this thing summoned by that human? Why? He really did not understand. It was clearly a summoned creature, but it was completely out of sync with its master. At this time, Su Yan's strength should be getting weaker and weaker, but his strength was not like that. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. This was completely abnormal. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Su Yan's sword suddenly stopped. Then he suddenly took a step back and said with a smile, "This is really tiring. I'm not going to fight anymore." After saying this, his aura disappeared. At this time, he had become a weakling with only a spirit realm cultivation. Yes, compared to before, he, who was only in the spirit realm, was now a weakling who couldn't be any weaker. He was clearly on the verge of victory, but he suddenly withdrew his strength. Outsider, are you admitting defeat? Since Su Yan had already reached the spirit realm, then he was no longer a threat to him. He could turn defeat into victory and make Su Yan die miserably. But at this time, he felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what exactly was wrong. I'm going to lose? Haha, you must be mistaken. The reason why I stopped was not because I was going to lose, but because I was already too lazy to fight with you. Su Yan spoke very casually, but the more he spoke, the more confused this existence became. Even now, he still didn't understand what the hell Su Yan was doing. Actually, you're just a strand of divine resentment. This isn't your true form, right? That's why you're able to unleash your power and fight me like this. The rules of this world actually exist, so even you can't really break those rules. Su Yan's words gave the 8-armed devil god a bad feeling, because this is just an illusory body that gathers the so-called vitality you speak of, and then constructs an existence similar to a clone. That's why you can become a god. But what if your true form dies? Su Yan suddenly asked. The 8-armed devil god immediately roared, wanting to kill Su Yan, but Su Yan was unmoved. He only said, "It should be about time." Just as he was speaking, Lu Wu's Tianwu fist had already landed. The power of that fist was extremely strong, and it directly bombarded the body of the miniature 8-armed devil god. "Get lost, you damned thing. That's my heavenly soul grass." Lu Wu's eyes were filled with incomparable passion. For the sake of the heavenly spirit grass, he had already taken a huge risk. At this time, all the obstacles had disappeared. In front of him, there was only this little thing as a barrier. So, how could he bear it? Facing this little thing, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Therefore, he directly launched an attack with his strongest power. This little thing was actually not weak, but at this time he was working together with Yuanza. Under such circumstances, no matter how capable this little thing was, it would be difficult for it to resist, and it was directly kicked away. After doing all this, he was finally satisfied. Ha ha ha, heavenly soul grass. At this time, Yuanza didn't stop. He directly shouted, "Old Lu, kill this thing." His aura increased at this time, and his killing intent became even stronger. The strong killing intent directly erupted, and the mysterious Wai ruler appeared. Then a force fell fiercely, directly hitting the body of this thing. As a result, the pitiful little thing was directly defeated. What they didn't know was that at this time, the 8-armed demon god, who was fighting fiercely with Su Yan, let out a painful roar, as if it had been greatly tortured. At this time, Su Yan began to laugh, and then said, "Do you think I don't know? You're just a fake existence in front of me, and the real existence is that little thing. Haha, but the strange thing is, maybe you've already forgotten. Therefore, the divine resentment is still the divine resentment after all. It's still an incomplete thing. After saying that, he directly grabbed at the little thing again. Following his movement, he then threw a punch fiercely. An extremely strong force suddenly fell, turning into an extremely violent gale. How is this possible? This is impossible. I'm supposed to be invincible. How can I lose? Even at this time, he still refused to give up and felt that he should be truly invincible in this place. Invincible? Haha, there's no such thing as invincible. At this time, you still refuse to recognize reality. This is really funny. Forget it. I don't want to continue wasting time with you. In that case, you can go to hell. While speaking, the true demon shadow suddenly hugged the huge divine resentment, and at this time, Su Yin directly emerged with the power of the Tai Supreme. At this time, what Su Yin wanted to do was to directly devour this thing. The ferocious, devouring power was like a frenzied dragon. It rushed out fiercely, wanting to devour everything he had. The terrifying power at this time was even more unimaginable, and at this time, the aura was constantly moving at this time. No. His roar was so mournful. Lu Wu and He Wenze did not know that they only wanted to get the Sky Spirit Herb, but they actually helped Su Yin get rid of a terrifying existence. Previously, Su Yin did not tell them that they were dealing with the divine resentment at this time. This was because he knew very well that if he told them directly at this time, they might not dare to make a move because of fear. As long as they had a heart of fear, they would stop moving forward, and this way, they would not be able to pose a fatal threat to that terrifying existence. However, it was because of their ignorance and greed that they were fearless and defeated the divine resentment's main body. Su Yin had suddenly dissipated the power of the Taishang at the last moment, allowing himself to return to the realm of spirit channeling. This was because he had already seen the situation of the battle and knew that the most crucial part of the eight-armed demon god would not be able to survive. His opponent was just a powerful vitality condensed by the main body. However, because this place was special, even the divine resentment itself had been forgotten. The reason why the Sky Spirit Herb could grow was because the bones of a powerful existence were buried here. Only by condensing the Sky Spirit Herb could it become the Sky Spirit Herb. This was Su Yan's judgment. It had to be said that Su Yan's judgment was extremely accurate. It could even be said to be incomparably exquisite. If it wasn't for his judgment, he probably wouldn't have been able to drag the battle to such a state. However, at this time, he still had to face a problem, and that was the true Devil Shadow. At this time, the true Devil Shadow also began to devour vitality, as if intending to compete with Su Yin for resources. As expected, the arrival of the great Devil Heaven Lord has already affected the true Devil Shadow. However, you are something created by me, and you are condensed by me, not the great Devil Heaven Lord. You can only obtain it if I allow it. If I don't allow it, then you can stay here. Su Yin bellowed loudly. Then, an extremely powerful seal rushed out to suppress Yi Shiwen. Under such an impact, the huge true Devil's shadow suddenly trembled, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. At this time, his instincts actually resisted Su Yin. However, this struggle quickly stopped. Just as Su Yin said, the true Devil Shadow was created by his power. Without Su Yan's permission, he absolutely could not act independently. Even if the great Devil Heaven Lord had descended and there was the heavenly demon fingerbone in his body, he still could not escape from Su Yan's control at this time. Su Yan's power was still circulating. Not long after, the powerful force was finally completely devoured by Su Yan. After devouring the huge divine resentment, Su Yan's supreme power began to spread again, and the vitality of the monsters that died in the battle was all devoured by him. And this vitality was what Su Yin wanted to devour. He didn't lie to He Wenze and Lu Wu. He really didn't care much about the Sky Spirit Grass, because he didn't need it. The vitality could directly increase his strength, but the Sky Spirit Grass couldn't, because he was already strong enough. As for the vitality, Lu Wu and He Wenze couldn't absorb it. Su Yin walked to their side. At this time, He Wenze suddenly took out 2 Sky Spirit Grass. "Young master, This is for you. Lu was obviously very reluctant. This was the sky spirit grass, and he felt that the more he had, the better. However, Huanza had already given it away, so he couldn't say anything. Chapter 1220. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Wu couldn't bear to part with it, but how could Huanza be willing to part with it? But at this time, even if he couldn't bear to part with it, what could he do? He still chose to give it to Su Yin. Although Su Yin did say that he wouldn't be calculative with them about the sky spirit grass. And if they really took it all, Su Yin wouldn't say anything. But now they were under Su Yan's protection, and, as the saying goes, one has to bow under the eaves, and he still had this self-awareness. Su Yin smiled and took the sky spirit grass in his hand without any hesitation. He didn't need much of the sky spirit grass, but such a precious thing was better than nothing. Besides, he could also give the sky spirit grass to Yun Wanqing to eat. Besides, at this time, he also understood Huanza's intention of giving it to him. He wanted to seek his protection. Huanza was a smart person, and it was quite pleasant to work with him. Huanza and Lu Wu had already gotten what they wanted. In fact, a divine item like the sky spirit grass could only be swallowed once, and the second one would be useless. Lu Wu couldn't bear to part with it purely because of his greed. So, in fact, he wasn't as smart as Huanza. Of course, such a person would have his uses sometimes. Anyway, for Su Yin, they couldn't do anything at all. On the contrary, sometimes some inadvertent arrangements could help him achieve his goals. Just like this time, these two people were the ones who had contributed the most. Of course, Su Yin wouldn't say this out loud. After all, this was a kind of exploitation. The relationship between them hadn't reached the point where they could trust each other completely. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to gradually increase. The pressure that was released from his body even made the two of them take a few steps back. It was as if they were facing a terrifying monster. The two of them showed fear on their faces. They didn't know why Su Yin would suddenly display such power at this time. Su Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I just went through a battle, so I can't completely restrain my aura." In fact, this was because he suddenly swallowed a large amount of elemental energy, and the elemental energy couldn't be completely subdued in a short period of time. So it was like this. At this moment, the light in the sky was flickering, and the light was so dazzling that everything between heaven and earth was changing slightly. Those specks of light were actually origin energy. After going through the battle, just now, Su Yin had already figured out many things, the most crucial of which was his understanding of this world. Many things in this world were constructed using origin energy, including the demonic beast that they had just seen. In fact, they were all constructed using origin energy. The heavenly resentment devoured elemental energy to strengthen itself. When its power reached a certain level, it could defy the heavens and be resurrected. It was a pity that its goal was not achieved in the end. Perhaps it had fallen here, and its heavenly resentment was also limited by the laws of this world when it was born. This made it impossible for it to directly devour the elemental energy. Instead, it could only slowly devour the elemental energy through a method similar to faith. In fact, his plan was already very perfect, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough time. If he had enough time, then his power could be completely stimulated. At that time, his cultivation level would naturally recover. However, before he could achieve his goal, he was killed by Su Yin, and his elemental energy was also directly devoured by Su Yin. The elemental energy of the heavenly resentment was already extremely terrifying, and in addition to the elemental energy that Su Yin devoured from killing the elemental energy, it was equivalent to him devouring an emperor. In fact, this was already an extremely terrifying matter. One had to know how powerful an emperor's origin was, and how difficult it was for an emperor to cultivate. It was simply unimaginably difficult to take another step forward. However, Su Yin did it. Not only did he do it, but he did it very well. Therefore, at this time, the energy in his body was extremely strong. Even someone as strong as him couldn't directly harmonize this energy in a short time. If it weren't for the fact that his power of the exalted was extremely mysterious, he would have to sit down and adjust his energy at this time. For him, this was a huge opportunity. As for the brilliance in the sky, although he coveted it, he also knew that there was a saying that one couldn't go against what one did. If he continued like this, it would probably lead to other unforeseen events. Since this world was limited by his laws, it meant that this world had its own will. Although this will might not be very strong, Su Yin still knew that it was not appropriate for him to compete with this will with his current strength. Young master, you just said that we can leave here. How should we leave? He Wenza asked at this time. Luwu also pricked up his ears. He also didn't want to be trapped in this damn place for the rest of his life. Su Yin said, well, we can indeed leave here, but it's not easy to do so. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he had already begun to condense his energy, and an extremely dazzling light beam was released. At this moment, his powerful energy was released again. The dead have already decayed, and the existing will not hide. As his words fell, an extremely bright light suddenly flickered not far in front of him. An extremely sacred aura appeared, and a powerful repulsive force spread out in all directions. Apart from Su Yin, who could stand firmly in place, He Wenza and Lu Wu couldn't remain still at all. What's going on? Is something about to appear? Lu Wu was extremely shocked. The thing that suddenly appeared seemed to have extremely terrifying strength, which made him extremely uneasy. His strength was indeed powerful, but compared to this power, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, at this time, their strength was still sealed. If a terrifying monster really appeared, it would be dangerous. He was not as calm as He Wenza, and he actually didn't trust Su Yin. At the very least, Su Yin had just taken away the heavenly spirit grass, which made him feel extremely relieved. Finally, all the auras calmed down. As I thought, haha, is this a game? How interesting. After Su Yin finished talking to himself, he directly walked forward. Seeing that Su Yin was moving forward, He Wenza didn't hesitate and directly followed. However, at this time, Lu Wu pulled him back. Old He, are we really going? In the beginning, he could be said to be very excited about the Gate of God. He felt that he had discovered a treasure trove and could obtain something by entering it. However, after experiencing this, he was really afraid of the Gate of God. After all, in this world, his strength had been sealed, and he didn't have any strength to deal with it. Then, what would the next world be like? At this time, he had no confidence in his heart. Therefore, he was very hesitant. Old Lu, don't you understand? If we want to leave this place alive, we have to follow the young master. Not to mention what we can obtain by following the young master. Is it not enough just to leave alive? Seeing He Wenza's determined expression, Lu Wu finally felt relieved. He and He Wenza were already good friends. Although perhaps in the deepest part of his heart, he was wary of everyone. At this time, he could only choose to believe He Wenza. Therefore, he also followed. Just as the two of them were talking, Su Yin had already stepped into the Gate of God. Su Yin felt that it was a little funny because he thought of something. When he was still on Earth, the game he played seemed to have this kind of challenge mode. After defeating the boss of one level, one could enter the next level. It was very similar. Just now was considered the first level, and in fact, the first level was very difficult to pass. If the person who entered this level was not Su Yin, but his people, he was afraid that they would not be able to recover their cultivation directly. With their cultivation suppressed, how could they defeat the 8-armed demon god? Perhaps there was always another way, but it would take a lot of time. That would not be worth the loss. Of course, they were not the only ones who entered this mysterious Middle-earth. Su Yin did not know whether the others had entered the Gate of God or what kind of world they were in after entering the Gate of God. This Middle-earth, such a vast land, was very strange and had unimaginable power. Even he could not figure out this place clearly. When he had just stepped into the Middle-earth, he had already felt it. It was an extremely terrifying aura. However, this aura seemed to be very weak, as if it was not there at all. As a result, Su Yin was unable to determine exactly how strong this aura was and where it came from. However, there was one thing that he was clear about, and that was that a monster with such strength was definitely not a simple character. The Gate of God's teleportation was activated again. This time, boundless light surrounded them. In such a dense light, they seemed to be holy people with an indescribable divine aura. Interesting, it seems to be a completely different world. In the gate of God, the suppression of their strength was still not lifted. However, their realms had increased a little. It was stronger than the spirit realm. Above the spirit realm was the celestial realm. Whether it was Lu Wu or He Wenza, their strength had already reached the Fate Soul realm. No matter what, at least their cultivation level had increased by 1 level, which made them very happy. Although the realm of life spirit was too weak for them, it was at least stronger than the spirit channeling realm. When they walked out of the gate of God, the huge gate of God behind them disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 12:21. At this moment, Lu Wu was overjoyed. He quickly thought of something, and that was the heavenly spirit grass. At this moment, he couldn't wait to devour the heavenly spirit grass. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "I advise you not to be in such a hurry." Hearing Su Yan's words, Lu Wu's expression changed. He subconsciously thought that Su Yan was going to go back on his word. But who would have thought that at this time? Su Yan said, "I think you should be very clear that this place is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. If you take it here, will it allow you to reach a higher realm?" He Wenbin understood Su Yan's meaning and said, "Young master, do you mean that consuming it here won't have any effect?" Su Yan said, "No, it's not that it won't have any effect. It's just that the effect won't be good. Your current realms are in the Fate Soul realm, right? Then, after your realms increase, will you become stronger Venerables or even stronger Fate Souls?" Even if the two of them were stupid, they already understood Su Yan's meaning. Although Lu Wu was unwilling, he clearly didn't want such a precious heavenly spirit grass to go to waste. However, Lu Wu quickly discovered one thing. At this moment, Su Yan's aura seemed to be too weak. He felt a trace of joy in his heart, but he didn't show it. He then asked, "Young master, are you also in the Fate Soul realm?" Su Yan smiled lightly, then said, "No, not yet. I'm only at the peak of the spirit channeling realm." Regarding the matter of his cultivation not increasing, Su Yan did not hide anything and directly spoke about it. When Lu Wu heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. At this time, he seemed to have a different plan, but he quickly suppressed this thought, because he thought of how powerful Su Yan was. In the previous world, Su Yan had used his original power for no reason. That terrifying aura made him feel hopeless. It was as if the person in front of him was the most powerful and terrifying existence in the world. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly at this moment. However, he remembered these words in his heart. After all, the Fate Soul realm was much stronger than the spirit channeling realm. Perhaps if he used it well, this could be an opportunity. Su Yan didn't seem to notice anything. He turned around and walked forward. This world was different from the previous world. In the previous world, there was yellow sand everywhere, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. However, it was different in this world. This place was full of vitality, and everything looked so beautiful in this place. Countless flowers bloomed in this place. That beautiful aura was even more unimaginable. The warm sunlight shone down, giving people an extremely intoxicated feeling. If it wasn't for the special environment here, this place was simply a paradise. It was intoxicating. Su Yan enjoyed the tranquility here. Even if he knew that everything in front of him was very likely illusory, he didn't care. After all, he was very clear that there were so many disturbances in this world. To be able to enjoy this moment of peace was enough. Of course, he wasn't just enjoying the environment here. He was also comprehending. He was comprehending what kind of laws this world had, what kind of existences there were, and what kind of situations would occur. At this moment, there were specks of light flickering in the sky. When he saw this light, Su Yan's first reaction was Origin Chi. At this moment, his Eye of Truth had already begun to be used. Under the Eye of Truth, everything began to return to its origin. Nothing could escape his eyes. In his eyes, everything was so clear. Yuan Chi, this was indeed a world formed by Yuan Chi. Unknowingly, Su Yan's power began to circulate. Bit by bit, origin chi gathered directly towards his body. At this time, his body had become a huge vortex. Everything was swallowed by him. This was an extremely strange process. During this process, his power began to manifest. The change in power was simply unimaginable. The power had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this time, between heaven and earth, such a change in power had reached the most terrifying level. In the sky, bit by bit, chi continued to gather towards this place. In the end, the change in chi was extremely powerful and even began to cause a gale. He once discovered something and gradually slowed down his footsteps. At this time, there was a sudden vibration in front of them. Su Yan stopped. "Young master, what's wrong?" He had been asked. At this time, he was already extremely respectful to Su Yan. As for whether this respect was sincere or not, Su Yan was not sure. He did not care. As long as this respect existed, it was enough for him. "Someone is coming," Su Yan said. "Someone?" He was surprised. In the previous world, they did not see a single person, but at this time, humans appeared. Who were those people? Were they similar to him, entering here from the outside world, or were they natives of this world? Although this place was strange, it could indeed be said to be an independent world. After all, this was the kingdom of the gods. Even if it was a kingdom that appeared after the fall of the gods, it still had extremely magical power that could not be underestimated. Not long after, those people had arrived in front of them. It was a team of knights. The knight in the lead was wearing shining armor and looked extraordinary. In fact, the long spear was extremely eye-catching. It was a weapon that was completely different from the infinite world. However, Su Yan was somewhat familiar with it because it seemed to be the long spear of the knights in the biographies of the Western countries on Earth. This team of knights was very imposing. Their terrifying power was simply unparalleled. Their aura directly suppressed the few of them. The knights stopped in front of them. The one in the lead was actually condescending. He looked at Su Yan and the others and said, "Where did you come from? What is your purpose in coming to the Great Sun Kingdom?" He was directly questioning Su Yan and the others without holding back at all. Moreover, as he spoke, his knight's long spear was directly pointed at Su Yan. It seemed that as long as Su Yan was unwilling to speak, his long spear would directly stab down and kill Su Yan and the others. At this time, Su Yan said, "Sun Kingdom? We are indeed outsiders. As for why we are here, I won't tell you." His attitude immediately infuriated the knight commander. Su Yan's uncooperative attitude made him extremely angry. "How dare you? Since you won't tell me, then don't blame me." His gaze turned cold. At this time, the knight's long spear was already pointed at Su Yan. At this time, he said, "Old Lu, let's attack." As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan. "Young master, leave these guys to us." The auras emitted by these guys were not weak. They almost had the auras of the life-soul realm. However, even so, he was not afraid. They were the elders of the Celestial Sect and the Xianwei Sect. Although it was difficult for them to advance after reaching the Venerable Realm, it seemed that their aptitude was not strong. However, that was only compared to the top geniuses. Compared to ordinary people, they were already extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Even if their realms were the same, they were enough to dominate. Since they had received Su Yan's protection, they had to serve Su Yan sometimes. Therefore, at this time, he had already rushed out. Since he had already attacked, Lu Wu naturally would not be indifferent. In terms of battle prowess, Lu Wu was more powerful than He Wen-zhe. After all, the Celestial Sect was based on the martial arts. Lu Wu's strength was extremely strong. Once he punched out, there was a terrifying force that immediately suppressed He Wen-zhe. Such a force could be said to be extremely powerful and terrifying at this time. At this moment, his strength directly exploded. The force of this punch was simply unimaginable. The knight clearly did not expect these guys in front of him to be so arrogant. Not only did they not surrender, but they also dared to attack first. However, he was not to be trifled with. The long spear in his hand swayed and then stabbed at Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. To be able to use it at such a speed, it was extremely terrifying. That power was so fast that it was unimaginable. However, he was up against Lu Wu. Along the way, Lu Wu was not in pain at all. This was because he was suppressed by Su Yin and could not even lift his head. At this time, this knight was simply a punching bag for him. Facing the knight's long spear that pierced through the air, he did not care at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, he broke through and appeared in front of Su Yin. At this time, the force of his fist was so strong that it directly grabbed the long spear in his hand. "Humph! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of your grandfather?" As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force, and the knight was directly pulled down from his warhorse. The knight's body was still flying in the air. He had already moved forward again and then viciously kicked the knight's abdomen. The knight's entire body curled up as he felt an extremely intense pain. At this time, Huanza had also charged into the crowd. He was constantly using his strength. Attack after attack landed continuously. The terrifying force was incomparably strong at this time. The terrifying force of the reversal was simply unimaginable. In a short period of time, there were continuous screams. Facing these two people, the knights did not have the strength to resist at all. Chapter 1222. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation of those people. Huanza and Lu Wu were the most powerful and terrifying existences. No matter if they charged or attacked together, it was useless against the two of them. Their reaction speed was simply too terrifying. They were able to avoid all of this with ease. The strength of these two people was simply formidable to an extremely terrifying extent. That was not all. Whether it was speed or strength, they were so powerful that people could not react. Speed, strength, and reaction speed they could not resist. Moreover, they even had the ability to float. This was simply a knight's nightmare. Damn it! Where did these monsters come from? Why are they here? At this moment, they had already begun to tremble. They already had the deepest fear towards these two people. "All right, old Lu, hurry up and clean up. Don't waste time." At this moment, Huanza directly said to Lu Wu. He was already a little impatient. In fact, to them in the past, these people could not even be bothered to lift a finger. However, at this moment, they had to pay such a price. This made him very uncomfortable. Of course, there was no sense of accomplishment in dealing with these people. Dealing with them as soon as possible and then getting the information he wanted from them was the most important thing. All right, Lu Wu directly made his move. Screams rang out, and these people immediately collapsed on the ground. "Tell me, who are you people, and where is this place?" Huanza directly asked. At this moment, the knight leader was stepped under his foot. He wanted to struggle, but he was completely unable to do so. His eyes were filled with deep resentment. "Hurry up and speak." Lu Wu directly added a kick. "This is the Sun Empire. You have offended the knights of the great Sun Empire. You will die a horrible death." He directly cursed viciously. At this moment, Huanza said, "Haha, how we will die is not something you need to worry about. You should worry about yourself." Huanza's smile was calm, but in his eyes, it was the smile of a demon. The leader of the knights simply closed his eyes. "Then, tell me, Mr. Great Knight, apart from us, have you found other people similar to us?" At this time, Su Yan had already walked up. Su Yan's voice was much gentler. Perhaps it was because of this reason that it actually opened its eyes and looked at Su Yan. It was at this moment that his gaze froze. He quickly said, "Yes, there are invaders in the Sun Empire, invaders just like you. They are vainly trying to seize the great scepter of the Sun Empire." The knight did not expect that he would speak out so directly at this moment. "Tell me, when did this happen?" "Don't worry. As long as you cooperate with us, I won't hurt you," Su Yan said again. "Just a few days ago, those people were like you, very powerful. No, those people were even more powerful than you. However, they still failed. The great Imperial Preceptor repelled them with his powerful magic. So you guys should give up. Those guys are not a match for the Imperial Preceptor. You guys are even more so," he said fiercely, as if saying this would make him feel incomparably happy. Su Yan smiled faintly. He didn't really care about his cursing words. He only said, "The Emperor's scepter? Haha, seems like a good thing. I think I already know where we are going." Those few outsiders must be the expert from the various sects in the 5 counties who had entered the 9 continents in advance. This was interesting. Previously, they did not know that there were experts from other sections. Let's go. I don't know which sect's experts came here. What was worth confirming was that it was not only the sects of the eastern lands that came to the Central Plains. There were experts from other places, such as the Southern Sea, the Northern region, and the Western Wasteland. After all, this involved the inheritance of the gods. There was no power that would not pay attention to it. The knight captain was in a daze. Apparently, he hadn't realized why he was so obedient and revealed everything. But at this point, no one cared about the reason anymore. Suyin was not in a hurry. Instead, he walked forward slowly. While Suyin was walking, Yin Wanqing was facing a tough battle. She used her cloud mist technique to restrict the resurrection power of the mysterious existence that had taken over her father. Without the help of the cloud mist technique, it would be extremely difficult for that fellow to use her own power to resurrect. In this case, she should be able to gain the upper hand by teaming up with Hanyu Daozuan. Originally, this was indeed the case. When the two of them worked together, their battle power was unleashed to the extreme. Although it was their first time teaming up, the two of them had great chemistry and worked together seamlessly. Hanyu Daozuan's Tao of Ice was very powerful, and Yun Wanqing's Cloud Mist technique was also very powerful. When the two of them worked together, the power that they could unleash was naturally even more powerful. As a result, the monster that had taken over her father's body was retreating in defeat. This fellow was once an expert, but unfortunately, he had gone through a great tribulation and was actually dead. Although he had used Yun He to achieve a goal similar to resurrecting from the dead, it was not his own body. However, that wasn't his own body after all. No matter what, he couldn't control it as he wished. As a result, his power could not be used to its fullest. Therefore, he could not use it as he wished. Originally, he could use Yun He's powerful cloud mist technique to continuously restore himself and increase his power. However, at this point, he could no longer do so. At this point, he should have been in a critical situation. In the end, he was even directly sealed in ice and did not even have the strength to move. Yun Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that she had finally trapped this fellow this time. Finally, I've trapped this fellow. Now let me kill him. Hanyu Daozuan hated this fellow to the extreme, so he immediately wanted to attack. Only by completely killing this fellow could he vent the anger in his heart. However, Yin Wanqing directly stopped him. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? You should understand that this fellow is very powerful. Although my Eye Seal technique has suppressed him, it is only temporary. It can't trap him forever." Yin Wanqing said directly, "Fellow Taoist, to tell you the truth, he is actually my father. It's just that his body was taken over by an evil spirit. That's why he's like this, so I want to ask you to let him go." No matter what, Yin Wanqing could not watch her father die. She still had to think of a way to save her father. At this moment, the evil spirit's power that occupied Yun He's body seemed to dissipate directly, and then he shouted, "Wanqing, Wanqing, quickly save me. Father is in so much pain." In the past, Yun He was filled with an invincible aura. At the very least, he was in existence with an extremely charismatic personality. This was something that even Su Yin had to admit. If not for this, Yin He would not have been able to become the alliance leader at that time. And now, Yin He was in such a miserable state. His entire person was like a wanderer, which made people feel extremely sad just by looking at him. As a child, she would always choose to remember her father's most handsome appearance. Compared to the past, her father was simply pitiful to the extreme. How could she bear to see him like this? She was on the verge of breaking down. "Your father..." At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan frowned. Hanyu Daozuan. She cultivated a cultivation technique passed down in the Heavenly Sage sect. This cultivation technique allowed her to circulate the ice laws, but it would also affect her state of mind. Although it was impossible for her to be inhumane, her personality was extremely cold. Therefore, at the very beginning, her first thought was to refuse. After all, It was this guy in front of her who had caused her to be so miserable. She had come to the central region with an important mission, which was to investigate this place and then report back to the sect. However, she did not expect to encounter the crazy Yun He as soon as she arrived. This guy was really hateful. He had offended her time and time again. For someone like her, this was something that could not be tolerated. However, at this time, she finally hesitated. Although her heart was cold, she was not completely inhumane. At the very least, Yin Wanqing saved her. When she was injured, although she was often delirious, it wasn't like she didn't know anything. She had her own perception of everything in the outside world. So at this time, she still hesitated. In the end, she said, "In that case, I will let him go for the time being. However, fellow Taoist, I will say this first. If in the end, I am unable to save your father and force this evil spirit out, then I will not let him go. After all, you should understand how terrifying this guy is." Han Yue Daozuan's words were very cold, but in the end, she relented. This allowed Yun Wanqing to breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was not willing to fight with Han Yue Daozuan. This was the best-case scenario. She said, "Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to force that evil spirit out." Once the evil spirit was forced out, it would be the beginning of a new battle. From just now, it could be seen that this evil spirit was not easy to deal with. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Of course, the best result would be to directly destroy the evil spirit in Yunhe's body. This would save a lot of trouble. She walked to Yunhe's side. "Father, don't worry, I will definitely save you. I will directly destroy this evil spirit." Chapter 1223. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All right, quick, save me. That thing is injured now. He wants to devour me completely to heal his injuries. If you don't do anything, I won't be able to hold on any longer. The current Yin, he was simply unimaginable compared to when he was at his peak. At that time, he was so valiant. Even when he was defeated, he was still full of grace. His every move showed his grace. However, this was not the case now. At this moment, he was really in a sorry state. He could only be described as a stray dog. Under such circumstances, it was an extremely painful thing for him. However, at this moment, he had no other choice because the evil spirit had already broken into his sea of consciousness. That was the most fundamental part of a person. After all, not everyone was like Su Yin, who had an extremely terrifying defensive power in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the evil spirit seemed to have made up its mind to devour Yun He's power completely. Only by doing so would it be able to recover some of its origin. Of course, there were also disadvantages to this. Originally, he could have slowly squeezed Yun He dry, and then take away all the things he knew bit by bit. Then, it would have become his own. Other things aside, Yun He's fog cloud technique was indeed extremely magical. Moreover, Yun He seemed to have mastered many secret techniques. Those were the techniques passed down in the Devil Sect. Even for him, they were of great reference value. Unfortunately, he could no longer do that at this moment. If he forcefully devoured Yun He's soul, he would only be able to obtain the power within it. He would not be able to obtain the knowledge he knew. However, sometimes things would not go according to his wishes. Just like now, his power began to explode. At this moment, all of his power exploded out because he had already made up his mind to devour Yun He's soul in an instant. Then, he would complete and strengthen the origin of his soul. Even if it was only a little, it would be enough. At this time, his power began to increase, and the endless aura was about to explode. In Yun He's sea of consciousness, he had almost transformed into a terrifying evil spirit. Haha, Yun He, do you think you can escape? I originally wanted you to cooperate with me so that you would suffer less. But you actually refused to cooperate. At this time, I have no other choice. I can only say that all of this is what you asked for. You can't blame me. At this moment, he directly pounced towards Yun He. Yun He couldn't care about anything else. This was a matter of life and death. He immediately focused his mind. Then a powerful mind power blasted out. Over the years, his realm had actually improved a lot. Back then, he had inexplicably come here and then met this guy. This guy had helped him a lot, so his strength was able to increase. Of course, if that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have fallen for the trap and led the wolf into the house. At this time, his power was constantly surging, trying to break free from the control. However, at this time, he was shocked to find that his enemy's power was far beyond his estimation. His power was so terrifying. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't break free. In this way, he was incomparably terrified. Impossible. How can your power be so strong? If that was the case, you could have defeated me long ago. Yin, he muttered. At this time, he was really panicking. After all, he didn't want to die, but now it was obvious that everything was out of his control. Ha ha ha. You're joking. Do you really think that's all my power? If it weren't for the fact that I wanted you to cooperate and squeeze out your value bit by bit, do you think you can escape from my grasp? But now, since you're so uncooperative, don't blame me for killing you directly. That dark power directly enveloped Yunhee. Although Yunhee tried his best to stop it, even he knew that he couldn't stop it for long. However, at this moment, his sea of consciousness shook again, and another power had entered. It was Yin Wanqing. Yin Wanqing's divine thought turned into an auspicious cloud and appeared directly. Demon, let go of my father. Then, a cloud sword directly formed and slashed toward him. This power was so fast that it was almost incomparably terrifying. That evil spirit was at the critical moment of devouring. Who would have thought that a sword light would suddenly appear? How dare you barge into my sea of consciousness? TSK, TSK, TSK. You're courting death. When the sword light arrived, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. His sharp laughter was extremely eerie, as if a ghost had descended. It was extremely terrifying. A gray power directly charged toward the cloud sword. In just an instant, the cloud sword directly disintegrated. His shadow floated gently, like the shadow of a demon. There was an extremely deep and indescribable aura in his eyes. Ha ha! You actually came in. That's great. With the nourishment of your divine souls, my power will be able to recover more. Just as he spoke, a pitch-black luster suddenly began to roll in Yunhee's sea of consciousness. It was as if puddles of mud had appeared. It was disgusting and extremely terrifying. Such power was simply indescribable. That murky power was even more indescribable. His voice rolled out at this moment, like a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. This was clearly Yunhee's sea of consciousness, but at this moment, it seemed to be his world. During this period of time, he had been compromising with Yunhee while secretly infiltrating. He had integrated his own power into it. This was simply terrifying. Even with Yunhee's strangeness, she didn't notice it. This showed how cunning this demon was. At this moment, Yin Wanqing's arrival didn't make him afraid. Instead, he directly released his great demonic power and wanted to devour everything. His aura was constantly changing and shrouded in light. It was simply unimaginable. Yin Wanqing was a Tao master. To be able to become a Tao master, her divine soul was already very powerful. Moreover, Suyin had been helping her while she was cultivating, so her power was even more so. At this moment, his aura began to sink, as if he was revealing his true body. Wanqing, leave quickly. Originally, Yunhee still wanted Yin Wanqing to save him. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. This guy was more powerful than he had imagined. Therefore, at this moment, he already knew that he had no hope of surviving. Since he was going to die, he absolutely didn't want to see his daughter lose her life for him. At this moment, he activated all of his source energy and directly charged toward the evil spirit. You evil spirit, you want to kill me and scheme against me. That's because I'm not as skilled as you. Yunhee, have nothing to say. However, I won't allow you to have any thoughts about my daughter. Perhaps it was a power called fatherly love that had awakened him. This time, he actually erupted with a power that was far stronger than usual. 1,000 miles of dry clouds. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven and Earth organization were not powerful in terms of combat. However, at this moment, He was actually a genius. If he hadn't been born at the wrong time in an era where spirit chi was suppressed, his power would definitely have been even more powerful. He actually forcibly created his own way of combat from the cultivation techniques of the Heaven and Earth organization. Moreover, after he joined the Limitless Demon sect, he gathered the essence of many demonic cultivation techniques and summarized them himself, making his power even more powerful. At this moment, his aura was surging. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, his body was almost burning with a golden flame. Originally, he was extremely afraid of the evil spirit and wanted to stay as far away as possible from it and not let it get close to him. However, at this moment, he actually rushed directly toward the evil spirit. This was because at this moment, he already had someone in his heart that he wanted to protect. This was also human nature. Everyone was like this. When there was someone in their heart that they wanted to protect, they would become incomparably powerful. Yinhe, what are you doing? Originally, the evil spirit didn't care at all. In his opinion, Yinhe was no match for him at all. For him to make such a choice at this time, he didn't care at all. He was just seeking his own death. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. This guy, he didn't know what kind of madness he had. At this time, he actually began to burn his own origin. That was the origin power of life and the foundation of the soul. By doing so, he was digging a hole for himself, and it was completely hopeless. You idiot, you're committing suicide. Do you know that? His voice had become extremely sharp. Such power was almost unimaginable. Originally, Yinhe's soul power was indeed incomparable to his. However, at this moment, it was different. He burned his own soul and offered everything he had. Then, in an instant, he directly turned into the most terrifying aura and directly burst out. Such power was enough to suppress him in a short period of time. Wanqing, father is not a good person. Since you were young, I haven't cared enough for you. I just hope that you can forgive me. Yinhe's voice had already become low. When they parted last time, although he was a little reluctant in his heart. However, firstly, he had just experienced failure and was disheartened. Secondly, at that time, it wasn't the time to part with life and death. After all, as long as he didn't die, he always felt that there was still hope. However, at this time, he knew that this time, it was really a parting of life and death. The so-called parting of life and death meant that they would never have the chance to see each other again. There were many words that men would hide in the bottom of their hearts and not say out loud. After all, almost all men were deep. Chapter 12:24. Father, don't. Yin Wanqing's power erupted once again. She desperately activated her aura in an attempt to suppress this power. Read the full text. She did not want her father to die. However, at this moment, her power could not be used. She could not even display it. This was Yunhe's sea of consciousness. Although her sea of consciousness had been controlled by that evil spirit earlier, Yunhe could regain control of her sea of consciousness when Yunhe threw caution to the wind. His power was moving bit by bit, and his power was also surging at this moment. Such power was simply unimaginable. The dark power that sealed off her sea of consciousness began to collapse bit by bit. Wanqing, listen to me. Don't waste your power anymore. I'm very happy that you've reached the Tao Master Realm. You're more powerful than me, and you have better foresight than me. Remember my words and live well. At this moment, his voice was very soft. After all, burning one's soul was an extremely painful thing. Even he could not bear it at this moment. At this moment, a power appeared from his body and directly enveloped Yun Wanqing. Even someone as powerful as Yun Wanqing could not resist this power at this moment. She wanted to stop her father from doing something foolish. Unfortunately, she could not do it. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was very weak. Her father clearly needed her very much, but she could not do it. Under the envelopment of that power, her divine thought finally began to gradually leave Yunhe's body. Yunhe used the last of her power to teleport her out. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. A dark palm appeared directly. What a deep father-daughter relationship. However, did I say that you could leave? Haha, this is simply hilarious. At this moment, his voice was so cold and so despairing. Yinhe, you old thing, do you really think that you can burn me to death by burning your soul? What a joke. You're too lowly, and my strength is something you can't imagine. So you can die now. His voice was filled with cruelty. You really scare me to death. Just now, even I thought I was going to die. Ha ha, so I was just scaring myself. He chuckled, and indeed felt a sense of pleasure from escaping death. Just now, he really did think that he was going to die. Unfortunately, he didn't die in the end, because at that time, he suddenly discovered that he actually had another treasure. That was the dark ink lotus. That thing was an ancient treasure, a lotus that was nurtured from the darkness. Back then, he should have been completely dead. However, he was able to survive until now because of this treasure. If it wasn't for the existence of this treasure, he would have been completely and utterly dead. This thing possessed supreme divine power. It was just that after such a long cycle of reincarnation, a lot of his divine power had already withered away. However, just earlier, when Yunhe burned his own soul and erupted with unprecedented power, wanting to kill him, he instead awakened this black lotus. Haha, speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to awaken this dark ink lotus. So, Yunhe, don't worry. As repayment, I won't kill your daughter so easily. Instead, I will properly repay her and let her enjoy the ultimate happiness of the world before slowly dying. His voice was so cold, and his entire person exuded an unimaginably terrifying aura. Hearing those words, Yunhe was on the verge of collapsing. He had worked so hard for so long and paid such a huge price, yet he still couldn't kill this guy. This made him extremely unwilling to accept it. However, this wasn't the only thing that he was most unwilling to accept, nor was it because of this. His daughter. In the end, he still couldn't save his daughter. This was the thing that he was most unwilling to accept. It was only at this moment that he understood that his countless schemes were ultimately illusory, and his struggle for fame and fortune was also a passing cloud. What exactly was the thing that he was scheming for? Even he himself wasn't clear about it. When he just started cultivating, he was once a fleeting cloud, but in the end he was actually blinded by fleeting clouds. This was the so-called irony. The human heart was ultimately too complicated. At this very moment, everything had already become an illusion. The only thing left was his daughter. Am I going to die just like this? No, absolutely not. I can't die just like this. My daughter is still waiting for me. If I die just like this, then what will happen to Wanqing? This might be the so-called obsession. At this point, everything was no longer important. The only thing that mattered was Yun Wanqing's life. At this time, in his eyes, Yun Wanqing was no longer a powerful Tao venerable, but rather a delicate woman. He knew that his daughter still needed his protection. If he were to lose him, then no one would be able to protect his daughter. You don't even think about hurting Wanqing. His voice had already begun to tremble. At this time, the power had begun to gradually dissipate, but his heart was still unwilling to give up. The wind is light and the clouds are scattered. Since I've already dissipated, then I'll turn into a cloud. This was his last obsession. At this moment, his body began to dissipate. The wind started to blow. This was clearly the sea of consciousness. So how could there be wind? However, in fact, the wind was blowing. The gentle breeze gave him a refreshing feeling. At this time, Yun Wanqing's face was already covered in tears. What could be crueler than watching her father gradually die? Wanqing, I'm useless. I can't save you anymore. But as your father, I still hope that you can live well. So, as your father, I'll give you my last source energy. This was the last thing he could do for Yun Wanqing. No, you old thing, your source energy is mine. The evil spirit shouted angrily. At this time, what he wanted was Yunhe's source energy, wasn't it? No one was allowed to touch it. Therefore, at this time, his power erupted, and he wanted to keep Yunhe's source energy. However, even though his power was so strong, he couldn't keep Yunhe's source energy. The thing that he desperately wanted to keep slipped through his fingers like a cloud of smoke at this moment. This was simply unimaginable. Then, Yunhe's source energy rushed directly into Yun Wanqing's body. Yunhe and Yun Wanqing were father and daughter. Their source energy was the same, and their cultivation techniques were the same. Therefore, at this time, he could directly instill his source energy into Yun Wanqing without any effort. After receiving her father's infusion, Yun Wanqing's power increased immediately. Her source energy started to strengthen, and her divine consciousness was also extremely powerful. As a result, she could break free from everything with a single move of her power. Evil spirit, you killed my father. I will definitely kill you. Yun Wanqing's killing intent had never been so heavy. However, at this time, her heart was truly dead. Because her heart was dead, she was furious. Don't even think about leaving. The evil spirit's power was directly unleashed. The Black Ink Lotus released an extremely strange power. That power was both binding and devouring. It wanted to keep Yun Wanqing here and not let her leave. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing directly slashed with her hand. A cloud sword appeared once again. Shinkuan Cloud Sword Slash. This word was so heavy and so solemn. This sword was even more powerful than the one she used before. At this time, the rotating power was constantly rampaging. The terrifying radiance was simply unimaginable. The most terrifying thing was that it was simply boundless. When such a power erupted at this time, it was truly incomparably terrifying. The Black Ink Lotus was already extremely powerful. However, at this time, it actually couldn't block it. The black power was directly severed. At this moment, Yun Wanqing directly broke free and left this place. At this moment, Yunhe's sea of consciousness started to collapse. D***M. Yunhe, you deserve to die. At this moment, the evil spirit's fury was overflowing. Originally, he could directly devour Yunhe's soul and Yun Wanqing's soul. However, it was precisely because of Yunhe's interference that his plan failed. This made him extremely furious. If it weren't for this D***MN thing, how could he be in such a sorry state? At this time, his power was surging. He was clearly extremely furious with Yunhe. It's fine, Yunhe. You've protected your daughter here. It's useless to let him leave. Now that my Black Ink Lotus has reappeared, I can use it to construct my sea of consciousness and then completely occupy your body. In a sense, I could be considered to have truly revived. He quickly calmed down. Although he had already let Yun Wanqing escape at this time, he wouldn't let this matter rest. However, he would not give up just like that. Just as he had said, he had come back to life to a certain extent. Since that was the case, how could he let Yun Wanqing go? And that Hanyu Daozuan, he was also a beauty. Haha, speaking of which, my luck is really not bad. I can enjoy two beauties as soon as I revive. Even his laughter was filled with dense evil. At this time, he directly broke through everything. His valiant and dense aura had simply reached an unimaginable level. At this time, Yun Wanqing's divine consciousness finally returned. Hanyu Daozuan was watching all this. He didn't know what exactly happened in Yunhe's sea of consciousness just now, so he could only wait for the final result. And at this time, Yun Wanqing finally returned. How was it? Did you succeed? She asked directly. And at this time, Yun Wanqing slightly adapted and then said, Taoist Hanyu, do it. Exterminate. After all, that was her father's body. However, she wanted to exterminate it at this time. To her, this was an extremely cruel thing. However, she understood that her father was already dead. He was truly and completely dead. Chapter 1225. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Hanyu Daozuan heard this, she knew that things were not going well. She condensed her power, and then a terrifying beam of light descended. Great ice shattering kill. As soon as she finished speaking, the most terrifying cold light exploded. The terrifying power reached its peak at this moment. That thick aura was rolling at this moment, and endless power was rolling continuously. At this moment, his strength was truly terrifying. This was her most powerful attack. Now, even Yun Wanqing asked her to attack. This meant that the situation had reached the worst point. She had never been a procrastinating person. Even in her heart, she wanted to kill Yunhee. After all, Yunhee had offended her. No matter who was controlling the body, it was an offense to her. It was only because of Yun Wanqing that she could not attack. But at this time, she no longer had any scruples. The most powerful force fell directly at this moment. The terrifying power erupted at this moment, reaching an extreme level. She had used all her power in this attack. Yunhee's body was completely sealed by ice. At this time, the ice began to crack, layer by layer. When the ice completely shattered, this person's life and divine soul would die. This was the secret technique of the Heavenly Sage sect. It was extremely powerful, and there was no doubt about its terrifying killing power. However, right at that moment, the dense power directly exploded. That most frightening of ice was directly and completely shattered. However, Yunhee's body, which should have shattered along with the ice, was still unscathed. How was this possible? She was shocked. Clearly, she did not expect this. She had used all her power, but why was she still unable to kill Yunhee? No, it should be said that she could kill the evil spirit. At this time, a black light began to erupt from the evil spirit's body. Ah, how powerful! The power of this attack can already injure my source. It's a pity that my dark ink lotus has already awakened. Such power is still unable to injure me. That evil and roguish voice sounded. The black light continued to spin and then wrapped around his entire body. At this moment, an evil aura was born spontaneously, and it had reached an extreme level. I say, you want to kill me with just this little bit of power? That's not enough. Why don't you save your strength? We can also play. I can guarantee that it will be very enjoyable. At this moment, his aura had already reached such a terrifying level. The power of darkness continued to condense, and the terrifying aura was even more so at this moment. Then his entire body began to change. It was originally Yunhee's body, but now it was not. Now it was his evil spirit body. Such an old body. It's really unpleasant, but it doesn't matter. Since I've already woken up, I'll spend some effort to transform myself. Only then can I play with my little beauty properly. At this moment, his power had already become extremely powerful. That ray of light was even more so at this moment. The rich and powerful power was constantly changing. The terrifying power was constantly circulating. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had converged to the extreme. It was as if he was the center of this world. Thousand Cloud, Qianquan sword. At this moment, Yin Wanqing had already recovered. She used all her power to condense a terrifying sword qi. Such a sword had unimaginable power. At this moment, Hanyue Daozuan attacked again. The power of ice had already reached an unimaginable level. The aura of the power was even more so. The terrifying sword qi rolled at this moment. The power of ice was truly terrifying at this moment. The two powers erupted at the same time. Then, they converged midway, and the power became even more terrifying. Such sword qi had already reached the most terrifying level at this moment. The combination of ice and qi multiplied the power. Haha, not bad. As expected of a Tao Lord. It's a pity that I'm even more powerful. He roared angrily. Then, a ray of power blasted out. This ray of power was extremely dense and had a powerful aura. The power of darkness was so profound. In the face of such an attack, he did not care at all. Then, he directly blasted out. The power of darkness and the power of ice and clouds collided violently. The power of the two female Tao lords was already extremely terrifying. However, in the face of such an attack, it was blocked directly. Haha, you can't imagine how powerful the Dark Ink Lotus is. Even a divine weapon is only SOSO. At this moment, his power condensed. At this moment, the aura of darkness directly expanded. That power was so terrifying that it actually completely neutralized the power of the two women. Ha ha ha! With your realm, how could you possibly imagine how powerful I am? You're no match for me at all. He was extremely arrogant. The Dark Ink Lotus was his life treasure. If it was not for the dark ink lotus, perhaps he would have been killed by Yun He just now. No, it should not be said like that. He should have been killed by Yun He from the very beginning. No, it should be said that he would not have been able to survive back then. The dark ink lotus could allow a remnant soul to survive for so long. It was obvious how powerful it was. And this evil spirit was also an extremely terrifying existence back then. At this moment, the power of the dark ink lotus began to be stimulated again. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The surging aura had already reached the most terrifying level. In an instant, the darkness became extremely dense. Then, it directly swallowed the two women. They were two Tao lords and possessed the most terrifying power. However, at this moment, they did not even have the power to resist and were directly swallowed by this power. This was simply unimaginable. They never thought that they would be so powerless at this moment. But at this moment, the terrifying evil spirit did not want to let them go at all. Two little beauties slowly struggle in the darkness and wait for me. Don't worry, when my body is completed, I will come to pamper you. Don't worry, I will be very gentle to you. At this moment, his figure began to become more and more blurred. Han Daozuan and Yun Wanqing looked at each other and saw the uneasiness and anger on each other's faces. Damn it, what is this guy? Why is he so difficult to deal with? Also, where's this place? Han Daozuan was extremely angry. He clearly had a lot of battle strength, but at this moment, he could not exert it all. This darkness seemed to have become a space of its own, swallowing everyone. For them, this was simply a disaster. And the sad thing was, at this moment, they were still powerless. They could not even struggle. Wait, we can only wait. At this moment, Yun Wanqing suddenly said. Han Daozuan looked over and said, Why? Do you think someone will come to save us? At this moment, her heart was already in despair. From the power of darkness just now, it could be seen that the dark ink lotus mentioned by that guy was indeed extremely powerful. To be able to have such heaven-defying power, it was naturally extremely powerful. Therefore, even if her senior brothers came, they would only have a few more sacrifices for nothing. This made her feel very unhappy. Perhaps at that time, she could only fight with her life. In short, even if she died, she would not let that guy touch her, not even once. This was the dignity of a female Tao master. I believe that he will come. He has never let me down. Of course, we can't just sit here and wait for death. I have now used the cloud technique to adjust our state to the best. Yin Wanqing said directly. Su Yin and the others took their time and finally arrived at the castle of the Sun Empire. It was a castle built on the peak of a huge mountain. In terms of architecture, it could be said to be extremely magnificent. This kind of power was truly incomparably great. Feeling the powerful aura, even Su Yin could not help but sigh in admiration. It was at this moment that rays of cold light were transmitted over. Who are you? Hurry up and tell us your name. At this moment, they had already been targeted by the city guards. The city guards used extremely terrifying and powerful crossbows. Su Yin could see the power of these crossbows with just a light sweep of his divine sense. The power contained within could only be described as terrifying. If these crossbows landed on the body of a spirit realm cultivator, then they would definitely die. Even for a Fate Soul realm cultivator, it was still a huge threat. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was that these things could hit them. Who are you people? Hurry up and release our knights. At this moment, a heavy voice came over. It was an old soldier. Under his armor, he looked very dignified. From his voice, it could be seen that he was not weak. Facing so many crossbows, Su Yin was not afraid. He only raised his head and said, Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you, so tell your soldiers to put away their crossbows. Su Yin did not speak loudly, but his voice clearly spread to every corner of the city wall. If it was in the past, the people here would have found this laughable. Their crossbows were extremely powerful and were the pride of the Sun Empire. But now, there was actually someone who dared to say such words. But now it was different. A few days ago, a few madmen appeared. Those madmen were simply too daring. They actually rushed into the palace and tried to steal the emperor's scepter. Chapter 12:26. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What was even more despicable was that those guys almost succeeded. The heavy weapons that they were so proud of were not worth mentioning in front of these guys. They were simply unscrupulous in their actions. They were simply unscrupulous, and they charged all the way here without any scruples. This made them feel even angrier. They felt like they were children in front of them. But fortunately, the imperial tutor was extremely powerful and repelled these guys. But even so, it was still a humiliation to them. At this moment, a ray of light fell from the sky and enveloped the entire city wall. And when this ray of light fell, the general immediately revealed an extremely pious and worshipful gaze. Su Yin looked at the ray of light that suddenly descended and revealed a surprised expression. Interesting. The power in this ray of light wasn't weak. At least according to their current situation, a figure slowly walked towards them from within the ray of light. Friend, you have come from afar. Why don't you enter the city to rest? It was a person wearing a white robe. His aura was filled with calmness and auspiciousness. It was an unimaginable feeling, as if he was incomparably amiable and had an exceptional charm. Su Yin smiled faintly. This was an interesting guy. Okay. Su Yin didn't refuse, and the city gates slowly opened. The general guarding the city seemed very unwilling and didn't want to let them in. But since the person in the ray of light had already spoken, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he wouldn't say anything. Because that person was the imperial tutor. He was the greatest expert in the entire Sun Empire. With his guidance, the Sun Empire was able to develop like this. At this moment, he once said to Su Yin, "Young master, this person gives me a strange feeling." He seemed to have felt something, but he couldn't tell what it was. At this moment, Su Yin smiled and said, "A little." After they entered the city, naturally, someone came to lead them. It was a young man. From his appearance, he didn't seem to be very old, only in his early 20s. However, his aura was long, and his strength was clearly not weak. He was not very friendly towards the arrival of Su Yin and the others, but he was not so fearful. You all better behave yourselves. Otherwise, Master will let you all know what fear is." He spoke directly and boasted shamelessly. He didn't really care about his enmity. To him, this was nothing more than a child's mischief. It was not a big deal. As he walked, his divine consciousness had already spread out. The divine sense was melodious and deep, but it was extremely weak. Unless one's divine sense was much stronger than Su Yan's, it would be impossible to detect this divine sense fluctuation. Streaks of light and shadows lingered in the sky. Like water ripples, that mysterious power enveloped that extremely magnificent palace. He walked forward step by step, taking in everything with his eyes. Finally, they arrived at the palace. In the great hall, the emperor sat on his throne. This emperor was quite dignified, vaguely releasing a frightening aura. This was a powerful cultivator. Su Yin was able to tell at the first moment. How dare you not kneel when you see his majesty? At this moment, a warrior in the palace directly shouted. Following this, a rumbling voice sounded, "Kneel, kneel." The voice directly swept towards them. Amidst this roar, a wave of pressure naturally rose, as if an invisible hand had appeared, wanting to directly press them down. Those guards were clearly not very powerful, but the aura they emitted at this moment was already extremely terrifying. It was simply terrifying. Such a method was not bad. It was apparent that after the last invasion, this place had been carefully set up. However, Su Yin only smiled faintly at the sight of this. As expected, you're quite capable to be able to use such strength to suppress. You surprised me. He lightly clapped his hands. It was just a very ordinary clapping sound, but it was enough to directly disperse the pressure. Good method. At this moment, the emperor spoke. Su Yin smiled and did not say anything. Outsiders, tell me the purpose of your visit. At this moment, his gaze became cold, and a murderous aura directly condensed. The emperor's scepter. No, perhaps it should be the divine scepter. I'm here for that. Su Yin did not have the intention to beat around the bush and directly spoke his thoughts. Haha, are all of you outsiders so direct? The group of people last time was like this, and so are you. However, do you really think that you can really obtain it? You must know that those people last time seemed to be more powerful than you, and they also had more people than you. Naturally, it was self-evident what he wanted to say. Even those people who were so powerful did not succeed. What makes you think that you can get what you want here? That was his confidence. In his opinion, the Imperial Preceptor, coupled with the mysterious power of the palace, could display an extremely powerful might that could directly defeat Su Yin and the others. Moreover, last time, it was because we were too hasty that they escaped. However, this time, it won't happen. As his words fell, his eyes looked straight at Su Yin. Your Majesty, do you mean to keep us here? Wenza asked. No matter what, he was still a cultivator of the venerable realm. How could he put an emperor in his eyes? This was determined by his identity. Yes, I want you to stay. Of course, you don't have to worry. I won't put you under house arrest. I just hope that you can become the Imperial Preceptor of your country. His words were very straightforward. He hoped that they could become the Imperial Preceptor of their country. In that case, they would serve the Sun Empire. Haha, what big words. Do you think you can afford to use us? Lu Wu directly sneered. His temper was not good to begin with, and at this time, he was even more furious. A mere emperor actually said such words. If he still had his magic power, he would have directly killed this guy. Even at this time, he would not lower his head. In that case, there's really no other way. Originally, His Majesty sincerely invited you to become our Imperial Preceptor. At this time, the Imperial Preceptor walked out. Then, he gently waved his hand. In the palace, a ray of light immediately appeared. The light shone brightly, and a powerful and terrifying aura directly rushed into the sky. Then, the powerful aura descended once again. Pillars of light rose up one after another, turning this place into a cage. The power projected from within was simply unimaginable. Everyone, please believe that we will definitely have a way to trap you, or even kill you. In an instant, the cage of light had been formed. Everyone was shrouded in it. At this time, the power continued to spread, as if it was going to annihilate everything. The light became brighter and brighter. However, when the light reached Su Yin and the others, it did not take a step forward. How is it? How is this power? The emperor asked directly. He was filled with pride and confidence towards this power. Clearly, he was extremely confident in this power. Su Yin nodded and said, "This power is extremely powerful. It can already cause damage to our bodies." Su Yin said very frankly. After the emperor received Su Yan's answer, he immediately revealed a very satisfied smile. Ha ha ha, that's natural. This is a power created with the scepter as the core, and a huge price was paid to create. Even experts like you will be directly killed. Back then, that group of experts appeared and almost killed their way to him. It was only when the Imperial Preceptor took action that those people were stopped. At that time, he felt extremely sullen. But now this power had finally taken shape and could immediately suppress them directly. Although they were not the same group of people, he knew that they came from the same place. Since this power could restrain these people in front of him, then the guy who appeared last time could also be restrained. The Sun Empire was a powerful empire. No matter where the enemy appeared, they could only choose to submit. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. In fact, the Sun Empire was already close to an invincible existence. To him, conquering the people of this world was meaningless. Instead, conquering the experts from the outside world would make him feel happy. The Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor were no longer ignorant like before. They also understood that there seemed to be another world outside of their own. Perhaps this was an inconceivable matter, but now he understood that it was true. When a person stood at the peak of a world, he would feel lonely and would want to explore and find new stimuli to fill his soul. At this time, the door to that new world had opened. Of course, he didn't only want to capture Su Yin and the other experts and then work for the Sun Empire. He also wanted to know more about the outside world. Then, he would make his own power even stronger. And when his power was strong enough, then he would start his new ambition, which was to bring his son empire and directly start an expedition to conquer the outside world. For an ambitious person, the concept of the outside world appeared to be very fortunate. Your Majesty, I have to remind you once again that I am here for your Emperor's scepter. I have no interest in becoming your subordinate, nor am I interested in becoming a tool for your ambitions. Now, I will ask you one more time. Are you willing to hand over your Emperor's scepter to me? Chapter 1227. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I remember you said that this power is enough to hurt you. Since that's the case, why are you still boasting shamelessly in front of me? He asked Su Yin directly. Feng Yun Reading Network. He was obviously very unhappy at this moment. The other party had directly rejected his suggestion. Moreover, it was so direct that there was no room for negotiation at all. No, it wasn't just a rejection, it was a threat and contempt. How dare he? Su Yin said, "All right, your Majesty has shown us his power. It's time for us to show our power too." As he spoke, Su Yin stepped forward. He took a step forward, and an extremely powerful force rushed out. The terrifying aura suddenly appeared at this time, and the energy beam with powerful destructive power was destroyed in an instant. That wasn't all. That terrifying force rushed out at this moment. Such a dense power was simply incomparably terrifying. The terrifying aura kept rising, and in the end, it turned into the heaviest spear. Boom! A dull sound was heard, and the entire hall shook violently. The appearance of that terrifying force seemed to be able to overturn everything. The Emperor's expression changed immediately, because he realized that the glory that he was so proud of just a moment ago had undergone such a huge change. What? Although he didn't panic, his expression had changed. After all, he originally thought that he had everything under control, but now he realized that the other party could actually shake his backing. However, Su Yin didn't break this light screen in the end. You're really powerful. To be able to shake my divine veil, it's really unimaginable. However, you still can't break this power. State Preceptor, upgrade the power of the divine veil. It seems that this expert of ours is much stronger than we thought. Although the divine veil wasn't destroyed this time, the tremor of the entire hall had already told him how powerful and terrifying Su Yin was. If he was still so careless, the previous tragedy might happen again. As expected, it's not the strongest power? Su Yin asked softly. He was not nervous at all. He was so calm that it was as if he was drinking tea. Of course not. To tell you the truth, the power just now was only half of the divine veil's power. This was also the reason why he could still be so shocked at this moment. At this moment, the Imperial Advisor had already displayed his power. Then, the scepter directly released an even more dazzling light. Under the illumination of this ray of light, the divine screen became even thicker. Then, the enormous oppressive force became even more powerful. Su Yin nodded. Not bad. This power is really not bad. Even for me, it has its merits. At this moment, his gaze landed on the Imperial Tutor. At this moment, the Imperial Master's body trembled slightly. He was not used to Su Yin's gaze. He was not used to seeing such a look in his opponent's eyes, which meant that he was not in control of everything. At this moment, he laughed coldly and said, "The power of the divine veil has become so powerful. Under such circumstances, you still don't panic? I have to praise your mental fortitude." In his opinion, Su Yin was just pretending to be calm at this time. At this moment, Su Yin smiled and said, "My mental fortitude has always been good. However, it's time to shatter your beautiful dream." At this moment, Su Yin stretched out his hand again. This made the Emperor and the Imperial Tutor's expression a little strange. This guy had clearly tried just now. He could not even break through half of the divine veil. Now, it was the full power of the divine veil. What was this guy trying to do? Soon, they knew the answer. Su Yin's hand suddenly emitted a gentle ray of light. This ray of light was really insignificant compared to the divine tomb. However, at this moment, after the power was released, a hole appeared in the divine veil. And this was only the beginning. In just a short while, the divine veil had become extremely thin. The divine veil was disappearing. How is this possible? The divine veil is disappearing. Why? At this moment, the emperor was finally shocked. He stood up directly. He clearly could not accept this reality. The divine veil was one of the biggest things he relied on. He thought that he could block these outsiders. However, at this moment, the divine veil actually began to disappear in front of Su Yan. Moreover, it was an extremely unusual disappearance. His entire body was trembling. This scene was simply unimaginable. The imperial tutor was the same. In fact, it was not just them. Even Lu Wu and He Wenze were surprised. When the divine veil appeared just now, he also felt a great pressure. He felt that the power had a huge pressure on him. They could imagine that Su Yan would definitely be able to break through this power. However, they never thought that Su Yan would do it in such a way. Lu Wu wanted to take advantage of this time, when Su Yan's realm was not as high as his, to launch a sneak attack and kill Su Yan. After all, he was extremely unwilling to be suppressed or even controlled by Su Yan. However, when he saw this scene, he immediately felt guilty. The means that Su Yan had mastered were truly terrifying. He thought to himself, damn it, this guy is actually so terrifying. It seems that if I want to deal with him, I can't be reckless. Su Yan did not care about them. The light in his palm became thicker. The thick light directly devoured everything. All right, I think you need to seriously consider my suggestion now. His voice was still as calm as ever. The first attack just now was just a test to the divine veil. Of course, when he was testing, the power of the Taishang rushed into the divine veil. Su Yan just said that this power had a reference value, even for him. The power of the Taishang directly devoured this power. The power of the Taishang even analyzed the source of this power. Su Yan stepped forward step by step. At this moment, all the guards stood in front of the imperial tutor and the imperial tutor. They were warriors. When their master was in danger, they naturally had to protect their master with all their power. However, Su Yan did not care about them at all. His gaze only fell on the imperial tutor and the imperial tutor. Then he said, "What? At this point, you still think that your power is enough to stop me? No. I should say, do you still think that your ambition can be realized?" His smile was somewhat calm. However, his footsteps did not stop. The gentle footsteps were like a giant hammer that smashed into everyone's hearts. After a few more steps, the imperial tutor finally could not take it anymore. His hand landed on the scepter. "Mighty divine scepter, grant me the power to resist these invading sinners. Use your mighty power to purify all the evil in this world." His voice was loud and clear. This was the most devout prayer he could muster. At this moment, he knew that his divine veil had directly failed. Although he did not understand why his power was so strong, and the divine veil was so much more terrifying than that day, it dissipated when facing this enemy. However, this didn't matter. He still had absolute confidence in this battle, because he knew that he would be able to obtain the protection of this great god. Su Yan closed his eyes. He did not interrupt this ceremony. It was as if he did not realize that this imperial tutor could obtain great power after completing this ceremony. At this moment, Lu Wu directly spoke. "Young master, quickly do something. We can't let him complete this ceremony." He already felt a huge pressure. This pressure made him feel powerless. A timid person would definitely not be willing to face such a situation. He hoped that he could control everything, but now he was in a situation that was beyond his control. However, at this moment, He Wenze directly said, "Old Lu, don't disturb young master. Young master will deal with this himself." Unlike Lu Wu's resentment and hatred towards Su Yan, he already approved of Su Yan, even to the point of worship. He was not like Lu Wu, who had other thoughts in his mind. Lu Wu glanced at He Wenze. He was actually not slow, because this guy actually dared to berate him like this. However, he did not show it. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly fell. The terrifying radiance moved bit by bit. The power was like flowing water giving people an extremely peaceful and beautiful feeling. At this moment, the power was like ripples, incomparably quiet. Suyin seemed to be in a daze. He did not feel the arrival of this powerful power at all. At this moment, a black light suddenly appeared in the hand of the imperial tutor. Kill! As soon as the word was spoken, the black light directly slashed toward Suyin. This black light appeared extremely suddenly. Just now, he was clearly begging for the power of the imperial tutor, but at this moment, he directly erupted with killing intent. Such an attack could be considered stunning. It was a typical fast and ruthless attack. At this moment, Suyin lightly smiled and said, "As expected, you really do have a problem." When the black light arrived in front of Suyin, Suyin suddenly stretched out his hand. The power he displayed was still at the spirit realm. However, the strange thing was that this power was actually unable to break through Suyin's defense. Suyin's hand seemed to have a demonic power that could directly destroy this power. You're not a native of this world, right? Chapter 1228. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Suyin's every word was like a clap of thunder. It was sacred and could not be disobeyed. After he said that, a ray of light shot out from the imperial tutor's eyes. Suyin was actually able to see through his origins. When Suyin said that, he still did not have any hope in his heart, because just as Suyin had said, he was indeed not a native of this world. However, this was not the first time he had entered this world. It was a very long time ago. If one had to talk about it, he was somewhat similar to Yunhe. Because of an accident, he had come to this place. Of course, there were also differences between the two. Yunhe did not enter the world of the Divine Gate. Instead, she directly encountered the evil spirits. As for him, he entered the world of the Divine Gate. Why did the king know about the outside world? It was because of his contribution. He was the one who brought this news to the king. Of course, he would not be so kind as to assist the king and achieve his hegemony. This was just a way to use him. He needed to use the king's powerful strength to achieve his own ambitions. You actually covet this power, right? However, you realize that you can't seize this power at all. The god behind the Sun Empire seems to be much more powerful than you, so you know that if you try to seize this power yourself, you will be killed directly. Suyin spoke again. At this time, he gently clenched his hand and shattered this power. At this time, the imperial tutor took 2 steps back. No matter who it was, when his secret was directly exposed by a person, he could no longer maintain his calm. "How did you know?" he asked directly. This secret was deeply hidden in his heart. Even the king had no way of knowing. However, Suyin said out loud, "Could it be that this guy was a real god?" Suyin said, "How did I know?" It's very simple. Because I saw your soul, I can know everything in your heart. This is not strange. All right, great king, your prayers should be over. At this time, Suyin turned his head and said to the king. The emperor nodded and said, "I'm very happy that you can let me complete this ritual. But it's also very regretful, because when the power of God falls on me, you'll have to pay a huge price. The price is death." As he spoke, his power once again spread towards Suyin. At this moment, his entire being was filled with an intense killing intent. The terror of this killing intent was simply unimaginable. Using the power of God was not a simple matter. Not only did it mean that he was incompetent as an emperor, but it would also consume his life force. But sometimes there was no other way, because if he didn't use this power, he wouldn't be able to win. After all, he was now facing an extremely vicious enemy from the outside world. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be the extraterrestrial demons. This was already an irresistible power, but the gods would not sympathize with him. The gain and loss of power had always been equal. At this time, Suyin said, "It's because you have to pay a huge price to obtain power, so you are angry in your heart. Am I right?" His words hit the nail on the head. The king's expression changed. Obviously, at this time, Suyin was right again. The so-called god, is he really a god? If he is a real god, why didn't he appear to help you fight when you're in danger? Why did he need your life force to support him? Suyin shook his head. The sarcasm was extremely obvious. Shut up. How can you criticize the great god? I will say one more thing. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly kill you. The king had already become extremely angry. To him, Su Yan's words were treason and heresy. This was shaking his faith. You are all self-deceivers, so pitiful and sad. At this time, Su Yan finally lost interest in continuing to entangle with them. If you are willing to pretend to be a god in the back, then I will first kill the pitiful ones you have fooled. You are only after vitality and want to revive. This has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, I need this power right now. I want to leave this illusory world of reincarnation. At this time, Su Yan looked up and said these words. In fact, at this time, he was no longer talking to the imperial tutor and the imperial king because it was meaningless. These two pitiful people were not qualified to talk to Su Yan. The only one who could barely talk to him was the so-called god behind him. True Devil Shadow, appear. I will allow you to fight to your heart's content. After Su Yan finished speaking, a terrifying figure appeared behind him. When this figure appeared, Lu Wu was immediately shocked. This time, he was so close to the true Devil Shadow. Last time, he saw the battle between the true Devil Shadow and the eight-armed Devil God. Because of this, he was extremely shocked. At this time, this terrifying thing was standing behind him. Such power was simply unparalleled. Su Yan directly said, "Go find your enemy." After Su Yan's words, the true Devil Shadow suddenly turned into a ray of light and directly broke through the defense, then flew high into the sky. Afterward, it disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the king asked in horror, Where did he go? Just now, he felt how insignificant he was. That pitch-black yet incomparably tall existence. How great was his power? Such an existence was simply terrifying. If he attacked him, then perhaps he would be killed in the next moment. At this time, Su Yan said, "You don't need to worry. He won't attack you. His opponent is your god. Audacious, you dare to blaspheme the gods. You really deserve to die." When Su Yan finished this sentence, the king immediately became furious. This guy really had guts. He actually dared to blaspheme the gods. How could he dare to say such words? How could he say them? Su Yan laughed. Idiot. So die. He didn't let He Wenza or Lu Wu attack, but instead directly went in front of the king. He clearly only took a single step, but he was already in front of him. At this time, the two of them had already become extremely horrified. Just now, they didn't even see how Su Yan used his power. Wasn't he only able to use the power of the spirit realm? When did the spirit realm become so terrifying, so frightening? If every spirit realm cultivator was like this, then how could they survive? At this time, Su Yan didn't care about what they were thinking. To him, this was a very simple matter. Actually, to him at this time, cultivation was no longer important. Originally, he had seen the battle between the dragon god and the great devil dragon. At that time, the two of them had fought at the same cultivation level as him. But when facing these two people, he felt like he was a clown that could be killed instantly. How terrifying was that? Actually, this was all about the understanding of power. Cultivation level was indeed important, but the understanding of power was even more important. That was the understanding of the laws, the perception of all existences. At this time, his power was changing. So what if he was in the spirit realm? Even if he was in the spirit realm, he could still move the strings of the zither. In these two worlds, Su Yan had received a huge increase in power. This increase wasn't just because he had absorbed the origin of the eight-armed demon god, but also because his understanding of power had increased once again. After losing his original cultivation level, he could no longer use the enormous power that he could use as he pleased, but it allowed him to familiarize himself with his original cultivation level. This allowed him to know that when he was in the lower realms, he could actually do even better. That powerful and terrifying power was constantly changing at this time. At this time, his aura had increased to an unimaginable level. At this time, he was a powerful and terrifying demon god. When he got close, the emperor suddenly realized that he had stopped breathing. Everything that originally didn't exist should just dissipate. After Su Yan said this sentence, the emperor actually dissipated just like that. At this time, he was already completely dead. Su Yan had a smile on his face. This was a very peaceful smile, one that had nothing to do with victory or killing. Then, his gaze fell on the imperial teacher. When the imperial teacher saw Su Yan's power, he was completely shocked. Just what kind of technique did Su Yan use? No, that wasn't a technique, but a demonic technique. If it wasn't a demonic technique, why would a person disappear for no reason? Who exactly are you? Speak. At this time, his power began to rise, as if he wanted to make a final resistance. All right, you don't have to pretend anymore. If you really only have such strength, how could you deceive that god? Imperial teacher, haha, it's just a joke. Show your true body. If I'm not wrong, you should also be an expert from ancient times. After hearing Su Yan's words, the imperial tutor's expression turned calm. He looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. What a terrifying person. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. How terrifying. At this time, flames suddenly appeared outside his body. The flames were pitch black and extremely terrifying. However, there seemed to be a trace of blood red in the darkness. Interesting. Not bad flames, Su Yan said. At this time, his power began to condense. The two of them attacked almost at the same time and directly clashed with their palms. In an instant, the entire palace hall disappeared. Chapter 1229. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What a domineering flame. Su Yan sighed. After such a blow, the Grand Master was not hurt at all. The two of them were actually evenly matched in this exchange. How could someone who could be evenly matched with him be simple? At this moment, the Grand Master laughed and said, "Same to you. What flame is this?" Su Yan asked. He had mastered the law of flame, but when they exchanged blows, he realized that the flame was not under his control. A flame with such great power was naturally not simple. This is the sacrificial flame. By sacrificing one's life and using it to burn away, the sacrificial flame can become the most brilliant, he said indifferently. However, his tone was filled with pride towards this flame. At this moment, Huanza suddenly frowned. He seemed to have heard of this flame before. Suddenly, he recalled, Blood Fire Taoist. You're the infamous Blood Fire Taoist of that era. The flame of sacrifice. You once slaughtered nearly 1 million people to sacrifice your blood fire. Later, you were suppressed by the ancestor Buter himself. In that era, there were many experts. Even so, the Blood Fire Taoist was infamous in that era. He was a top figure in the diabolism. Back then, he killed many geniuses from powerful sections. In order to cultivate his flame of sacrifice, he directly sacrificed a huge city with a population of 1 million people. At that time, more than half of the 1 million people were cultivators. Among them, there were many powerful figures, and there were even 10 Tao masters. Even so, they were all dead. He directly sacrificed their lives to cultivate his flame. It was also because of this that directly alarmed the ancestor Buter. In that era, the Buter sect was extremely powerful, more prosperous than the Heavenly Saint sect today. The ancestor Buter was known as the #1 person in the righteous path. He personally took action and finally killed the Blood Fire Taoist. Of course, even so, the Blood Fire Taoist's terrifying battle record still left a deep mark in history. Originally, he thought that this guy was dead. Who would have thought that this guy was still alive? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seemed to have recovered quite a bit of his cultivation. This was an extremely terrifying figure. Who would have thought that they would meet in such a place? This is not a good thing. Oh, there is actually someone who remembers me. What an honor. But by the way, how is that old thing, Ancestor Buter? At this time, as he spoke, his murderous aura had already risen. Su Yan said directly, "You don't have to worry. As far as I know, Ancestor Buter has fallen. Of course, I don't know if he can be resurrected. In fact, if someone like you can be resurrected, I think the possibility of that person being resurrected is higher." The Blood Flame Taoist laughed out loud. Dead? He's still dead. This is really good news. As for his resurrection, I don't think it's possible. After all, once I get out, I'll sever all of his inheritance. As long as it's his plot, I'll destroy it. Humph! It's not that easy for him to resurrect. He was full of unimaginable hatred for Ancestor Buter. Back then, if it weren't for Ancestor Buter, he wouldn't have been so miserable. However, at this time, he had understood some things. That was, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. As long as he was still alive, there would always be a chance to make a comeback. This was his survival rule. Leave? Do you think you can leave this place? Su Yin asked. Of course. Do you think I'm so stupid? Well, I might as well tell you that for so many years, I have been lurking here. I have experienced several reincarnations in the Divine Gate world and have mastered many secrets. Originally, I wanted to devour this god, but this god's strength was beyond my expectations, so I could only look for an opportunity. But now that you are here, it means that my opportunity has come. Su Yin said, You have also discovered the secret of this world, and you seem to be able to master it. No wonder you are so confident to leave here and return to the outside world. But I am the same. Of course, at this time, you seem to have forgotten that you have to defeat me to achieve your goal. After Su Yin finished speaking, he had already made his move. Haha, I won't forget, but I am confident that I can defeat you. Burn, my flame of sacrifice. All the light, turn into the most fundamental power, and let the blood boil. At this moment, as he spoke, there was already an extremely heavy breath. This power was so terrifying, so powerful. The radiance that kept rising had reached a kind of extreme transformation. At this time, everything in the sky seemed to be affected by this power. The two of them directly engaged in a battle. While the two of them were fighting, a huge cloud of smoke had appeared above their heads. The most terrifying power had appeared. Lu Wu took a few steps back and then said in a daze, These two guys, what are their realms? Can they use all of their power? He was really unwilling. He was clearly able to use the power of his life spirit, but at this time, he was still so useless. Facing these two existences in front of him, it was as if he was a child. Old Lu, don't you understand? This is no longer a matter of realms, but of the understanding of power. These two people can be said to have no realms at all. In other words, the so-called realms are meaningless to them. He Wenzi said directly at this time. Lu Wu asked, What do you mean? He Wenzi said, All the laws are in the heart. Their understanding of power has already reached a level that surpasses our imaginations. Therefore, each and every one of their actions is able to display a terrifying amount of power at the smallest cost. Even if the young master were to fight you at the first level of the spirit realm, the one who would lose would still be you. He Wenzi continued to sigh. That Bloodfire Taoist was originally a fierce and ruthless person in the archaic era who had killed countless people. Moreover, after being killed by Ancestor Buter, he had such an experience. I'm not surprised that he could reach this level, but our young master is truly a genius among geniuses. He continued, Originally, I thought that the young master of our Xianwei sect was already a powerful freak, but now that I think about it, there's still a long way to go. Now, let's see what is so special about the other 4 heavenly kings like him, and whether they can catch up to our young master's footsteps. Lu Wu was unwilling to give up, and then said, Old He, why do you think so highly of him? Could it be that you already want to leave your Xianwei sect and follow this Su Yin? In his opinion, this was a very stupid thing to do. Su Yin's strength was indeed powerful, but what about the Xianwei sect? Just the power that was displayed in this world was already extremely terrifying, and in their small world, there was the existence of venerable sovereigns and even saint-venerable ancestors. He once has said, Indeed, I have the same intention. If I can get out alive this time, then I will report to the sect and allow me to do so. Lu Wu's eyes widened. He never thought that his old friend would say such a thing. This was not a joke. He was serious. At this moment, the battle between the two had become even more intense. The dark and blood-red flames became more vigorous at this time. The terrifying power seemed to gradually form a domain, and then it wrapped Su Yin and himself in it. This was simply a ferocious power. Such power was really terrifying, and it made people's hearts tremble. At this time, Lu Wu said, No matter how powerful Su Yin is, it is impossible for him to be a match for the Bloodfire Taoist. I think we should plan a way out early. Didn't they say that there are other outsiders? Why don't we go and have a look? Maybe it is also a sect from the Eastern Land. When Lu Wu saw the terrifying power of the sacrificial flames, he still felt that Su Yin did not have much hope. Therefore, it was better to find a backer at this time. However, at this time, He Wenzi said, "No, I believe that the one who will win in the end will definitely be young master." Lu Wu asked, "How do you know?" He Wenzi's face was expressionless. "Just intuition. You idiot." Lu Wu found that he understood his old friend more and more. What was wrong with him? Could it be that Su Yin had brainwashed him? He actually worshipped Su Yin to such an extent. He Wenzi did not care and just watched. Of course, he was not just watching, but comprehending. Witnessing a fight between experts was a kind of luck, because he might be able to comprehend a lot of things that he did not understand. At this time, the sacrificial flames were indeed extremely fierce, enveloping everything. It seemed that Su Yin did not have any hope of winning. However, after following Su Yin for these days, he had a certain understanding of Su Yin. In his opinion, Su Yin was a person who liked to have everything in his hands. If he was not confident, why would he fight with the Bloodfire Taoist? There was also the terrifying power of the demonic shadow just now. If he wanted to attack the Bloodfire Taoist, even the Bloodfire Taoist would not be able to withstand it. However, Su Yin did not let the demonic shadow attack. Instead, he let the demonic shadow challenge the so-called god. Su Yin was not a stupid person. Since he did so, it could only mean one thing. He was confident in defeating the Bloodfire Taoist. However, if young master is confident in defeating the Bloodfire Taoist, why is he not faster? Instead, he seems to be stalling for time. He Wenzi thought to himself. It had to be said that this He Wenzi was indeed a smart person. He really understood Su Yin very well. Just as he thought, Su Yin was very confident in defeating the Bloodfire Taoist. Chapter 1230. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Here it comes, the counterattack is about to begin. Su Yin immediately knew that the true devil's counterattack was about to begin. In an instant, the true devil's shadow soared into the sky, and a terrifying light burst forth. The powerful and terrifying energy turned into a vortex at this moment. No pop-up window. Before the eight-headed serpent could retreat, the true devil suddenly stretched out his arm and pressed on one of the serpent's heads. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared again, but this time it wasn't a roar of excitement, but of fear. Yes, at this moment, he finally felt incomparable fear. But it was too late. A black light suddenly appeared in his body. That was the devil power. The devil power he devoured from the true devil. I understand now. The shadow of the true devil was actually pretending to be weak at the beginning, deliberately letting the eight-headed snake devour his strength. In an instant, Su Yin understood that the shadow of the true devil was actually using tactics. Sure enough, as expected of the great devil heaven lord, the means he left behind are really amazing. At this moment, the power continued to erupt, and then the aura continued to condense and attack. The violent aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Streaks of energy came crashing down at this moment. The terrifying pressure seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. That wasn't all. The true devil's power was rolling at this moment, and such a power was even more terrifying. In the sky, everything seemed to have stopped. The eight-headed serpent's powerful body was actually unable to move. The true devil slowly climbed up like a proud warrior. At the same time, his power erupted, and the eight-headed serpent was directly pulled to his side. At this moment, the true devil suddenly stretched out one of his hands, and then immediately penetrated the serpent's body through layers of obstacles. The eight-headed serpent's defense was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, in the face of the shadow of the true devil, all of its defensive power was so weak that it was not even worth mentioning. Its body was pierced directly. The eight-headed serpent let out a painful roar. But at this time, it seemed like it couldn't do anything other than roaring. The shadow of the true devil pounced on the eight-headed serpent and began to devour its power. To him, even if it was the power of God's resentment, it didn't matter. He didn't care about any power of darkness. He could directly devour it. He was a true devil. The so-called true devil was the most powerful and terrifying existence in the world. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Let's stop." Su Yan's words weren't heavy, but they made the true devil's figure freeze. Su Yan slowly floated to the true devil's side. At this time, he could clearly feel the true devil's struggle and anger, and even killing intent. As expected, your consciousness has been affected, and you even want to break free from my control. Su Yan softly muttered to himself. At this time, he discovered that this true devil shadow was actually trying to break free from his control and produce an independent personality. This wasn't a good thing. If this thing really succeeded, then Su Yan's cultivation would be wasted. He would be working for the Great Devil Heaven Lord. Great Devil Heaven Lord, although your strength is terrifying and unparalleled in the world, at least at this time, I still have the initiative. At this time, Su Yan's eye of truth was operating. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Very soon, the situation in the shadow of the true devil's body became clear to him. At this moment, he discovered that the demonic fingerbone had silently reached the shadow of the true devil's heart. This true devil shadow was originally a terrifying projection condensed by Su Yan with his own power. It was impossible for it to have a heart. The meaning of its existence was to fight for Su Yan. But at this time, the heavenly demon fingerbone wanted to steal and control the true devil shadow. With the heavenly demon fingerbone as the core, threads of power began to spread throughout the true devil shadow's body. However, as Su Yan said, even at this level, Su Yan was still the leader. This was because the true devil shadow was created by him. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for someone as powerful as the Great Devil Heaven Lord to completely seize and control the true devil shadow. Of course, if Su Yan was unaware of all this, he might be able to achieve his goal with the passage of time. But now, none of this was a secret to Su Yan. He could see everything clearly with his eyes. Su Yan urged his will again, stopping the true devil shadow. However, the true devil shadow resisted again. He was resisting Su Yan's order. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Don't you think it's not good to be honest with me and resist me at this time? It's still too early." Su Yan's will erupted. A terrifying and powerful aura rushed into the true devil's shadow's body like thunder. Heavenly demon fingerbone, do you still want to turn the tables? Countless thunder-like wills rushed in and attacked the heavenly demon fingerbone. What a terrifying and mighty power! The terror of this power was almost unimaginable. At this moment, the violent power suppressed him so fiercely that he almost couldn't breathe. Su Yan's strength and terror could be imagined. A demonic will erupted from the heavenly demon fingerbone. It was the will of the Great Devil Heaven Lord. Stupa, soul-suppressing seal. At this time, Su Yan directly urged the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. In the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to use it casually. However, later, Su Yan had been purifying it with the power of the Great Supreme and gradually washed away the mark of the Stupa sect. After becoming a Tao master, he used his powerful strength to completely erase everything in it. This mark no longer had anyone else's will, only his own. Therefore, at this time, he could freely use the soul-suppressing seal without any hindrance. In the heavenly demon fingerbone, there was a wisp of the Great Devil Heaven Lord's will, which was the key to controlling the true devil shadow. But now, Su Yan directly used the soul-suppressing seal. His purpose was to suppress this wisp of will. Not only that, but Su Yan also had a greater ambition. After controlling this wisp of will, he would refine the power of the heavenly demon fingerbone. He would really refine it and then turn it into his own. He would not let the heavenly demon fingerbone exist freely and help him at critical times. By doing so, he had already formed a karma with the extremely powerful and terrifying Great Devil Heaven Lord. But at this time, how could Su Yin be afraid? Because the karma between him and the Great Devil Heaven Lord had already been formed long ago. Of course, this was because the Great Devil Heaven Lord had taken the initiative to find him. He was the child of destiny and was destined to be schemed against by many experts. As the saying goes, too much debt does not weigh down one's body. Since he had already come to this point, he did not care anymore. The soul-suppressing seal fell, and the violent aura changed directly. The power surged at this time, like flames and thunder. At the same time, the decaying laws appeared. This power was constantly changing and finally began to suppress the power. The Great Devil Heaven Lords was furious and seemed to want to launch a counterattack. At this time, Su Yin said, Great Devil Heaven Lord, if it were any other place, I would not dare to attack you. But this place is different. This place is the place where gods are buried. The power here is extremely terrifying. Do you dare to descend with your own consciousness? Su Yin seemed to have him in his grasp. That's right. This was also the reason why he dared to attack here. This place was extremely special. The place where gods fell was extremely dangerous. Perhaps in the depths of this place, there was a real god who was resurrecting. The Great Devil Heaven Lord would definitely be able to sense this place. If he really dared to descend with his own consciousness, it might trigger a counterattack from the gods in this place. There was even a possibility that his own consciousness would be left behind. Therefore, at this time, the will of the heavenly demon Fingerbone was isolated and helpless. It was also because of this that Su Yin dared to do so. He had already integrated all his strength into it. This was the best time to fight. At this time, Su Yin was extremely aggressive. His power continued to surge. He wanted to settle the world in an instant and settle everything. At this very moment, the terrifying power continued to soar. The terrifying power had reached its peak at this very moment. Endless aura was constantly erupting at this time. Everything in the sky had reached the most violent stage. Such a storm appeared directly in the body of the true Devil Shadow. Although the Great Devil Heaven Lord's consciousness could not enter, even the little bit of consciousness left in the Fingerbone was already extremely terrifying. He discovered Su Yan's intention and immediately launched the most violent counterattack. It seemed like he was going to go all out. Great Devil Heaven Lord, I can already sense your will. However, it's useless. Your existence is a huge threat to me. Today, I'll definitely erase your will. Even if I have to destroy this true Devil Shadow, I won't hesitate to do so. This was Su Yan's determination. One had to know that the true Devil Shadow was extremely powerful and terrifying. In a battle, it was a good helper. If it were any other person, how could they bear to destroy this power? However, Su Yan dared to do so. If this power could not be completely controlled by him, then what was the point of its existence? If he were to betray him at the most critical moment, that would be a real scam. Since that was the case, it was better to destroy everything and let everything disappear completely. Chapter 1231. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This was Su Yan's attitude, as well as the bottom line of his tolerance. Instead of letting this thing that doesn't listen to me exist, I'd rather destroy it completely and let it vanish into nothingness. At this moment, the change in his aura had reached the pinnacle. The battle between him and the Great Devil Heaven Lord was the real deal. As for the rest, Su Yin didn't care at all. The power continued to surge. Terrifying auras pressed down, as though they wanted to destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yin couldn't care less. The power of the soul, subduing seal, grew stronger and stronger, gradually gaining the upper hand. That wasn't all. Su Yan's Taiji sword had also begun to surge. The power of yin and yang exploded, and the terrifying aura had completely wrapped around the remnant consciousness of the Great Devil Heaven Lord. All right, then at this moment, I'll let you be completely annihilated and then devour your power directly, Su Yin muttered to himself. After which, the power started to churn, and the regal sword spirit appeared. The appearance of the regal sword spirit could be said to be the real deal. His power was so sacred and so mighty. The moment this power appeared, the great Devil Heaven Lord was destined to lose. At this moment, the great Devil Heaven Lord still wanted to make a final struggle. Unfortunately, Su Yin wouldn't give him the chance. His power surged like the ocean, and his terrifying aura continued to surge. Finally, all of this was completely obliterated and dissipated. All right, have I finally succeeded? After an unknown amount of time, the process finally came to an end. Su Yin had finally eliminated the means left behind by the great Devil Heaven Lord. At least for now, I've disrupted his plan a little. Every one of these powerful giants is incomparably terrifying. I can't be careless. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll fail miserably. Su Yin knew that such powerful existences had terrifying means. This time, although it seemed like he had won on the surface, it was still unknown whether it was a complete victory. He wanted to refine the heavenly demon finger bone and analyze the laws within it. But he had already discovered that this could not be done in a short amount of time. The sky demon fingerbone's precepts were too strong. Even with the magic of the very high power, it could not be done in a short amount of time. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, at this time, he had a preliminary understanding of the divine consciousness and will within it. The heavenly demon fingerbone was already an ownerless object. Therefore, he now had a lot of time to let the power of the utmost supreme continuously analyze it. Then, he could familiarize himself with the laws within the droplet stone and even decipher them. Once he succeeded, his strength would definitely increase even more. Finally, another one has been dealt with. There's also the power of the ancestor buter and the heart of the demon god. In comparison, the power of the ancestor buter is what I'm most worried about. Su Yin muttered in his heart. At this moment, the power of Buddha covered the surface of his heart, forming a Buddha's heart. In the beginning, he had naively thought that the ancestor buter was a saint who had fought to the death with those guys from the Devil sect in order to save the continent. However, with the improvement of his strength and his understanding of the world, he had already understood that for these powerhouses, all of this was just an illusion. The so-called saving of the world was just nonsense. At their level, all they cared about was themselves. They wanted to reach the true state of being free. If he still treated the ancestor buter as a saint like before, it would be a big mistake. He might not be as ferocious as the great Devil Heaven Lord, but he was definitely not someone who was easy to deal with. The heart of the demon god was also a hidden danger, but he was not so worried about it. Su Yin was confident that he could solve this hidden danger. However, Fudu's power was troublesome. Fudu had wrapped up his heart. In the beginning, Su Yin felt that he could protect his heart and prevent himself from being controlled by the great devil dragon's instincts. However, at this moment, it seemed that this was not the case. This was simply holding his heart hostage. It was not so easy for him to release this power because if he was not careful, he would destroy himself. The heart was the most important thing. Even at Su Yin's level, he would not treat it lightly. If his heart was not protected well, it was very likely that it would be destroyed directly. What should he do? His aura was so strong at this time, and the terrifying brilliance was simply terrifying to the extreme. With such power, the terrifying brilliance had reached an unimaginable level. It seemed that nothing in this world could be compared to this terrifying aura. Therefore, at this time, Su Yin would not target the power of the buter. Well, the hidden danger of the great Devil Heaven Lord has been removed. So at this time, do you still want to struggle? At this time, Su Yan's eyes finally fell on the eight-headed serpent. The eight-headed serpent was suppressed by the shadow of the true devil and had lost the power to fight. However, just now, Su Yin and the great Devil Heaven Lord's consciousness had started to conquer it, which gave it a slight chance. At this time, it had begun to gradually break free. However, it was also unlucky. Before it could completely break free, Su Yin had already ended the battle. When Su Yin looked at it, this terrifying existence immediately knew that it was not good. Su Yin ignored it and pointed out with his finger. The power of laws appeared directly. Raging fire, ice, and lightning. These power of laws appeared directly and then enveloped everything. Such a terrifying aura erupted at this time. The terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The power of darkness had also reached an unimaginable level. The violent power descended directly at this time and sealed the heavenly resentment directly. The heavenly resentment originally wanted to escape, but there was no way it could do so now. The laws were like chains that bound this power completely. The terror of such an aura was simply unimaginable. The heavenly resentment finally stopped struggling. It was not that it did not want to, but it did not have the power to resist. At this time, Su Yan's power of the zenith exploded and covered the heavenly resentment directly. The shadow of the true devil was not afraid of his power attribute, and neither was Su Yan. The power of the zenith had the power to return to the origin. Whether it was the power of darkness or other things, it was a kind of power. For the power of the zenith, it was all nourishment. Su Yan began to devour the power of the heavenly resentment. However, at this time, his eyebrows twitched, because at this time, he felt that something had changed. Oh, these people actually came back. It turned out that when Su Yan was fighting with this terrifying heavenly resentment, a few more people appeared. He Wenze and Lu Wu were originally waiting for Su Yan's return. In front of them, the divine scepter stood quietly. Both of them could feel the power of this divine scepter. This divine scepter was not a gift from the heavenly resentment, but a condensation of the power of this divine gate world. It contained an extremely huge power. From another point of view, this divine scepter was actually a key to leave this place. If one could master this key, then the divine gate would appear again. Therefore, this was extremely precious. At this time, Lu Wu almost wanted to go up and take the divine scepter into his hands, but He Wenze stopped him. "Old Lu, what are you trying to do?" Faced with He Wenze's question, Lu Wu frowned and said, "Old He, do you really want to become that kid's dog?" If Su Yan was here, of course, he would not dare to say it. However, at this time, Su Yan was not here. He knew that this might be an excellent opportunity. "Well, old Lu, it turns out that you are not convinced by the young master." He Wenze had already seen some signs, but after all, they were good friends. Everyone had their own ambitions, so there was nothing to say. However, at this time, Lu Wu's actions were trapping Su Yan. He also understood that this divine scepter might be the key to leaving this divine gate world. At this time, Lu Wu clearly wanted to open the divine gate world directly and leave. Once he did so, Su Yan would not be able to leave. "Old He, don't be stupid. What young master? You are a disciple of the Xianin sect. We, the people of ancient sects, are superior existences. This guy is just a little lucky. How can he be our young master?" After saying that, he directly rushed toward the divine scepter. He Wenze immediately made a move and blocked him. "Have you not thought about how you will explain to the young master if he comes back? Do you think the young master will die up there?" He Wenze asked directly. Hearing He Wenze's words, Lu Wu's expression changed. After all, the strength that Su Yan showed was too terrifying. His strength was simply unimaginable. Although he was full of hostility towards Su Yan, he had to admit that Su Yan was strong. The strength that Su Yan showed made him fear Su Yan to an extremely terrifying extent. Of course, it was also because of this that he was so angry. He was an elder of the celestial sect. His position was considered high, but at this time, he was full of fear towards such a person. This was what made him the most unhappy. Thinking of this, he said directly, "Old He, since you want to fight with me, then come. Anyway, we have not fought for a long time." But just when the two of them were about to fight, a voice sounded. "Lu Wu, He Wenze, what are you two doing? Why are you fighting at this time?" The voice sounded, and the two of them were stunned. At this time, Lu Wu suddenly shouted in surprise, "Martial Uncle!" Chapter 1232. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, he was truly surprised, because the owner of this voice was his martial uncle, Wei Yan. Although he wanted to fight with He Wenze, he was still extremely wary of Su Yan. If Su Yan appeared at this moment, it would be equivalent to taking his life. But at this moment, his martial uncle appeared, which made him let go of all the fear in his heart. His martial uncle, Wei Yin, was the person in charge of the treasure hunt in the central region. He was extremely powerful, an expert at the peak of the Dao Master Realm, perhaps even stronger than that. Now that this person had appeared, what was there to be afraid of? At this moment, a few existences appeared behind Wei Yin. One of them was filled with a dense dark aura, giving off an extremely gloomy feeling, while the other one seemed to be filled with a terrifying majesty. This majesty almost made him unable to breathe. "Martial uncle, who are these two?" he asked directly. Wei Yin said, "This is the dark demon Sek's Great Si Ming, and this is the Dragon Island's judge." He said it indifferently, but He Wenze and Lu Wu were extremely shocked. The dark demon Sek's Great Si Ming was an extremely terrifying expert. His dark energy was extremely powerful, almost reaching the level of a one-step sovereign. There were experts in extremely large sects who were swallowed by his dark energy. The Dragon Tribe's judge was also extremely terrifying, because he existed for the sake of killing those humans who had dragon blood on their hands. He did not care about why the Dragon Tribe was killed. Was it because they wanted to become heroes by slaying dragons? Or was it because the evil dragons were killed because of their evil deeds? As long as he sensed the dragon's resentment from the other party, he would not hesitate to attack. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. "Martial uncle, why are you with them?" "Let's not talk about the Dragon Tribe's judge first, but shouldn't the dark demon sect be their enemy?" Many experts in the sect had died in his hands. He Wenze also said directly, "Senior Wei, this doesn't seem appropriate." This was a matter of standpoint, and it was difficult for him to accept. One of them was an expert from the southern sea god realm, while the other represented the western wilderness. What's wrong? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Wei Yin asked softly. The two of them were immediately speechless. After all, Wei Yin was much stronger than them. At this time, when Wei Yin asked again, "Okay, tell me, what were you two doing just now?" Suddenly, he saw the divine scepter. What exactly happened here? Tell me." The emperor and the state preceptor seemed to have disappeared. "Could it be the two of you? However, the two of you shouldn't be that capable," he asked directly. He clearly knew that with the strength of these two juniors, it was impossible for them to reach such a level. He Wenze's face was somewhat gloomy. At this time, Wei Yin said, "Lu Wu, tell me everything. Don't leave anything out." When Lu Wu heard Wei Yin's words, he immediately said, "Yes, martial aunt." Then, he told Wei Yin everything, including how he met Su Yin and followed Su Yin to this place. Of course, when he was telling the story, he also directly described Su Yin's arrogance and exaggerated some of it. This was a good opportunity. Since his martial aunt was already here, he naturally didn't need to fear Su Yin. He could even vent his anger for himself. "Old Lu," He Wenze said instinctively. Lu Wu's words made him very unhappy. After all, Su Yin was actually good to them. He even gave them the heavenly spirit grass, which gave them hope of becoming a Dao master. However, at this time, according to Lu Wu, Su Yin was simply squeezing them dry and making them miserable. "All right, I know what happened. So, this friend of yours has already gone up to the heavens and fought with that god? Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect such a person to appear in the Five Counties continent." He smiled and walked towards the scepter. Obviously, he wanted to take the scepter in his hand. "Senior Wei, this is not good. We are all Eastern sects and allies. What's more, old Lu actually distorted some things just now. Young Master Su Yin didn't treat us badly. Aren't you tricking him by doing this?" He Wenze questioned directly. Wei Yin frowned and said, "What? What do you mean? Are you blaming me for what I did? Haha, even the seniors of your Xianin sect don't dare to talk to me like this. You're really bold." As soon as he finished speaking, a chi power directly spread out. Although He Wenze was only in the life-soul realm at this time, as mentioned before, these people's understanding of power was different. In the same realm, even 100 He Wenze would not be a match for Wei Yin. His chi power spread out and suppressed He Wenze directly. This time, he did not hold back at all. After all, He Wenze questioned him like this, which made him lose face. Of course, as he said, even the person in charge of the Xianin sect this time would not dare to talk to him like this. This was determined by the status of each sect and the strength of both parties. Under the suppression of this power, he wouldn't have finally had no choice but to retreat. I thought I would have to go through a big battle. Who would have thought that it would be so easy? The last time he came here, he was actually forced to retreat by the Emperor and the Imperial Advisor together with the Divine Scepter. This time, he combined forces with the Dark Great Si Ming and the Dragon Tribe Judge and felt that they could defeat the other party. However, this time, they came here and obtained the Divine Scepter so easily, which made him feel good. As for Su Yan's life and death, it had nothing to do with him. He was the person in charge of the Celestial Sect. Since the disciples of his sect were so disgusted with Su Yan, of course he would not care about Su Yan. Moreover, he was not convinced by Su Yan's title as one of the 4 heavenly kings. His hand was about to touch the Divine Scepter, but at this time, the Divine Scepter burst out with a ray of light and bounced his hand away. Who is it? He never thought that his power would be bounced away at this time. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that someone was stopping him. At this time, a voice faintly sounded, "No one stopped you just now. It's just that you don't understand the laws of this world, so you can't pick up the scepter." Wei Yin suddenly turned his head, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes, as if he wanted to see through everything. "You're Su Yan?" At this time, Su Yan had already landed. "Yes, I'm Su Yan. What's your name?" Facing the other party's aggressiveness, Su Yan did not care too much. At this time, Wei Yan's eyebrows twitched. Su Yan gave him a sense of danger. However, he still did not care and said directly, "I'm Wei Yan of the Celestial Sect. I really didn't expect that a person like you would appear in the Heaven and Earth organization. It's really a surprise." Of course, the surprise was fake. If he could, he would have killed Su Yan at this time. At this time, Su Yan said, "Surprise? I'm afraid it's fake. I see that you're not very polite to me." At this time, Su Yan's gaze fell on Lu Wu. "I remember that I gave you the heavenly spirit grass. You're really greedy. You said that I bullied you? Well then, I'll bully you. Hand over the heavenly spirit grass." Su Yan seemed to ignore Wei Yan and said directly to Lu Wu. Lu Wu looked at Su Yan with a bit of fear. Su Yan seemed to have become a nightmare to him. However, at this time, his martial uncle was beside him, and he had his own backing. Why would he be afraid of Su Yan? You're really crazy. I think you're a devil." He shouted directly, as if he was righteous. Su Yan shook his head. Many times, some people would do inexplicable things. "It seems that your martial uncle is here, so you're unscrupulous. As for the devil, it should be your martial uncle who's colluding with the devil now, right?" Su Yan asked. At this time, Wei Yan had already said, "Junior, don't be presumptuous. I know you still have the heavenly spirit grass. Take it out. Also, I'm cooperating with 2 fellow cultivators. It's not something you can say." At this moment, the Dragon Inquisitor had already walked up to them. "You have a dragon's resentment on you." When he said the last 2 words, he was already murderous, as if he wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. At this time, Su Yan said, "Dragon's resentment? Well, something like that. You killed a holy dragon and a guy who was about to become the Dragon King. Why? Are you going to avenge them?" Su Yan's tone was relaxed, as if he didn't take all of this seriously at all. At this time, the Dragon Clan judge's eyes were full of murderous intent. However, he was also extremely solemn. He knew that what Su Yan said was probably not false. If that was the case, Su Yan's strength was already extremely terrifying. Indeed, the Dragon Clan's judge could never be judged by common sense. Their combat strength originated from the great dragon god. Even if they encountered a powerful enemy, they would not be afraid. At this time, the person from the Dark Demon sect also walked over. "Su Yan, I seem to have heard of your name. I really didn't expect to meet you in this place. It seems that this place will be your burial ground today." Su Yan had once broken into the Dark Demon sect's place. Of course, the power of law at that time was still very strict. They had strength, but they couldn't use it. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan seemed to have fallen into a heavy encirclement and was extremely passive. Lu Wu was proud in his heart, as if he finally saw the hope of revenge. Chapter 1233. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yin was under immense pressure. Every single one of these enemies was extremely terrifying. They were even more powerful than the ones who tried to kidnap Yin Wanqing. Latest chapter to read. They were all at the peak of the Dao Master Realm, but they had the ability to break through the limits of the Dao Master Realm. At this moment, although they were all at the Life-Soul Realm, it was no longer important. For experts at their level, even if they were only at the Life-Soul Realm, they could still unleash great combat power. Hee, your strength is really not bad. No wonder you are so arrogant. You can still be so calm when facing the three of us. Wei Yin spoke. At this moment, he had already used the aura of his superior numbers to suppress Su Yin. In such a battle between experts, even the slightest detail was extremely important. At this moment, he was so aggressive because he wanted to overwhelm Su Yin in terms of aura. This caused Su Yin to have misgivings in his heart. At this time, he would not dare to be too presumptuous and would hold back. And holding back often meant that he had scruples in his heart. This guy was well versed in the principles of battle. Su Yin looked at him and smiled. Then he said, "If that's the case, are you going to rely on your superior numbers to kill me here?" Of course, Su Yin was not so naive as to differentiate between good and evil. The so-called good and evil were all nonsense. If he died, who would know what happened today? He already knew that this guy's plan was vicious. At this moment, Su Yin continued, "You have to understand that I like to take revenge." Wei Yin said, "And then?" His smile was full of mockery. "So what if you like to take revenge? Would the powerful celestial sect care about your revenge?" The foundation of the celestial sect was not something that people like you could imagine. If one had to say, people like Su Yin could only be considered as grassroots in his eyes. It was impressive for grassroots to rise up, but that was all there was to it. If he wanted to go against a colossus like the celestial sect, he would be digging his own grave. Moreover, in his opinion, Su Yin would not be able to leave alive today. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? At this moment, Su Yan's power was already gathered, and he sent a palm towards him. How dare you attack me?" His reaction speed was also extremely fast. Almost at the instant when Su Yin made his move, he had already dodged to the side. At this time, Su Yin shook his head and said, "Ha! Don't tell me that I can't attack when the three of you want to kill me alone. Sometimes, I really wonder if there's something wrong with your brains. Do all the good things in this world have to be taken by you guys? Is this how it should be?" Translation, 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 his translation, 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 his translation, 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 martial fist essence. Wei Yin frowned. Logically speaking, his footwork should have been able to completely avoid Yi Shiwen's attack. However, at that moment, he found that he could not avoid it. It seemed that no matter how he used his footwork, he could not avoid the attack. This made him very uncomfortable. When Su Yan's attack landed, he saw that he could not continue to avoid it. Hence, he directly attacked Su Yin. This time, the collision was almost silent. However, Wei Yin actually retreated a lot of distance. He only managed to stabilize himself when his power was activated again. His expression changed. This made him lose face. Su Yan's strength was really beyond his expectations. "Ha! It seems that this is the only way. Since you have already decided to attack me, I can only kill all of you." At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed as a terrifying killing intent surged out from him. Previously, Su Yin seemed to be an ordinary person who was easy to talk to. However, at this moment, he immediately turned into a terrifying god of death. Dense killing intent surged out from him, causing the celestial sect's great elder's expression to change immediately. Not only him, but the great Si Ming of Dark Demon Sect and the Dragon Tribe judge's expression also changed. This lad is really powerful. They were surprised. At this moment, They finally understood why Su Yin could achieve such a valiant battle record and kill their companions. His strength is really terrifying. No wonder he could kill the holy dragon and the blood-winged flying dragon directly. At first, I thought it was because the blood-winged flying dragon was too stupid. But now, it seems like that's not the case. Being able to become the dragon tribe judge, he was naturally an outstanding existence. One of the shortcomings of the dragon tribe was their arrogance. He simply looked down on those from the dragon tribe who had impure blood. However, at this moment, he realized that he might have been wrong. Such a terrifying power was really terrifying. When such power fell, even he would find it difficult to block it. However, at this moment, he did not make a move. The great Si Ming did the same too. They seemed to be watching a good show. After this attack, Wei Yan already knew how powerful Su Yin was. At this moment, he shouted, "My two friends, what are you waiting for? Why don't you make a move now?" He had already suffered a loss in the previous attack. Naturally, he did not want to face Su Yin alone. Therefore, he immediately wanted the two of them to make a move. However, at this moment, he realized that the great Si Ming and the Dragon Tribe judge were indifferent to this matter. He was extremely angry, but he knew the reason behind it. What these two fellows were thinking was that they wanted him to consume more of Su Yan's strength. Damn it, these two bastards are indeed unreliable. However, isn't this Su Yin a little too abnormal? Su Yin smiled and said, "It seems that your alliance is not very reliable. You're not in a bad situation yet, so your two companions are not willing to help you." As he spoke, he had already closed in on Wei Yan. At this moment, He Wanza was watching the two parties fighting and lamented. The people of Celestial Sect are really arrogant and brainless. They don't even know who to ally with. Forget it. Everyone here is a peerless expert. I can't do anything. It's better to stay away from them. He Wanza was a smart person. He clearly knew that with his strength, he was not even qualified to join in the fun in front of these people. Therefore, he directly left this place. In the blink of an eye, Su Yin was already beside Wei Yan. He didn't seem to have done anything. He just simply slammed his palm down. This palm contained an extremely terrifying strength. Such strength was simply incomparably terrifying. The powerful and terrifying strength suddenly exploded. It was simply unimaginable. Wei Yan once again punched out. He could already see that Su Yan's strength was extremely strong. Facing such strength, if he chose to dodge, he would only be courting death. He could only use all his strength to forcefully resist. Only then would he be able to block such a strike. Su Yin seemed to be addicted to fighting. In the blink of an eye, he had already sent out more than 10 palm strikes. At this moment, Wei Yan was already complaining incessantly. Su Yan's strength had already invaded his body. If this continued, even if he could still defend, he was afraid that he would be injured. It seems that your strength is only at this level. Why don't you use your trump card? Su Yin said directly. He naturally saw that this way Yin dared to be so arrogant because it was not as simple as his own strength. He was afraid that he was still hiding a trump card. It was just that this guy had some scruples in his heart, so he did not dare to use this trump card. However, he did not want to use it, but Su Yin would not let him do as he wished. His power directly blasted out, and an extremely terrifying aura directly erupted. This power was simply unimaginable. When such a blow fell, it actually caused his body to begin to tremble directly. After this blow, Su Yin chuckled. Haha, since you are not willing to use your trump card and your friend are not willing to help you, then you can go to hell. At this time, Su Yan's killing intent was greatly aroused. In an instant, he grasped in the air, and a sword of laws appeared. This sword of laws condensed the power of several laws, and its power was simply unimaginable. The moment such a terrifying sword fell directly, it was as if the mountains and rivers were collapsing. At this moment, Wei Yan almost felt that he was going to suffocate. At this time, the expression of the Dragon Clan's judge changed, and then he said, "We can't let Wei Yan die." At this time, he directly let out a loud and clear dragon roar, and then directly attacked. At this time, he had already realized that Su Yin was more powerful than they had imagined. Although they wanted to watch the fire burning across the river and watch Wei Yin and Su Yin both be injured, if Wei Yin was killed, Wei Yin would be killed. However, if Wei Yin was directly killed by Su Yin, then they would have one less ally. In that case, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them in the battle. Although they expected that Wei Yin still had a trump card, there was always a possibility. What if he died before he could even use his trump card? Therefore, at this time, he finally directly attacked. His power was extremely domineering. After all, the Dragon Clan was known for their ferocity. The powerful dragon power directly bombarded Su Yin, and at the same time, a dragon sword burst out, wanting to directly cut Su Yin in half. However, at this time, Su Yin seemed to have expected this. When the dragon sword fell, it slashed on a phantom. That was not all. The dragon sword did not stop, and it almost directly fell on Wei Yin's body. Fortunately, Wei Yin reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the Dragon Clan's judge instead of Su Yin. Hey, what do you want? He was extremely angry. Being suppressed by Su Yin like this already made him feel extremely embarrassed. But at this time, he was threatened by his companion and almost died. Chapter 1234. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dragon Clan's Inquisitor had an ugly expression on his face. Even so, he did not manage to gain any advantage. Instead, he was being toyed with by Su Yin. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared and arrived directly at Su Yin's feet. The power of darkness was the most bizarre, and it was almost impossible to guard against it. That power spread out, wanting to envelop Su Yin within it. Su Yin, it seems that you are indeed a powerful figure. However, it is precisely because you are so powerful that you must die today. A powerful figure like Su Yin would definitely become a top powerhouse if there were no accidents. Such an enemy was extremely terrifying and would make them unable to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, it was better for him to die as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Su Yin completely. Su Yin's gaze turned cold, but he still did not panic. Have you finally made your move? However, do you think that you can defeat me like this? At that moment, Su Yin's strength increased again. He released his aura and formed a domain that enveloped the three of them. I know that the three of you have trump cards that can allow you to reach the Emperor realm in a short time and possess powerful combat strength. I advise you to use them directly. Otherwise, don't be a monster and you won't even have a chance to use them. At that moment, Su Yin was simply violent to the extreme. He did not care about these people at all and directly pressured them. Even with the strength of these three people, they were still a little flustered at that moment. They never thought that Su Yin would be so ferocious and directly use such a terrifying method at that moment. He sealed them in his domain at the same time. Damn it, could it be that you've already decided to kill all three of us from the very beginning? He asked directly. At that moment, his aura was so cold that it displayed his most powerful and terrifying strength. At this time, his aura directly pressed down on the three of them. Even they did not dare to have such ferocious thoughts. At this time, it was clearly 1 against 3, and they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. No matter how powerful he was, he should have killed one of them first before killing them one by one. However, at this time, Su Yin did not have such thoughts at all. He attacked like this to deal with 3 people at the same time. This was truly ferocious. At this time, Su Yin's aura was constantly rising. There is no need to say much about the strength of his power. Such a power was constantly changing, and that terrifying power had already suppressed the 3 of them. No, this can't go on. Wei Yin roared. He never thought that Su Yin's strength would actually reach such a terrifying level. This was completely different from what he had expected. In fact, there was no enmity between him and Su Yin. There was not even any conflict between them. It was purely out of greed. Of course, it was also because of jealousy in his heart that he wanted to kill such a genius first. However, at this time, he realized that his thoughts were simply wrong. Su Yin's strength was really too ferocious. With such power attacking in an instant, how terrifying was that? At this time, Su Yan's power rolled over. That extremely powerful aura almost made him unable to breathe. At this time, Su Yan was still unwilling to stop. His power directly fell. And at this time, 3 sword lights appeared at the same time. The appearance of these 3 sword lights seemed to have gathered all of the sword's will. Under such power, there's almost no way for them to hide. At this time, Su Yan's power had reached an extremely terrifying level, making the 3 of them feel extremely uncomfortable. At this time, they finally understood that their original strength was not enough to face Su Yan. Celestial Martial Saint. Martial Arts Transmission. The first one was Wei Yan. He immediately took out his sect's secret treasure. It was a talisman created by the first ancestor of the Celestial Sect, the Celestial Sect's Holy Sage. That talisman didn't have any offensive strength, but it did contain a powerful attack. That was to be able to infuse Celestial Martial Saint's martial arts realm into one's body in an instant. In this way, his strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. He would directly break through the shackles and be able to compete with an emperor. Originally, he did not think that he would use this power so early. However, at this time, he knew that he had to use it. Su Yan's strength was far beyond his imagination. At this time, if he did not use this power, he would be courting death. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed, almost more than 10 times stronger than before. He suddenly punched and immediately shattered Su Yan's sword intent. At this time, he looked up to the sky and roared. Regardless of whether he was willing to use this power or not, at this time, his realm had increased. He felt an unprecedented power. This was simply a feeling of being reborn. This made his heart feel extremely proud. In his opinion, Su Yan was nothing. Under his power, he would die. At this time, the power of the Dragon Clan's judge had also appeared. His body was burning with the fire of the Dragon King. At that time, the Bloodwing Dragon directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire in a moment of desperation. Then, it began to break through to reach the Dragon King realm and become a rising star of the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, at the last moment of its breakthrough, it was forcibly interrupted by Su Yan, stopping its breakthrough. Even its spirit was directly refined by Su Yan, becoming the dragon soul that suppressed the 4 small worlds. At this time, the Dragon Clan's judge also used the same method. However, the Dragon King's fire that he used was much more powerful than the Dragon King's fire that the Bloodwing Dragon used back then. After all, the Dragon King's fire that the Bloodwing Dragon used that day was a mark left behind by the Fire Dragon King before it was killed by the Godslayer's sword. Naturally, the power in it was not complete. However, the Dragon King's fire was left behind by Dragon King, who had died of old age before he died. His power was even more terrifying. Almost in an instant, he directly became a Dragon King. That terrifying power was simply unimaginable at this time. When the dragon might erupted, it was not inferior to Wei Yan's aura. In fact, it was even stronger. Of course, it was the same for the Dark Master Ming. A god of darkness appeared behind him and merged into his body. In an instant, his aura had broken through the barrier and reached the Overlord level. Initially, Su Yan's power could still suppress these people. However, at this time, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their power to the maximum. That was the most terrifying level. Their willpower was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan looked directly at them. The Dragon Clan's judge said directly, "You were still extremely ferocious earlier. However, I'm sure you've realized by now that your strength is nothing compared to us. Surrender obediently, and perhaps we'll spare your life." Naturally, he would not spare Su Yan. Those who had the dragon's resentment on them must die. However, the reason he said that was to numb Su Yan's senses. Even a little bit of Y shadow would be good enough. It was a psychological tactic. At this time, Wei Yan was doing the same. "That's right, Su Yan. Since we're all Eastern sects, I'll protect you. However, you'd better not put up any resistance." Under the influence of his immense power, his voice was like that of a deity exerting immense, and terrifying psychological pressure on others. However, no matter what they said, Suyin only looked at them coldly. "Three idiots? If I didn't have enough confidence in suppressing you, would I let you break through your realm?" At this time, Suyan's aura began to change again. The power of the heavenly resentment that was previously devoured was finally displayed at this time. Previously, when Suyin had just become a Tao Lord, he was already able to contend with the Dragon King Bugateer. At this moment, his strength was naturally much more terrifying than before. Moreover, he had directly devoured the two great divine grudges. His power had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, he asked them to bring out their combat power in order to find a strong enough opponent. At this time, the three of them finally brought out all their trump cards. Suyin naturally did not hold back. His power directly erupted, and the terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the terrifying brilliance was constantly moving. The terror of that power was simply indescribable. At this moment, such power directly rotated, as if there was no end to it, and directly expanded. At this time, the three of them frowned at the same time. At first, they thought that they had already brought out their trump cards. No matter how strong Suyin was, it was impossible for him to compete with them. However, at this moment, they realized that Suyan's power seemed to be more terrifying than they imagined. At this time, it was not a one-sided battle. Instead, Suyan's power began to suppress them. This made them feel incomparably horrified. Reverse Dragon Kill. At this time, the Dragon Clan's Inquisitor directly made his move. He was a powerful dragon, but at this time, he was suppressed by a human. This was simply an insult to his proud dragon heart. Therefore, he could not continue to endure. Martial Saint Fist Technique. At this time, the one who made the move was Wei Yan. He followed closely behind, and a mighty power erupted. The terrifying aura turned into a golden Permitha and directly charged at Suyin. He wanted Suyin to pay the price for his arrogance. The dark great Ming was always the coldest existence. At this time, he only existed in a corner and silently displayed his power. At this moment, Suyan's aura burst out with the most terrifying majesty. When the three great forces attacked directly, Suyan's aura burst out. Chapter 1235. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. His power suddenly condensed. When he was in the Shura realm, he had already mastered his own power and formed a new kind of power. It was a terrifying power that used the power of the Supreme as its foundation and then combined all the power of this world. This power had an extremely terrifying lethality. At this time, he attacked again, just like the last time. At this time, his power erupted, and the terrifying aura was almost indescribable with ordinary words. Such power was so powerful that it almost completely drowned everything. That terrifying power was displayed at this moment, as if he was in a godlike state. Suppress. He suddenly shouted angrily, and then the power of law appeared at the same time. At this moment, they were shocked to find that what they were facing was actually such a rich power of laws. How is this possible? What realm are you at? How can you have so much power of law? At this time, they couldn't believe it because Suyin had almost subverted their common sense. A person could actually display such a powerful and numerous power of law. Such a terrifying method was simply unimaginable. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth changed directly, but the aura changed not because of them, but because of Suyin. At this time, Suyin seemed to have become the core of heaven and earth, and he was the favored child of heaven and earth. All the vitality between heaven and earth changed according to his will. Such a surging power was simply incomparably terrifying. Even an emperor, a real emperor, would not be able to do this. But at this time, Suyin did it. I've already said that all of you will die today. The current Suyin was even more tyrannical than before. This was because he had become increasingly aware of the cruelty of this world. If you were unable to kill your enemy, then perhaps one day they would ruthlessly bite you when you were weak. Of course, he was not afraid of offending them, because once karma started, it could no longer be stopped, unless one side was annihilated. Not to mention that the Dragon Clan's judge and the Dark Demon Sect's fellow were almost irreconcilable enemies with him. Even this Wei Yin. If he let him go today, this guy would definitely not be grateful to him. Instead, he would treat it as a humiliation and take the opportunity to take revenge. Su Yan's energy was limited, and his enemy was definitely not someone that could be compared to him. Since that was the case, he might as well make a move and completely obliterate him. Otherwise, if this dragged on for a long time, how long would it take? At that moment, his power was surging. That terrifying aura of his grew even more intense. He had just devoured the god's resentment, and the powerful and dark aura had not been completely digested. This was a good opportunity for him to directly erupt with this power to suppress these guys. Not good. Why is this power so terrifying, so brutal? At this time, they simply couldn't understand why Su Yan's sudden burst of power was so strong to such an extent. This kind of darkness was even more terrifying than the aura of the Dark Devil sect. The power of the Dark Demon God that the Dark Great Si Ming had activated seemed to be nothing compared to this. How would they know that this was the aura of the god's resentment? What was the god's resentment? It was the fusion of the resentment and hostility of a god after his death. In terms of darkness, no one in this world could compare to it. And this power, under Su Yan's transformation and guidance, was even more so the most terrifying deterrence and destructive power was displayed incisively and vividly. It was also because of this that they couldn't resist it easily. As soon as the reverse dragon kill was unleashed, it was directly destroyed by the flame demon. Under this power, the martial path sacred fist couldn't release any light. Instead, it was directly devoured and drowned. This kind of power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were on the verge of going crazy. This guy is actually so terrifying. We can't take it anymore. Let's fuse our power together. Otherwise, it's equivalent to giving him a chance to defeat us one by one. At this moment, the three of them had also realized the crisis of the situation. The power that Su Yan displayed was simply a disaster for them. If this continued, they would all die here. Therefore, at this time, they had to abandon the gap between them and completely fuse their power together. Only in this way would they have a chance to break through Su Yan's power. If it was at the beginning, they would never have agreed to it. However, at this time, it was no longer up to them. If they didn't take the opportunity to fuse their power together, they would only be killed by Su Yan. At this time, the power that Su Yan displayed already made them feel a great sense of oppression in their hearts. It even made them feel a deep sense of powerlessness. How could there be such a terrifying power in this world? The strength of this aura simply defied common sense. It even surpassed that of a true Emperor expert. The three great experts were extremely powerful. In an instant, they had reached an agreement to fuse their power with the Dragon Clan's judge as the core. The Dragon Clan's body was the strongest. They were the favored children of the Creator. Therefore, even if the power of the three great experts fused together, his body could still withstand it. At this time, the Dragon Clan's judge directly revealed his true body. It was an incomparably huge divine dragon. From head to toe, there was an unimaginable dragon's aura. This terrifying dragon's aura was almost endless, especially after being instilled by the two great experts. The Dragon Clan's aura became even more terrifying. It seemed that the most powerful and terrifying power in the world was nothing more than this. At this time, the aura that the three of them displayed was finally almost the same as Su Yan's. In fact, it seemed that they were even a little stronger than him. At this time, confidence reappeared in their hearts. Ha ha, Su Yan, we have no choice but to admit that you are indeed extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, you are not invincible. At this moment, we will join forces and link our strength together. We would like to see how you are going to resist. At this moment, their auras were increasing crazily. Such strength was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, their power was so strong that it seemed that nothing in this world could stop them. Sky Marshal Great Darkness Dragon King Sword. At this time, they directly burst out with a move. It was a move that fused their power and will together. The power of this move was immediately displayed. The dark aura that had previously suppressed them was swept away in an instant. Under the impact of such power, it seemed that Su Yan's power was about to be directly broken. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and praised, "Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect the three of you to have such a move and be able to stimulate your power to such an extent. This is something that I never expected." Just as he had said, he did not expect that the three of them would be able to fuse together and unleash such a heaven-defying attack. It was simply terrifying. Such power had already shattered all the attacks that he had just blasted out. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have any frustration or decadence. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Good. Being able to possess such power is what makes me excited. If you guys were killed so easily, it would give me hope instead. However, the current you guys are already qualified for me to train myself. At this moment, Su Yan's emotions were completely riled up. Su Yan was a person who liked to fight. If he wanted to become stronger, he needed to fight with more powerful experts. In Su Yan's subconscious mind, he almost wanted to find a real Emperor-level master to fight. But at this time, in the 5 counties, a real Emperor-level master could not leave. Even Bugadeer's Dragon King was unable to exert all of its power, even though it was able to withstand most of the heavenly might with the power of the Dragon of Destruction. Therefore, Su Yan was almost in a state of invincibility. In this divine gate world, he had consecutively devoured 2 divine wraiths. Moreover, he had just comprehended a new sacrifice and sacrificial law from the battle with the Bloodfire Taoist. This allowed his combat strength to improve further. However, he also knew that many times it was not enough to just comprehend. What he needed was to integrate all of this. Only then could his power be strong enough. And at this time, he had finally reached this level. What he needed most now was a strong enemy to train himself. He thought that although these 3 guys were strong, they were only SOSO even if they used their final trump cards, which made him a little disappointed. However, at this time, these 3 guys suddenly merged with each other and could erupt with such power. This gave him a pleasant surprise. At this time, he had no scruples and directly erupted his power. Although the Sky Marshal Darkness Dragon King sword gave him a lot of pressure and its destructive power was extraordinarily strong, he did not retreat. Instead, he pounced forward and directly activated his violent power. That terrifying power rolled out at this time. It was simply powerful to the extreme. Then, facing this sword, he directly blasted out with a punch. He was simply a madman. He did not use the divine sword for such a powerful move, nor did he use the power of law to form a powerful sword intent to fight it. Instead, he pounced forward with the power of his physical body.